sky. The powerful wings of the falcon will not be enough to fly. The air that we breathe will be stripped of its life and sold at a price. The day is at hand and the powers that be will not think twice. 'Cause this is the final solution, and this is the power of fusion. This is a new resolution to start again. An evil approach is eager to devour our every hope. Ever so willing, a flick of the switch, a slip of the rope. Clutching onto a fantasy, praying that we will survive. Patiently waiting for the perfect moment to burn us alive. 'Cause this is the final solution, and this is the power of fusion. This is a new resolution to start again. And this is the last revolution, and this is a swift retribution. This will break all the illusion. This is the end. Brace for the impact, hold on to your life, prepare for the fall. The beast has a hunger for everything or nothing at all. Open your heart to a new point of view, a second sight. Then take up your arms and be ready for war, 'cause this is the fight. 'Cause this is the final solution, and this is the power of fusion. This is
mean, there have been better solos that have existed in the world, I suppose. But the emotions were there, I suppose. What's up? Welcome back. What a way to kick off this year. Fuck, I just tore up some of my fucking finger skin just by doing that. Just that last big note bend. I use thick strings. And I don't play for a while, and then I'm like, oh yeah, I could just do everything that I'm used to doing without having to like practice or build back my calluses or anything. And then I like shred the edge of my fingers. Cool. What's up, Coach Trax? Welcome. We're gonna roll for you in a second here because we got this queue already set up and good to go. Only got a couple of people here in with us right now, but fuck it, we'll take it easy. We'll have a nice little welcome back into the new year. First of all, happy holidays to everyone. Happy New Year to everyone. It seems like a new year. That's what the math tells me. That's what the calendar says. That's what my phone says. But then, like, Trump is saying he's going to annex Canada. And I'm like, is it a new year or are we restarting 1930s right now? Like, is this a place that is not safe to live anymore? Are we Poland? In Canada, I mean? What is happening? I don't know. I have no idea what's going on. So what's going on? We're gonna practice our escapism for a little while. So yeah, welcome Couch Trax, Henry Lansbury, also first time chat. Appreciate you being with us and joining the queue. If you're still with us, say what's up in the chat. Happy everything, Mike K. Bruce. Nice to see you. It's happy everything tambien. It's like the most weird way to start a new year anyways. Happy New Year for real. 2025 going to be a good one, or else you hear me Matrix. Or else you hear me Matrix. Threatening the Matrix. That didn't work out great for Neo. But then it did, right? But then it didn't. Spoilers. If you haven't seen the Matrix. At least the first one. 99. Come on. You know? We're getting on 30 years later. Come on. 30? Is that math? Yeah. Okay, cool. 25. We're basically 25 years later. I'm going to take 15 minutes to bounce. Never used that word like that before. My latest mix to send for critique. Good stuff. I'm glad, Keepers. I haven't had you submit some songs in a while. And I'm looking forward to hearing some of your stuff. I have a theory that Matrix movie is based off a nightmare and not how the real Matrix is. Listen, that's a hell of a nightmare. And that's a hell of a system in and of itself of creation and like such great world building in and of itself. Like right from there, if we start just on the basis that it's pure fiction, that's some great writing. If it's based on, I don't know what the real Matrix is, but it seems like there's more to it than what's in the movie. Got these Nespressos for Christmas, and I've been having a good time with the caramel flavor today. How's everybody? Like, what else is up with people? You know, like, can't be the only one to think shit's fucked up. But then again, my country is one of three, I guess, that is being currently threatened by a military superpower. And at the worst possible time, like, the prime minister of our country steps down and, like, says, we're clearing house, we're starting from scratch. While Trump is saying, oh yeah, so it'd be good if Canada's our 51st state, the prime minister's like, I'm gonna nope the fuck out of here. Instead of, like, dealing with the problem. Oh, man. It's just unfortunate timing is really what it is. And less fortunate for me, because I'm not one of the rich people who could just pay to pick up and leave with, like, that much ease. Christ, I didn't even do my European passport yet. I got to get on that shit, apparently. We were talking, like, brainstorming yesterday, my girlfriend and I, like, okay, what if that happens, you know? I don't know what I would do. I might move to Europe. I might have to. That doesn't prevent the stream from happening. Like, this is not going to stop because some pesky orange-haired motherfucker threatens to Poland my country. I can't believe this is an actual discussion and not like a weird kind of simulation joke. But here we are. Call me crazy, call me imaginative, but I've seen little bits of the system, and it's ran by us humans on a giant ship in low Earth orbit. Us humans on a giant ship in low Earth orbit. I mean, there are a few vessels that fit that description. The International Space Station, technically, is not in high orbit right now, I don't think. I don't know. I'm not tongue-in-cheek, by the way. I got something in, like, back of my tooth. I ate some granola, and I think some is just hanging out for later. Don't worry about Trump, Mike. Remember, no president here is true power anymore. They're all actors. No president, no real president since Nixon. Well, let's hope that's true. I mean, I hope that's not true. Like, the part of me hopes that that's true, given what just happened. But a part of me hopes that that's not true for, like, that country as a whole. Like, I hope someone has some executive power of some kind with regards to ridiculous statements, at least. But it would behoove me to think that if that is true, and if there is some sort of military-industrial kind of decision team, it would behoove me to think that they would inform the president of what to say. Now, if Trump is the wild card that he is, and the wild card that he claims he is, he would technically be speaking against the intentions of that military-industrial complex, were this not their goal. Which means that the MIC has to basically decide if they are aligning with that goal or if they are going to get him out of power soon. Either way, that's scary. And if not, if he is just a mouthpiece for the military-industrial complex, then that is their intentions, and he's just going like, oh yeah, we're doing it. We're doing it. And I'm still scared. Anyways, doesn't matter. My bio dad was a high-ranking officer in the Navy and now works for NSA. He told me a bunch of crazy truths. I do not pretend to know what those kind of high-ranking individuals know. What I do know is, I mean, I look outside and it is literally snowing horizontally, and I'm like, what are you annexing here for? What do you think there is more of here besides water? What do you think there is more of here besides hydroelectricity? What is more here besides women's rights and reproductive rights in general and gay rights? Okay, I get it. That's why they would do it, I guess. I guess that makes a lot of sense then. Please don't. Let's get off the political train for a little bit. This is me expressing my primal fears of what if my country becomes the United States? Weird sentence to be serious about in 2025. But then again, the 1930 approaches, or I should say 2030 approaches, and crazy shits have happened in the 20s and the 30s of the 20th century. Let's see what the 21st has in store for us. Am I right? Canada has tons of interests for domination. Yeah, well, yeah. I'm aware. I was being facetious. And I was also like reducing the country that I'm very happy to live in. Well, you know, moderately happy to live in. Let's start there. But yeah, no, I'm aware it's a bit of a gold mine, treasure trove, this country. We're in a sweet spot for global warming as well, because even if global warming does affect us, I mean, Montreal is pretty like particular hotspot for like, well, hotspots. But like the country as a whole is kind of in a really good spot for global warming, as in we're gonna last, unless U.S. invades us, and then who knows. Canada's so nice, land and the people hope it stays the same. That's all we can do. That and deal with our coping mechanisms the way we do, which we are going to do today. All right, folks. I don't know that there's much more to talk about politically speaking, so why don't we just jump into this. Americans are such dicks compared to you guys. You know, I would like to think that that's like a universal truth, but it's so not true. I think that those who identify as any nation as their identity first are such dicks compared to the rest of the people. And I guess Canada has a trend where we identify as Canadians, as in like we are born in Canada and we are like living in a country of Canada, and we're proud to live in a country such as Canada. But like our first, second, and third priorities are not identifying as Canadians. Like we have other shit going on in our lives that consume far more of our identity than Americans, by the typical sense of the word Americans, tend to do. Like that is priority number one, is establish that you are American. And I think that that's just a mistake of life. It's like there's so much more to live for than just representing a population as a crew, as a whole. Like I'm way too busy building like make-believe universes for my D&D games to identify as first and foremost being Canadian. I am first and foremost at this point a DM, then a musician, then a sound engineer, and then the rest. Yeah, Canadians in that list. Being American for me is just a condition of birth. I don't own it. Well, this is the thing. It's like where people like we can have positive catharsis and be like, oh, you're Canadian, oh, I'm American, oh, cool, with neighbors, you know, all that Griffin, thank you, and howdy to you as well, Thundy. Thanks for following the crew and supporting the stream in the way that you do. But we're just going over the possibility of my country, Canada, being annexed by the States, and talking about patriotism and nationalism in general, and how it's, I think, a mistake to assign as a first priority within your own existence. It's my own life. And Thundy, if you're coming into the stream for the first time, which you are, I can see you are a first-time chatter, this is not what we do. We don't do political. We do musical. But it's 2025, and Trump was just like, hey, what if Canada was the 51st state? Like, just free, like, spitball in here. And then our prime minister was like, I'm out. And that all happened in the span of a week. So we're touching on the political a little bit today. So anyways, yeah, I think that there is so much for people to be interested in this world, that like patriotism, it seems to me like an old world priority to me personally. I'm too busy with Dungeons and Dragons. I spent, no joke, yesterday, the reason that we didn't stream yesterday and give you guys your fine music reviews that you deserve, the reason we didn't is because my internet went out yesterday. And so I was like, okay, well, not going to stream on my 5G or on my LTE, whatever the fuck they're called these days. I'm going to take advantage to like catch up on some writing that I haven't done for my campaign, or one of my campaigns. And I don't know, like I was obsessed all day with what I was creating. And I was so into my shit that like I don't have time to be Canadian first. I'm too busy living in my imaginary universe that I'm writing. And boy, howdy, did I write that shit yesterday. Like, I'm actually proud of what I wrote yesterday. From, no joke, 3 p.m. till 3 a.m., I non-stop wrote and created like an entire place. And it was fulfilling, and it was like cathartic, and it was creative, and like it just tasted right in my brain, you know? Best statement of 2025 so far. I'm too busy with D&D to care. Honestly, normalize that. Let's get that as the popular opinion here. They need to make a good augmented reality official D&D. They're gonna. I know that already. They're like implementing Baldur's Gate graphics and whatnot into like a map creation tool. I think they call it Project Sigil. I just got a coupon in the code to like start the beta, even though my computer would never be able to handle that. I still have the activation code stowed away. But it's only a small step from there to them turning that into a VR experience or augmented reality experience. Thundy, thank you for joining the queue. We're going to get to the actual feedback part of this stream shortly. We're starting with Couch Tracks. As a matter of fact, let's take a look at this queue real quick. There we go. We got 3 in the crew. Couch Tracks, really, that's going to be so cool and attract a whole group of new players. So here's the thing. Their new edition that they released last year and the beginning of this year, the end of last year and the beginning of this, it is made to make D&D easier for new players. And, in my opinion, makes it almost as enjoyable for experienced players who are like not purists and snobs, in my opinion. Now, this is coming from someone who started in 5th edition D&D and started there. Really got a touch of 4th edition in my life, but really nothing compared to 5th edition and how that was resonating with me at the time. So I think that combined with these new systems that are allow for a far more visual experience, yeah, D&D is going to be a pretty common thing at some point because people are going to want new forms of storytelling where they collaborate. And I think D&D is just a phenomenal medium for collaborative storytelling. My favorite one, anyways. Hey man, first time in the stream, Hex Bowie. Hex is a great spell. It's a first level spell, bonus action. 1d6 necrotic damage every attack you do. You track the enemy's location. It's a great spell. Hex Bowie, and Bowie's a great artist. First time in the stream, can I request a strong song? So yeah, Hex Bowie, you just got to do this right here. Type feedback for instructions in the chat, or command feedback in the chat. That's how you request your song. You get in line. We're going to do everyone who's in line, and then when it's your turn, we call on you. Bam, we're in. You know, like we get your link. Just get your SoundCloud links ready, folks. There's a couple of reasons why I don't do anything but SoundCloud, but mainly because it's free and accessible to everyone. So everyone should use SoundCloud for these purposes, at least. Especially for temporary songs, it's like perfect for that. I have a final boss theme work in progress ready for some feedback. That's good, Thundy. We're gonna definitely listen to that, and maybe I'll share you some of my own D&D compositions for my players, the themes that I created for their characters, which is a lot of fun to create. Some of my music could be played during D&D sessions. So can some of mine. More my orchestral pieces than my like alternative rock pieces, I suppose. But yeah. Okay. So. Speaking of D&D, I guess this is a good segue because Couch Tracks is our first in line today. He was the first chatter as well as the first joiner of the queue. And he has a conflict. He has 3 different songs that he is torn between sharing. Can't decide between trap, house, or dubstep. So those are 3 results. I am going to, do I even have it here? Yes, I do. I'm going to take, almost ruined my lighting setup. Oh, there we go. I am going to take a big old box of dice. I'm going to get a D12. This is how we're going to go about it. D12 is a good die. I don't often use it. We're going to use the strawberry one. It's literally just like green writing on a red die with like black speckles. It's the strawberry die. So we're going to use that, and we're going to determine which song. Holy cow, that's an impressive dice collection. That's not even my entire dice collection. Like this here is just from one brand of dice, and that brand is Chessex. This is only Chessex dice. I use these when I'm DMing specifically because these are kind of like a standard for dice, and like it's a common brand, and like basically the reason I use these ones in particular is because like any of my players would say like, well, you're not using official dice. Yes, the fuck I am. I'm using an entire collection of official dice, and yeah, and I got them sorted by type of die so that if I need to grab 8d6 for a fireball, for instance, just grab a whole handful of them. And then I have my personal dice as well that I use for my players when I'm actually playing. And that's another collection altogether. But thank you, Couch Tracks. I am absolutely super duper nerd, especially for D&D. I am a bit obsessed, if in case you can't tell. Like this thing back here, this thing, the other side of it is like, you can't, I used to display it openly, and then I thought maybe Wizards is going to sue me. Wizards of the Coast being the company. It's the Dungeon Master's Guide cover, but like that someone got me for my birthday years ago, and I just started displaying it in my bedroom, in my studio. Anyways, let's get to the reviews, guys, because I can tell that for some people this is too much D&D and not enough music. So this is a D12, 12-sided die, between 1 and 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, that's how math works. Between 1 and 4, we're gonna go for your trap song. Between 5 and 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep. 5 and 8, we're going to go for your house song. And between 9 and 12, we're going to go for your, what's the other one? Dubstep song. So, again, the perfectly suitable D12. I'm going to roll it. You can't see it. I usually have a camera for this. Actually, let's just see if it works. No, it's not going to work. Just trust me. I'll tell you what I roll. It's a 5. 5 is not the trap. I think it's the house one. I know it. I could have very easily turned it by picking it up, but like I picked it up like this and I just turned it like that. It's a 5. I promise you. You can trust me. I don't fuck my players over by pretending that I rolled something I didn't that often. Sometimes, narratively speaking, it's like it only makes a little bit of sense. But I'm no abuser of that. Oscar August, thank you for joining us today and joining the queue as well. Thank you for getting your SoundCloud track ready while we listen to this SoundCloud track, I should say. Now, if you guys who are new users to this chat don't know how it works, essentially, because Couch Tracks is a tier 1 subscriber, we're going to listen to up to 3 minutes of his song. If you want up to 3 minutes, you become a tier 1 subscriber. Otherwise, I listen to 2 minutes for free. For your ass, you know, and then every other minute after that is basically 1 tier of subscription. Pretty simple rule. Also, got to keep the stream afloat somehow and got to keep the movement going here. But, oh, nice, perfect length on my track then. That is correct, Couch Tracks. We are just at this beautiful little sweet spot of length for your track. Length, cause get it? Sexual. Oh, we could zoom out a little more here. Although I don't like that much. There we go. Cool. Hey man, why aren't I in the queue? Do I have to type something? Yeah. So like this here will give you, it says here, welcome to the feedback stream. Type command feedback for instructions. And if you wish to be added, I can do that right now for you. Add Hex Bowie. And it's simple as that. That's how I add people. But you would do something such as this. And you see my name pops up there? That's how easy it is. You just command join and you are in the queue. And then when it's your turn, when you see this little like queue here say your name is live, that is when we listen to your track. And it'll look a little something like the Play with Viewers bot will announce when it's your turn. But for now, I think that looks like Missy Elliott. Am I mistaken on that? I'm going to delete my name from this queue here. But for now, let's listen to Kill the Ratata by Couch Tracks. The house track, if I'm not mistaken, as that's what I believe I rolled for. We're going to listen to this entire thing, folks. We're going to take some notes while we do. And then we're going to talk about those notes and talk about the ways that we think we can improve that track. Oh, wait. Don't play. Oh, he's got another track for us. Hold on. That's the right one. Okay. You're lucky you caught that one quick. I like it when you catch that quick. Okay, cool. This actually looks a lot like your This actually looks a lot like your like regular art cover art Couch Tracks, the one that's like a zombie face with the baseball cap and the beard. Throw 'em like B. Still within the 3-minute mark, so we will listen to this together, take some notes, and then talk about it. Shall we? Let's do it.
Just form in the air like. Just form in the air like, just form in the air like, just form in the air. Just form in the air like, just form in the air like, just form in the just do 'em like this, like like it, 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 just do 'em like this, like yeah. Air like, just form in the air like, just form in the air. Just form like this, like it, like it, like it, like it, like it, like it. Just throw 'em like this, like.
Whoa, everybody. Whoa. Okay. Cool. Very interesting textures, nice sound design, like, and everything in general is like aesthetically pretty much in place. I see you got this like something of a story being told here. Arrangement wise, I don't know if I could use more breaks. This is one of my like last notes here. I don't know if I could use a little bit more break and a little bit more strategic, like defining which section is what and what role and what capacity. Because I see a story being told here that it seems a little bit everything everywhere all at once. And that's a strategy for a part of the song, not necessarily for the whole song. Top rank nope, I got that wrong. Top rank Lil Bam. Welcome, first of all. Second of all, yeah, we review rap music. We review music. We are feedbackers of every kind of music. So feel free to, well, you're already in the queue. Thanks for joining. And hang around until it's your turn so we can get to your track. Okay, let's talk about some obvious things here first, Couch Tracks. First of all, your main bass synth, very, very, very loud. Very loud. So we need to fix that. Because it's distracting and honestly a little bit aggressive compared to the rest. Contrarily, your snare is not loud enough. We need to like give that exchange of energy a little bit more toward the rhythm section rather than towards this lead bass synth. We got Thundy the Griffin. The biggest thing with this track that it stays with a single note, G. The movement, is it G? Yeah, it is G. Good call. The movement is from G to G sharp and back. It's based on one sample, but the big issue is lack of percussion variety. It needs more fills and more movement within the drums. So I do agree that the drums do need to be a little bit more dynamic. Fills and movement within the drums, I'm not sure that I wholeheartedly agree. I'd have to like listen to the song a couple more times to like get that real impression. It didn't strike me as such as first. I think it's more of a mixing issue than a drum arrangement issue. However, I think the entire song's arrangement is really reflecting on what you're talking about here, is that like the lack of percussion variety. I think it's the lack of arrangement variety. Now, what you're right about, I will say this, is the G to G sharp kind of chord progression. It's not really a chord progression, right? Like if you're thinking about it and you go like, you know, that's not really a chord progression so much as it is a riff. And even then, it's not much of a riff either. It's two notes. And the rhythmic shift of those two notes is really what's going to define everything in terms of novelty, in terms of aesthetic and everything. Yes, it's house, and on a technical scale of EDM, it's the simplest form. Yeah. The four to the floor formula, for sure. It is like one of the simplest forms. And rhythmically speaking, if you're throwing in like samples like shakers and percussions and stuff like that, you're definitely leaving a higher chance for success, or at least a higher chance for what sounds like new things coming to our ears. That is a way of mitigating it. But I think more than just throwing in some percussions, I think some arrangement work does need to be addressed here. It reminds me of a song though, and I can't put wrap my head around which one. It feels like one of the Cannibalen guys' song. It reminds me a lot of the Cannibalen, aesthetic in general, because they do a lot of bouncy, fidgety, but sort of like dark electro as well. It reminds me of either like Electric or Apache. I want to say Electric. Electric, one of my old buddies as well, who's also a very good producer. It reminds me of one of his tracks. But I think his is more like boom, bam, 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 boom, bam, 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 bam. So yeah. There, it had to come up. So yeah, this is just a general note. It's a kind of a thing. The vocal samples that are not the main like low voice, I think they need to be like stereoized a little bit more. Like they need to be just thrown to the left and right rather than just keep them dead center. And contrarily, the voice that is in the center, that is the main, the guy there, this guy here. I think you've turned him up. I'm assuming it's a male voice. I think you've turned him up too loud. And that I think is a result of having the main bass too loud, and that now you're trying to have the two lead elements kind of compete with each other. And this is, again, a mixing error. This is something that we want to be we want the vocals and the synth to be that domineering in terms of energy, but volume is not the only tool that we have to do it. Sometimes lack of volume is really a good tool. In other words, managing the other instruments while those synths come in, sidechaining, compressing, dynamic EQs, those kind of things. Those are all very useful things that we can do to give the leads more energy without having to just turn them up, because now they're too loud, and that's a mistake. A couple of reverb throw-ons and throw-offs, couch tracks. I think we need a couple of those in there. I'm hearing like a few reverb layers added onto some instruments. Cute, nice. Those are a start. But like dynamic reverb, like something that will enhance or decay certain moments strategically, especially if you're having some things needing to stand out more than others. We gotta get a little more dynamic with the reverb, or the effects in general. It could be reverb, could be delay, could be other types of spatial effects. But yeah, get dynamic with the spaces. This is, I guess, my headline thought here. I think that's everything I had as an idea. Let's hear what you guys are saying. Thundy the Griffin, yeah, G, F, E flat. Let's see. So you're talking about the tonic flat seventh, flat sixth. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, those. It. What's nice about that is that it contrasts a little bit from the. Contrasts a little bit from that, but it doesn't interfere with the tension. Because of the like, we're not done the journey nature of the flat sixth and the flat seventh. We are not close to home, but if we come back closer. Right? So you can definitely enhance a very gritty like a trichord feeling chord progression not only by staying on the trichord but also by going down on the flat sixth, flat seventh. As a progression, 1 7 6 5. Let's hear how that sounds. Yeah, that sounds good. Now, any combination of that. Like those chords together are made to be like this sort of dank, dark chord progression in general. Couch Tracks thinks G, D sharp, D, E would. Oh. Okay, so now we're introducing something a little more atypical in that the E is actually the relative minor. So the flat, not the flat sixth, but the minor sixth, if I'm not mistaken. If it was in a major, it would be the relative minor. Music work? Okay, so yeah, the E is hinting a little more at the darkness for sure, and I can tell that based on the aesthetic that you're putting forth here, that is something you are going for sure, which is okay, sure. I wouldn't use chord progressions all that much in a song like this, honestly. I would develop more on the rhythmic and the arrangemental. New word of the day, first word of 2025 that we invent. Here we are. I would focus more on the arrangemental kind of thing. E doesn't fit in G minor unless you want to go into the realm of mode mixture. You could also do F sharp diminished. Right, this is great. Dundee. All true, all correct. To say top rank Lil Bam, thank you very much for your follow. You are correct on the strictest sense of the word. You are going into mode mixture realms, but a lot of artists and producers don't really do mode mixture, and this is why, like, now if we're staying within modal tendencies, we would more do, instead of the D, we would do like a D over. One second. Doing just a flat D, do something more like more the C rather than the D with the second note that you said, D sharp. ever know what those crossover chords are called, where you have the low note on your second harmony, I guess, is on the actual implying. I never know what those chord combinations are called, but that is far more of a use for D in your scale here, Couch Tracks, if you're going to use D. Yes, ESG within it, mode mixture comprises of notes that change function within the chord. Exactly. I mean, you're stating very true, definitive terms, but there's an argument for mode mixture as almost like a pivot chord to the next, and obviously we're getting into like complex songwriting here, but I think there's an argument for it. That said, not in this song, I don't think. A little detail, Top Rank Lil Bam said a little while ago, a little detail on my review. I don't take music too seriously and my songs are recorded at home, so please review on a very amateur type level and give me feedback on the main basis of it. He comes into a professional studio and he goes, hey, I like doing this for fun. I'll just tell you here, Lil Bam, a real studio would laugh you out of the door if you said, like, I'm an amateur, I record shit on my iPhone. They would be like, okay, well, you're not ready for this studio. Go practice, would be my first piece of advice. But we'll see when we get to your song. There's no worries. Accidentally left, does that change my cue position? No. If you accidentally leave the stream and then you click back in, you're good. Anyways, Couch Tracks thinks agreed. G House isn't real chord progression-esque. Agreed. Good point. It sounds right to me, though. Well, this is my point. Is like there's always an argument. There's always a there's always like an argument that pivot chord or that mode mixture could be a tool. I don't believe so, Couch Tracks, though. If I'm being honest with you, then D sharp, D F. It's you're getting into some pretty weird, wild stuff here, honestly. Well, although D, wait a minute, let me just do that math again. D sharp. Yeah, that would be, well, that's what Thundy the Griffin suggested at first, is some combination of the 1, 6, 7, 5. That's a classic combination. So yeah, boomba. That's for sure. Thundy the Griffin, impressed with your theory knowledge. Agreed on that, Thundy. It's like, with all due respect to all of my regulars, it's just refreshing to know someone who knows the compositional rules and how to break them. It's refreshing. Henry Lansbury, is there any rules with genre, my friend? No, there's not. I like all genres of music mostly. I'm just except like pop country. I'm just making music 3 months, making beats and my vocals too. We will be as honest as you like us to be, Henry Lansbury. Henri, spelled Henri, comme si c'était en français, quoi. Thundy the Griffin, because composing is subjective, there's really no defined rules unless you're going for early music with strict rules. Right, so the classical era had very specific rules. The classical, the Baroque eras, they had this is how you make music, and if you're doing anything else, you're an idiot. But then jazz came around and went like, fuck you. And I love that. Because you got to break the rules. First you have to learn the rules. This is a Mark Twain quote, and I use it often in this stream. Learn the rules, then you distort them to your leisure. That's like the order of things. If you're distorting the rules to your leisure before knowing what they are, you don't have the lexicon. You're like inventing words without knowing the existence of words that already exist. Sometimes the words that are already there are far better than any word you could possibly invent to define the feeling that you're feeling. For instance, Germans have come up with the term Schadenfreude. There's no better word to describe that phenomenon. So if you're starting to say, my misery happiness, my misery penis, oof, I don't like that. I like that even less. This is my point, is that you learn the lexicon, you learn the language, you learn the rules, then you fucks with them. And I think that's where Thundy's knowledge of musical theory kind of takes over a little bit. It's like you start there and then you fuck with that. And we got some more. Well, actually, it technically started with the Romantic era. That's true. That's very true. And then Impressionism. Claude Debussy was considered the pioneer of Impressionism. Yes, because he was, like, I believe, one of the first to go, like, what was that 4/4? Yeah, fuck you. And he just did what he wanted with the timing, especially with the timing, but also with a lot of chord and melodic structures. He really took that to another place. But Clair de Lune is one of my favorite classical pieces of all time. Of all time. And it was my like phone alarm for many years. But yeah, it is. You probably know the history of classical music. And when I say classical, I know that I'm only referring to one fixed era. But when most people say classical music, they think of all the traditional music. What was the word that you used before? Unless you're going for early music. I know that I'm misusing the term classical because someone recently told me as much. But we know what we mean, right? That is pretty much either way all I have to say about your track, Couch Tracks here. His last name, Debussy. I know, Debussy. You would think you are agreed, but also Claude Debussy was an amazing composer. Just like hands down, one of my favorite. Hands down, worked with a piano the way Michelangelo worked with a paintbrush. He's like just doing what he wants with it. And it wasn't a question of if, it was a question of whatever the fuck I feel like. Took the words right out of my mouth. Clair de Lune is an absolute gem. It really is. It really is. It moves me in ways that classical music usually has to be of a real standard of excellence to do so. So very happy about that. You are misusing the word classical, by the way. What's up, Enes Espadrilles? Welcome back. ¿Qué tal, man? Load US, join. Welcome to the queue. Thanks for joining. Mine's in the gutter, lol, but yeah, I appreciate composers. Oh, that's okay. This is the place where we respect composers such as Debussy and also laugh about pussy. This is the safe space for those two types of personalities to commingle and coexist. We can all be happy together, I think. Reminds me, am I dropping submissions in music? No, dude, it's all here in the chat. It's always been in the chat, so when it's your turn, we have a cue, visual cue when I go back to my screen cam. It'll show you when your turn is, and it's all here in the chat directly. I pronounce it Debussy. Well, you're allowed to, if you're an Anglophone, you're allowed to pronounce it in the language that you speak. But as a speaker of the French language, I can confirm to you, c'est Debussy. C'est Debussy, c'est Claude Debussy. C'est comme ça qu'on le prononce, parce que c'est comme ça que ça se prononce. I just said in French, that's how you pronounce it because that's how it is pronounced. But if you wish to Debussy, Gary Debussy, then go off, sis! Hey, yo, load, hope all is well. All is. I can't say much more than that. My country might get invaded by the US. Who knows? Who knows what to believe? We'll see. Dana says, but that is, all our minds are in the gutter, but some of our minds are staring up at the stars from the gutter. That's a beautiful notion. We're like, our minds are here, but we're looking up and we're seeing Debussy. But beautiful, beautiful Debussy. Love it very much. Heinous, thanks for joining. I pronounce it as de sexy. No, that's you, my friend. That's you. That's the sexy. You are the sexy. You speak French fluently, Studio Mike. Man, made impressed. Yeah, I do. I mean, I live in Quebec, so I kind of have to if I want to not be like spat on by the French population here, because that's how they feel about the French language if you don't learn it and you live here. It's kind of like, well, who the fuck are you? It's you know, I'm the person who speaks the other official language of the country more, which is English, which is the rest of the country speaks that one. But whatever, I learned the language and I did it well, and that's great. Mad impressed also, yeah. The stream is too high IQ for me. Haha, I'm faded. Bro, get good. We're getting faded. We've been faded. But yeah, we're just having fun at the same time. And I'm also a bit of a nerd on many respects. Oscar Wilde was a fan of Debussy, also a great a great writer in general, Oscar Wilde. You have beautiful eyelashes. Henri, thank you so much. I appreciate that. He has even more beautiful chin lashes. You see that? You see that? They're kind of wild these days. I haven't trimmed them in a while. So they're kind of just doing their own thing. Couch Tracks, you wish you were bilingual? Listen, Duolingo is actually a pretty decent app to like brush up on a different language, to like get the basics down at least. It's going to help you more to converse with people who actually speak the language and be forced to speak that language. But it's not that hard, honestly. It's not that hard. Bro, I'm geeking. They have more beautiful chin lashes. Aina says, Padaliz, thank you for being cautious to misgender me, but I am a he, him / it's that. There's my pronouns if we're really getting into it. Common misconception that marijuana lowers IQ. Nah, if you're dumb, it will only enhance the existing dumbness. Spoken like a true king. True, 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 all true. If you're stupid, you get more stupid. If you're smart, you get more smarter. Case in point. Henry Lansbury, I'm barely lingual. Listen, if you can do one, that's enough. Honestly, that's enough. This is Padriz, I'm a cunning linguist. Well, I'm a master debater. So, Don't Sleep on Sunken Cathedral by Debussy. It's so beautiful. I've played it and it was amazing. Oh, do me a favor, Thundy. We have a Discord for the community, to create the community together. If you were to join our Discord, you can expect a lot of that. No, my point with this is, if you were to join our Discord and throw Sunken Cathedral by Debussy in our music chat so that we can listen to it later. I love when people make recommendations for music. I love it. That's how I listen to the majority of my music. See, people tell me, hey, you should check this song out. And if they are worthy sources, I definitely listen to it. So please throw it in our Discord chat, our music chat. That is where we share the music that we love together. But yeah, appreciate that. You're a masturbator. Well, yeah, that was what I was implying, Augie, but it was a master debater because Heinous is a cunning linguist. Heinous is a heinous cunning linguist. Do you like Hainal cunning linguists? Oh my God. Let's involve a few others and have a mass debate together, right? Bro, we all do that. Piano, saxophone, guitar, drums, bass, kalimba, trumpet, and handpan are the instruments I play. Jesus Christ, Thundy. Get a life. He says in a music chat, you know? No, honestly, that's great. I play piano. No, not really piano. I'm really rusty at piano. But guitar, bass, drums, singing as well. I can sing a little bit. Those are instruments I'm comfortable with, so I appreciate the multi-instrumentalism. But Jesus Christ! You play all the shit that I do, and more! Jesus Christ, well done. Bro, I'm slow, I told you already, I rode the short bus. I did too. I rode a short bus when I was in elementary school. Wait, is that what that is? Couch Tracks, speaking of Thundy, Bose, we're not worthy when we're not worthy. Oh, we're not worthy. I can only play trumpet 100% and play guitar and piano by ear. Yeah, but that's great, dude. That's fantastic. The fact that you can play trumpet is awesome. I can't play trumpet. You know what I mean? Anyways. Augie, I took a 250 gram magic stamp and everything is purple. The sky feels purple, does it, Augie? The sky tastes purple. Thundy, piano is my primary. Been playing for 26 years. Thundy, I'd love to hear that shit, honestly. I'd love to hear that shit. Because you live in the sticks, no need for a long bus. Is Canada the sticks? Is that why the US wants to invade us? Thundy the Griffin, my grams plays piano 94 and can still play like a beast. Honestly, the older generations with those classic instruments, they're fire. They are fire. They are really good instrumentalists. Okay, folks. Hey, bro, don't mock the synesthetic among us, bro. It's 2025. Yeah, synesthesia is a hell of a skill, honestly. I think it's a superpower, personally. Kind of like ADHD. Kind of like if you channel it in the right ways, it can actually be super empowering and super like validating. But here we go. That's why you got to keep at it. You got to just keep practicing. Yeah, I got a whole bunch of practicing to do this year. Took a corporate gig for a guitar, like a lead guitar contract, and I gotta brush up on my skills because if the solo at the beginning of the stream was any indication, it's time for me to practice. Either way, Couch Tracks. Let's get back on tracks. The Couch Tracks, or rather off the Couch Tracks. Thank you for allowing us to listen to the song, to provide comments, criticism, analysis, critique, feedback, what have you. We appreciate you as always, dude. You're a subscriber. You're a rigorous follower of our stream and a big supporter of it, so we appreciate you. And thank you, most of all, for trusting us with your track. Folks, we're going to be tearing on down this Q here. If you guys are curious as to what the Q looks like, that's not how you spell Q. So if you were curious, that's not how to do it. But this is. So we got Henry Lansbury up now. So Henry Lansbury, you can go ahead and drop your SoundCloud link directly in this chat right here in the Twitch stream. Thundy the Griffin is up next. Oscar August, Hex Bowie, Top Rank, Lil Bam, Alessio 89. Oh, I didn't even see you, Alessio, pop in. How you doing, Alessio? Welcome back. Mucho. Nope, that's Spanish. This is my third language. I should be able to speak it properly. Mille grazie per aver venuto ancora una volta, Alessio. Load Us, or Load US possibly, is 7th with DJ Heinous Espadriz. Que? No sé, cabrón. We are coming in hot right now with Henry Lansbury's track. My grandma haunts me and she's alive. I saw her breasts by accident once, scarred for life. Jesus. Listen, dude, whatever you do in the comfort of your own home is all you. 3 months into production and music in general, doing it alone, loving being creative for me. Okay. Well, we'll take that into consideration either way here. But yeah, we're gonna listen to this. So and pretty much this entire thing here, we have it pulled up already. For those who want a more in-depth view of the queue, that is right here. You can now see it below me. I didn't ask you to blow me, or did I? As a Canadian, you should be careful about saying "load US." I know. Oh, I know. Heinous, we went on an entire fucking rant before the stream started of how my live notification was New Year, new annexation. What is actually happening right now? Because I am painfully aware of that reality that is before me at this point as a Canadian. Trust me. Bro, I learned to knock on doors. My mixes are ass. No, please, it isn't Load US. He came in and he clarified. Thank you so much, Lotus. And I appreciate you clarifying. And it's a good play on words. Load us, Lotus. Cool. Thank you for clarifying. But that's so cute. I love that. I've never had to knock on wood, but I know someone who has, which makes me wonder if I could. It makes me wonder if I could. Makes me wonder if I ever had to knock on Mighty Mighty Boss Tones. Took me a second, but we're there yet. We're there now. Did you say goodbye to Trudeau? Bro, I didn't have time. The guy was like, we're erasing everything. And then I was like, okay, and then he was like, I'm gone. I didn't have time to say goodbye. He just kind of dipped. So now I am prime ministerless and threatened to be invaded. What do I do? I gotta go to Europe. CLDR, appreciate you joining us and coming in the chat for the first time. Thank you for being part of our community, my dude. Trudeau or Trudon't. Oh shit, we say it at the same time. US gonna invade all our countries. Bro, right, August? Am I right? Isn't that creepy though, as a notion? Because it might happen, because Trump is just that crazy, or apparently, according to Couch Tracks, he's not the one who calls the shots, but like, whatever, it's been said. We can't unsay it, it's been said. Bro, Granny's got milkers. Bro, I don't want to hear about that shit. I don't want to hear about your Granny's milkers. Please don't talk any longer about your Granny's milkers, or we're going to just time you out while we listen to your track and give feedback on it. Please, no more of that. Didn't he wear a Nazi uniform or blackface once upon a time? Yeah, Trudeau did. Trudeau dressed up in like turban and whole Middle Eastern gear with brown face or something like that. Bro, you're basically British. I'd like you to say that to the British and see their reaction. Because the most I associate with the British is Philomena Kunk. And if you don't know who that is, you got to get Netflix. Because Kunk on Earth, Kunk on Life, go watch that shit. It is beyond gut-bustingly funny. Yeah, his inauguration was awkward as fuck. It really was. It really was. Yeah, and I'm Danish, so he gonna invade Greenland? Yeah, dude. Yeah, that's what I heard. That's what I heard. Be careful out there in Daneland. In Denmark. Please be careful in Denmark. You see that creepy interview where the reporter pressed him? Yes. Yes, I did. I'm aware of all of that as a person who lives in Canada. I'm aware where he is being sort of the center of every scandal that you can imagine. I am the British. Heinous Espadrilles. No te creo. No te creo. Henry Lansbury, I'm British. Oh, well, great. That's good. Canadians are so not British-like. I mean, they have moments of Britanitude. Honestly, you know what I'm tripping balls over from Britain right now is Pete and Baz, the rappers, the English old rappers. Amazing flow. I'm just obsessed with them right now. What do you guys think in the chat? Pete and Baz, yeah or no? Thumbs up or thumbs down? But I live in Taiwan now. Oh, that's cool. I've heard it's a nice place to. I'd like to visit that place either way. I've heard it's a lot. King Arthur Camelot, right? Apparently, I saw talking about Camelot all the time. It's like I guess it's related somehow. Taiwan's so great. Where's Tai 2? You guys are on fire. I don't even have to be on this stream. Y'all are just off this, you know. Boom. Welcome. How do you request a song? Right here. The instructions are right here. So you just have to type command feedback in the chat, and it'll tell you everything that you need to do. If you're worried about USA, I worry about my Mr. Winnie the Pooh. They jerk off at the monarchy. I don't even want to know. Lot of love for Pete and Baz. Am I right, Heinous? Am I fucking right? Henry Lansbury, fuck the king. Well, listen, while we're saying fuck the king, Henry, would be flexing Queen's Lizzie Milkers, though, when she was alive and kicking. I don't know what is your obsession with Queen Lizzie's milkers, or old people's milkers in general, but basta. Enough. We're going to listen to your track so that you stop talking about milkers, and we're going to talk about it together on the stream. I'm going to take some notes, and we're going to address you, Henry Lansbury. Henri! And we're going to listen first, though. Here we go. I said, here we go.
Shut it straight with a light one play, yeah. 4 years out for this shit, yeah. Oh, I for your self-reflection. 2 fifths a decade. They both so high, y'all shit, I got a headache, yeah, yeah. Turn my weakness to my biggest strength. My biggest strength today. Tell me yesterday. Don't teach me my mistakes. They shame me, nothing in my way. I've been running away from the truth, from the truth every day. Who am I? Trying to see. Murmurs hiding from me, hiding from me. Who am I? Running. Who am I?
Okay. So here, let's talk about this for a real quick second here. Trips 777, otherwise known as Henry Lansbury. I'm curious because have you produced all of this? I'm actually on the same question here as DJ Heinous Espadrilles. Did you take the beat from somewhere? Oh, you said it's my beat. Oh, wow. Okay. Listen. For 3 months, you know what? Before I say anything, Henri, are you looking for just kind of like looking for like a vibe check? Looking for like you're on the right track, keep it going? Or are you looking for pertinent feedback here? Because I have both for you. honestly. I can go both avenues. But before we get into my opinion, while we're waiting for Henri's reply to that question that I just asked, let's go through what you guys are talking about. What's with you and Milkers, Henri Lansbury? Great question, Thundy. Great question. Pertinent question. So no SoundCloud, thank you anyways. Do you accept YouTube? Absolutely not. Boom, for so many reasons I do not accept YouTube. Mainly of which they just flag my shit no matter what I try and no matter how I try. And I try so hard and got so far. But in the end, it doesn't really matter. DJ Hannes, Milker, no pads at the ready. Jesus, this Milker is going to become a theme of this episode. You made the beat and the vocals. Oh, we already asked of that. Nice and very interesting production choices here. Serious question, and I hope you're not offended, but how did you get the 777 to sit higher up in the track name? Yeah, that actually is a good question. I'm curious about that. Also, real talk, are you related to Angela Lansbury? Of course. Mike can go both ways. I can. I can't, actually. I wish I could. I've said this before. If sexuality was a choice, I would have chosen bisexuality like that. But it's not, and I can't. I'm looking for notes on how I can improve the mix. Okay, that's good to know. I want to learn and take as much as I can. We got some notes for you, bro. Don't worry about it. Vibe check, I couldn't care less. Good! That's not the kind of place we do this. But I was willing, if you were just not interested in my opinion, just to save time, I would have done it. A lot of people won't fuck with this style. Yeah, I wouldn't personally have produced something of this nature just because it is, for me, a little bit chaotic. But I think we can shape that chaos into something really interesting. The vocal melody could be developed much more by staying on one note on your vocals. You create a pedal point for the note. The main vocals changes function according to the surrounding harmonies. Okay, Thundy, I'm going to do something real quick. I'm going to just save you some time, and I'm going to, everything you said, again, is very, very correct. Very correct. But I'm going to save you a little bit of time with this here. Not everyone understands the terms, such as pedal point. Now, I know what it means, but why don't you tell them pedal point means when you're basically standing on one note and you're using it as a repetitive sort of theme. When a lot of like main vocals are when you're basically like repeating the same note over and over. Bass does it a lot in a lot of songs from the 80s as well. It's basically when you repeat those things. Let's just be careful when we're talking about the terminology here. Just because we're working with people, not necessarily experts in musical theory. You just aren't trying hard enough, bro. Get by. I mean, I guess I'm not trying hard enough. I'm not gonna try harder than this though. I wear pedal pushers. Is that the same thing? This is stirring some shit today, man. Holding a note as other notes around it move around, changing the sound. That's what a pedal point is. Right. So, well, thank you for the elaboration after I already explained it. But my point with this is that in and of itself is a very specific way of defining something that is a bigger problem, in my opinion, Thundy. And my bigger problem than that, if we look at the vocals, we're not just looking at the pitch of the vocals, because that's what the vocal melody. I don't think the vocal melody, as I said before with the other point, I don't think that the melody or the chord progression is the only thing. I think the dynamics of the vocals are lacking. And pitch is one way of going about affecting the dynamics of vocals, such as so is harmony, so too is unison. Well, technically unison is a form of harmony in a way, but it is a small adjustment that needs to be made to a bigger problem, which is that the vocals, as a matter of fact, not just the vocals, but let's start by looking at the vocals. They lack dynamics. Let's look at them from the start of the song.
For your self-reflection to visit.
So not only are they at the same loudness level, which Thundy, you did also mention, the main vocals feel too loud and too processed. Not only are they at the same loudness level, The mix itself, the frequencies that you have chosen, very, very narrow frequency band for your vocals. We're missing a little bit of the low mids. We're missing a little bit of the high highs. We are compressing all of those frequencies into a very narrow frequency band. Not only that, we're not only compressing the frequencies, we're compressing the dynamics. The dynamics are, as Thundy said, rightfully so, compressed, processed, very, very squished, and consistent throughout, which means that there's no dynamics, there's no change. Not only that, when you add to that the note structure that you did choose, which is very simple and very repetitive, and at some points, yes, Thundy, it is pedaling, I think we have a big problem with the vocals. And the vocals are pretty much one of the things that bother me the most about this song. Now, you insist on making it the lead element of your song. I say we need to work on the lead element of your song a little bit. I mean, Daft Punk used techniques like this, but they were clean and well mixed. The vocals are too harsh with this one. I reference Harder, Better, Faster, Stronger by Daft Punk for my point. Right, that's a good reference. That is a great reference. Now, I think, again, that's not the only problem, but you're speaking truths. You are speaking truths. Yeah, I can't read music and not classically trained clearly. Self-taught bass guitar. Let me just explain a pedal point real quick. This is on fire today. That's all. Tinny. Yeah, okay. So we've talked about all of these things. Now the vocals, there's another issue with the vocals, is that they're spatially taking up a lot of space for one simple reason. Your delays, the this effect here, where we go like this, goes out. That effect, let me be clear here. I've said this to a lot of people, but I'm going to keep saying it. A delay is not a always on effect. A delay is an aesthetic choice for certain key moments of the song. It's basically, if I'm playing a solo on guitar, it's a riff, we understand. But if I'm playing that and the delay is always on, it's distracting the part that I'm playing. Whereas if like sometimes it's on and sometimes it's not. It comes in, it gives a little accent to the end of a phrase, and then it dips out. That's fine. That's fine. You have them on all the time, and that is it's cluttering the space. Proxima Music just subscribed with Prime. Thank you, Proxima. By the way, hi, I just saw you in the chat, trying to join, but the queue is full for now. But we are going to be moving on very shortly, so be prepared for that, Proxima. Because yeah, we're going to move on. Also, thank you for subscribing with Prime. Appreciate that and supporting the stream in the way you do. Okay. Moving on from your vocals here, Henry, I think the entire song sort of also does reflect a little bit of the vocals problem, which is the dynamics of your entire song, both in terms of the arrangement, in terms of the breaks, in terms of the structure of your song. The chaos is intact, but the order is not. And chaos is only chaos when there is order to contrast with it. So I think you need a little bit of like more orderly sections, quiet sections, contrasting sections, so that when you do jump into your chaos, we really feel the chaos. Otherwise, it's just constant noise and we are used to it. And so like when your entire track is overcompressed and overprocessed, when your entire track is a bunch of noise and a bunch of synths coming at you at all times, a lot of that is lost on me as a listener because there's no context. There's no moment after it that it kind of like quiets down and it builds the intensity and it builds the tension and then inevitably releases into chaos. So just keep that in mind with your composition. What else do we got? I think that was it, actually. It's like essentially the big problems that I'm seeing here with your track, not Thundy, but Henry, is you are struggling to find dynamics. You are struggling to find the way to dynamicize, word number 2 invented of this 2025 year, to dynamicize your song, to basically leave context for the chaotic sections. You want me to say that part again? I don't remember exactly what it was that I said, but it was something along the lines of, without order, chaos is irrelevant. It is just more of what there is. When I get the quiet sections that build the tension, when it releases finally into chaos, it is far more satisfying and has a far more of an impactful effect on the listener. And I think you need a little bit more of that order so that this entire ball of chaos that you are here, it means more, it matters more. Otherwise, it's just a lot of the same. And that's pretty much my thoughts here. Thundy's got something as well here. At the last part of your song, you use a technique that turned your vocal into a synth. Daft Punk uses this technique. The thing with how you did it was there was too much going on. Correct. So this sort of speaks to my entire point here. You had a really cool synth effect that would have had a lot of impact, as Thundy points out. It's a really cool effect. Daft Punk uses it all the time. But there was so much going on in the background that effect was lost in the sea of noise. And seas of noise are not necessarily, as I said, a bad thing. But without seas of silence in the same song to compare it to, seas of noise are just the sea. And the sea is fine, but when you can see only the sea around you, the only thing that stands out to you is land. Give your track some land. Give your track somewhere to sit, somewhere to be steady, somewhere to be calm. Take away some of the elements in some of these sections, then add back eventually. And then you're going to have a much better song for it. Resume everything. Sorry guys, stepped away for a beer for a second, but I'm back now. Sorry for any panic I may have caused there. I was panicking the entire time, and you'll never know unless you watch the VOD. Got to know the rules to break the rules. Yeah, so we talked about that in the earlier parts of the stream. First, you learn the rules, then you distort them to your leisure. Thundy is a great perpetrator of knowledge of musical theory, and therefore knows when it is okay or not to break the rules in theory. Well, I'm saying everybody in theory thinks they know that, but this is a good example of someone who knows the rules very well. Know the genre's canon in history if you want to transgress. Yeah. It's important not to repeat history's mistakes, Donald. It's important that we not annex countries, Donald. It's important that we don't get so close to the 30s and we repeat the mistakes of a century ago. Henry Lansbury, thank you for following and supporting the stream in the way you do. Thank you also for allowing us to listen to the track online together, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, critique, what have you. We are here for you. We are here to help you with your music, and we are appreciative to have an opportunity and a platform to do so. So thank you for trusting us with your track. Agreed, silence can be an instrument. Also, I really struggled to leave space. This is Ground Control to Major Tom. And over clog areas with ideas. I'm a noob, but this is super helpful. So yeah, dude, Henry, don't just think of silence as an instrument. Think of it as another band member. Hear me out. You see a stage, right? You think of a stage full of instrumentalists. You have the drummer, you have the bassist, you have the guitarist, you have the other guitarist, you have the lead singer, you have a keyboardist somewhere in the back there. No one gives a fuck. Joking! Keyboardists are badass. But there's always those members, but there's space between them. And if someone were to, at some point, install a light that shines down on the space between them to emphasize every time the musicians stop playing their parts and leave silence and leave breath, it would be far more visual to imagine silence as not another instrument, but another member of the band. Negative space is like a bassist. You got to give them pats on the shoulder and be friends with negative space, because they are a good friend to have. So take that in mind. We are moving on, but we really need you to take that into consideration moving forward when you're creating your music, because it's important. It just is. But yeah, let's move on here, folks. Thanks again for trusting us with your track, Henry. Stick around as we move on to the next in line as well. Proxima, perfect timing. Perfect timing. That was like scary fast. How fast you reacted to that, and I'm actually kind of proud of you. Canada shall not fall. It might though. It might. We don't have that much of a military. Although I will say, the guys, the G's, like the military of Canada, the special forces, they're some fucked up motherfuckers. So if we got the right tactics, we can fuck up an army with like 100 or so people. A whole army, a whole regiment can be fucked up with like 100 operators from the JTFs. Canada's, when they go to war, Canada throws the fuck down. I will say that. So watch out, US. Watch out. Don't be so hasty, because while we don't often engage our operators, when we do, it doesn't work out great for other countries. Just saying. That follow alert was perfectly timed. It was, Thundy, which, by the way, it is your spot. So I'm going to pull up your link here as we speak and as we go over the comments in the chat here. I never wrote a song until a few months ago, but I'm thankful for the honesty. Henry, this is the place for honesty. You're not going to find anything else other than honesty here. So you're in the right place for that. But kudos to you for starting only a couple months ago and getting to this point in that short period of time. It is, objectively speaking, not a bad point to be at in 3 months. Not bad. A positive I would say is that Henri does not equal Henri in your track. That's true. There's a lot going on, and there's no real moment for Henri. There's always something going on. What do you call it? Someone who hangs out around with the musicians? A drummer. Classic. Just don't pretend that there's no drums in the background here. Pretend that I'm not a drummer, and then that joke's actually funny and doesn't hurt me to my soul as the first instrument that I actually learned how to play. Moving on! My name is Sam. Thank you, sir. Well, hello, Sam, and Henry, whatever you choose is your name. Henry, oh, Canada, indeed. Thundy, got your track pulled up right now. Connected, hey, can I submit still? You are welcome to join the queue when there is room for it. Can I ADA other state? I don't know what that means. Can I add another state, I guess is what you mean? No, you cannot. Do the Canadian Special Forces ride horses? Not anymore. Not anymore. Those are Mounties, heinous. Yeah, Mounties, the RCMP, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, and a lot of them don't. I'm having met a lot of the special agents from the RCMP. Horses are a misnomer. Incorrect. DJ Heinous Espadrilles curses. Where may I submit? Up here, the instructions will appear shortly, but you can press command feedback in the chat, and it will give you all the instructions on how to do so. DJ Espadrilles polishing the world's politest military force medals. Sure, bud. Alessio, hi. You listen to my beat? I add it to the queue, but I closed the stream. Yeah. Well, if you wanted to. You can see what the queue looks like right now. There you go. There you are in the queue. You are 5th. DJ Espadrilles, I'm getting your name worse and worse as I go. Unless you're Dave Grohl and do it all. I'm assuming this refers to your last comments, but I do record everything usually. Yes, I do that. I do that a lot, actually. Okay. We are caught up on the chat, which means we are in it to Thunder Dash Alternative. That's a good, decent artist name. No, the drummer joke. Yeah, I guess. Well, he follows himself around. Watch the video play on YouTube, and you'll see that he is both the drummer who follows the band around and the band who follows the band around. Mike, should I render it without Ozone 11 AI assistant shit? Yeah, probably. Probably you should. Although I'm being honest, unless you want to have a mastered quote-unquote result that we can listen to the mix through your master, but I don't recommend it. I don't recommend that at all. Folks, I'm gonna open up the chat a little bit, the queue a little bit more, so that we have a little more space. We're gonna be upgrading to 20 people. So anybody who was not part of the queue moments ago, I'm gonna just put it to 20, so you can join the queue now, and we'll have 20 people in the queue, and that's that on that. We'll go through each and every one of you. Okay, Thunder Dash Alternative. Battle for the Soul. Battle in parentheses. Interesting. The Work in Progress one. It is a symphonic... What's genre? Symphonic rock song. I like that. I like that. So here we go. A new project that I started a few months ago. It is a final boss / final battle that was inspired by facing one's worst enemy, oneself. Ain't that the damn truth? So here we go, folks. Battle for the Soul. A little dramatic. Work in Progress 1. Let's listen to this entire thing and let's talk about it after. Okay, not much to go off of here. You can calm down, related tracks. Not much to go off of here. Before we jump into this, let's do something that DJ Heinous Espadrilles has paid to skip the queue. That is how this works. If you pay, you play. So, we're going to put him... Nope. Next. That's right, because we're already started a review, so we're going to get to DJ Heinous Espadrilles Suivant next in the queue. That is how it works, folks. If you want, you can donate $5 or tap what is it, 500 bits to skip the queue and get your turn quicker than the others. It's the way of the world, unfortunately. And if the U.S. had anything to do with it, it would be even more expensive. Tariffs! I will say, though, DJ Heinous Espadrilles, what you said here, I was expecting more after that build-up. It's not good. It's not good, but a big speedy chugga-chug riff would have been tasty. Capitalismo, baby. Awesome. That's exactly my point. But yes, I actually agree with your musical notes about this particular song. The thing is here, Thundy. First of all, this build... Like, let's talk about this, not even this build. Let's just talk about the intro, the noise, the sound effects. Right where that first sound effect happened would have been where I started my musical intro. That's plenty of context. 7-8 seconds of context with noise is already... almost, in my opinion, pushing it in terms of context. Like, what more do we need from the information that you offer furthermore? Now, this, my opinion, almost changed when I started hearing these sound effects because I thought you were going to do something like a countdown. Like, I thought that this sound effect here, I thought they were going to get more frequent and quicker, and it was going to start building the tension, and I was going to be like, oh, that's interesting. That's a way of going about it. But that didn't even happen. We get like 4 or 5 of these sound effects, and then we get... Then it happens. I don't think that this soundscape is doing you any favors being as long as it is. And that goes double for the actual musical build. Because there's so much tension. There's so much energy going on here in this section. I will say, though, it does sound a little bit like it's trying to be orchestrally mixed, but it's also trying to be like commercially mixed with like instruments, like a band instruments, not just orchestral instruments. It's kind of not decided which direction it's going, and it sounds like it. So mixing wise, I'd say you're probably gonna have to dial up the energy a little bit more, and mix it a little more commercially, like a little bit more energy, so that we feel a little bit less. What's the words I'm looking for here? We're going a little bit less Ocarina of Time and a little more Doom Eternal. Does that make sense to you, Thundy? I'm going for something that makes me feel like I'm about to break down into a metal masterpiece, but that never really gets that heavy and that crazy, but it is still loud and juicy as the soundtrack of Doom Eternal would be. Like that, as that dynamic, that level of but with a little more of your orchestral intention, because I hear what you're going for. So yeah, this. We talked about it today. That chord progression. That's that 1-7. Yeah, like I get it. I get that epicness, that epicosity. Oof, it's word number 3. Someone's got to keep count of these words, and note, because I'm going to forget all of them. Should have someone like watching the stream just so that they can keep track of the words I invent at any given moment. My point with this is, I see the level of epicitude that you're going for, and I think you can amp it up. I think you can amp it up a lot more. Speaking of like drummers and drums and stuff like that, Heinous Espadrilles, don't think I missed that shit, and don't think I missed Fuck Arena of Time. Gold. Like we could use a little more drums in the mix, Thundy. Consistency of energy is what I'm trying to go for. Well, I can respect that the effort is there, but if you're going for consistency of energy and you go from this, this, I don't think you're going for consistency of energy in this. I think you're going for consistency in tension. Like, that I can hear. I can hear something there like consistency of not really resolving except in really dark ways. That consistency is there. But the way that you're achieving it energy-wise, man, I wish I had my drums set up. I knew that I was going to have a stream without drums today, and I was like, this is going to come back to bite me in the ass. But here we are. Like, the drums do need to kind of juice up some of the energy a little bit. It does need to boom, 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 dum, dum, you know, like give me more of that. You know, that's what happens when you give me more drums. It comes out of me without my control. The mix, if I'm being honest with you, the instruments that you're choosing in your song here, Thundy, a little bit meaty-ish. I'm not a huge fan of things that sound meaty-ish. There are genres entirely based on those retro sort of synth designs, I suppose. I don't think this is the place for those synth designs. I think you're going as realistic as possible. The orchestrals sound okay. Putting the mid in meaty. Oh, Heinous, I need you here every stream. I just need you doing this every stream, just like putting it into amazing terms. The would have been special for you special to hear your ideas on the drums on this. Yeah, and I have a couple, honestly. I have like an epic galloping. You know, honestly, there's a way that I can show you what I'm thinking about Hold on, let me pull up a file here. Let me see if I have it somewhere. Because I wrote something that resembles this, even in chord progression, funny enough. It kind of resembles something to do with this. It's very epic. It's very somewhat orchestral, but also metal. Let me see if I could find it, though, because this is some old shit. I don't even know if it's on this. No, it's on my hard drive. I gotta find it somewhere else. Let me see. I'm just gonna like type up the name. But yeah, I think the thing that makes it meaty is the fact that some of the instruments are playing the same chord in the same range. The clashing timbres are probably doing it. No, that's not what I mean at all. I do have the example here. Let's go to the album where this exists. Found it. Okay, cool. I'm going to show you what I mean in a second, but that's not what I mean at all. I think that the timbres themselves are meaty-ish. The timbres are like individually sort of cheap replicas of the instruments that they are trying to reproduce. And when they come together, if anything, they cover each other up a little bit, which is why I have less of a problem with the timbres of the instruments in this section. There, it's a big problem. So, like, this is my point here, Thundy. When you use good samples and you use good instruments, even in these low sections where the dynamics come really, like, down for a more intimate and more breaky sort of moment, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that you're bringing the volume down. Your instruments are good enough to support it. And the sections before it, when it's all converging onto some big epic scale, then that is more forgiving, actually. So it's the opposite of what I think you're describing. Let me show you something that I made that kind of resembles this feel of epic sort of, I called it Epic Legend, terrible name, but like, check it out. That's yours. This. Okay, so besides the awful distortion of that mix that I exported clearly above 1 decibel, guaranteed at least, if not worse, sorry about that for you guys on ears. That was awful for me to listen to, and I'm sorry I even just showed you that. But that's my point. DJ's Heinous says, but the Reels mentioned the chuggy riff, so that is a tool in your tool belt as well, Thundy Griffin. You can like kind of emphasize what is already going on by using chuggy guitars. That is a thing. Reminds you of TSO. Very good. I was very much into Trans-Siberian Orchestra at the time. I was very much into it. Very, very good ear you have, Thundy. So I can tell that you know what you're going for here. I can tell that. But I feel like the mixing techniques that you need to develop in order to make it as huge and as dense and as epic as it needs to be, that's where we are struggling. Like like what ratios and thresholds you use for your compressors, the nitty-gritty of mixing is where you are kind of lacking. You must have some skills in composition. The guitar playing in the background, obviously you have some skills in performance as well. You sound like a live musician to me, if I do say so myself. And that's a compliment by all means, because I think it's much harder to do live music than it is to do studio music. Studio, you can fuck up as many times as you want. Live, it's now or never. And the audience is there listening to your now or never. So it's a full compliment. But yeah, I hear mixing errors, and I'm hearing mixing choices that are not ideal to the aesthetic that you yourself are trying to portray. He has some notes. The DJ has some notes around 110. Of course you do. I'm open to hearing them, of course. My biggest thing is that I have these epic ideas, and when I put them down in my DAW, I feel like the execution is sometimes lacking. Well, that's good. That's good that you recognize that, because I do believe that that is your main obstacle to overcome, your main hurdle. But it is a hurdle. It does not mean that it is a fucking 20,000 foot tall wall. It's something to overcome, and something that is easily overcomable. I practiced for a long time a lot of different techniques for a lot of different instruments. Something that I've been practicing a lot more lately is like sort of that blend between orchestral and band-like instruments. And a good example I think that I could show you, which I think, again, you're going for in yours, and is far more of a better example, is a song that I wrote for one of my barbarians in my D&D campaign. So I don't know if I mentioned it a couple of times, but I like D&D. I am a DM, and I have a campaign where I've had some players leave, and I currently have some some other players, and I've composed musical themes for all of my players. And when my barbarian was in my campaign and was part of my party, I composed her this theme. So yeah, that's just an example, but like it's giving a reckless attack, DJ Hannah says Padrillos, but thank you. That was the reckless moment. That was the raid. That's her rage theme. That is Elvaris's rage theme. Literally that section of what I showed you. So well done. Well done. It's okay. It's fine, Padrillos. It's okay. I'm not taking your spelling errors into consideration at all. I have a few pieces that I felt absolutely nailed it in every aspect. I'm the guy who experiments and fuses. As you said, this was inspired by things like Doom, D&D, and other similar franchises. So yes, and I hear that again. Like, we're hearing in the tension building here. Like, again, the drums could just come up in the mix, honestly. Everything else is super loud, and those drums, especially the toms, the snares, the kick might be in a decent place, but again, I don't like the sound of the kick. Those things are percussives. They're meant to percuss, to punch through, to transpierce the layer that you are establishing with all of your brass and all of your strings. They should be, wah, coming on out. You're creating tension. Create some motherfucking tension. I wish I could show you the drums that I like play with live. Not live like as a drummer, but like the ones I use, the ones that I use for the stream. I don't like beach ball kicks. I'm gonna work that kick. There's a universe where that kick works. I don't love the sample. It might only need some compression. If I'm being honest with you, that might be the only thing that you need. That's the only thing. That might be the only thing. If you manage to compress it properly with the right room sound that you have on it, it sounds like a decent room, honestly. There is a world where this kick will work. I think, however, Thundy, you are doing yourself more of a disservice not finding the right sample to start and then reprocessing it after you have gotten the right sample for this song. I think, personally. Shreddage drums is what I use. Don't know what that is. But I do know that a kick, I don't know what you're describing in terms of beach ball kick. I'm assuming it's something that is like far more scooped in the mids, very low heavy and a high heavy. I'm assuming that's what you mean. But I think that's kind of what your track needs. Your track doesn't need all of these mids. It has all of the mids already in your horns, in your other drums, Christ, in your guitars. You have all the mids that you can possibly imagine. Really, what is lacking are those frequencies in the low lows and the high highs. Because even with a double bass, we know very well that when you're in a room that's playing a double bass, fine, there's enough bass. But in a mix, far harder to get a double bass to fill all of those sub-low frequencies. Like, I don't know. Beach ball kicks are those with minimal low end that doesn't have the good boom a good kick has. Oh, well then, yeah, beach ball kicks is the opposite of what you want for this. You want those real dark, bright and dark kicks at the same time. You want both of those. Like the dark low end and that super punchy high end. Yeah, there are plenty of mids, but for this sort of stuff, you want to feel like the bass drums are about to make the roof collapse in. I'm a little more on that school of things. That's a little bit more my, one of my audio. Okay, I know what you're talking about instantly. You know why? I call them basketball kicks. Tung, tung, tung. Like, yeah, I've had to work with basketball kicks all the time. Beach balls, I think about it, and honestly, if I hit a beach ball, I could probably get a good low-end resonance out of it if I had the right microphones and stuff like that. So that's why maybe I'm confusing a beach ball with that. But like, yeah, I instantly know exactly what you're talking about. Because yeah, I have clients send that shit to me all the fucking time, and I have to turn those into a respectable commercial sounding kick. But I think that's my point here, is I think you need a juicy ass kick that will make it feel like the roof is about to collapse in. Almost as if US was invading Canada and the bombs started dropping. The roof is going to collapse. I don't know why I keep bringing this up. I guess it is bothering me. I guess I just need to talk about it or something, but like, Jesus. But yeah. Thickkick.wave. I don't want to click on that for fear of you, DJ Heinous Espadrilles. I am fearful of you. And congratulations, you done it. So like, chapeau, kind of like, I'm impressed that you made me scared of files and links that you might submit. So also the, Thundy, the last note, but I've already said it, is that there is a lot, there's not enough bang for the buck in this song. It's like a lot of build and not a lot of give. I've said it before already. It's like, give us more of the main section, give us less of the tension and more of the release. In terms of this balance, you got a lot of tension and not enough release. So we need more of that. All bark, minimal bite. No, you still have some bark. And, you still have some bite. You know, your textures, and not your textures, but your chord progression and your tension building still does in and of itself offer some bite to it, which is a good thing. But more. It's not a real link, sorry, Blue Balls, bro. Well, now I kind of want to click it. Either way, Thunder, I feel like you're going in the right direction. I just think you need to just give it a little more gas, like in every respect, in the voluptuous respect, in the volume respect, in the mixing sort of aggressivity. Your samples need a little upgrade in general. Thundy, I'm curious as to what you use with in terms of a DAW, because I'm using Logic Pro. and I'm finding excellent stock samples just with that program. Like I don't need to download, I mostly don't need to download anything other than free apps apart from that. And I'm getting some excellent results with my compositions and with my, like, especially orchestral stuff. I'm impressed as to the orchestral suites that come with Logic Pro X. I think I'm using X. So I'm curious, Thundy, as to what software you're using, because if you're finding instruments from all over the place and you don't have a huge budget for like amazing sampling suites, that might be where we're lacking. Maybe you just need to be given access to tools that are really solid. Solid samples might just up your game tenfold without doing anything else, honestly. I use Studio One 6 Pro. Fabulous DAW. I've heard excellent things about Studio One. I have a Korg, Kronos, and VSTs with Spitfire, Impact Soundworks, Contact, and others. Yeah, okay, so as I thought, sort of a patchwork of tools, plus your guitars and bass, which is fine because, you know, with native instruments, you get some decent guitar simulators as well. But as I thought, a bit of a patchwork of tools. If you're using like an orchestral suite that has been recorded in a similar context, or if you like mix it in a way where it is all a similar context, it'll help you a lot. I don't know much of the Spitfire and Impact Soundworks stuff, but I think you might be due for an upgrade sample-wise. I think is your biggest issue, perhaps. DJ. Yeah, I had a Producer friend years ago when I first started, and his stuff always sounded so much better than mine. And I asked him about that one day, and he was like, well, yeah, all my samples are better than yours. And he was so right. Yeah. It makes a difference because I have a bunch of my friends that are like better composers than me, hands down, and their mixes are worse. And I'm like, well, what tool are you using? He goes, well, I'm using Reaper. And I'm like, well, it's a great software, but if you don't know how to get it to work, and you don't know how to get those samples to sound good, then you can't just use stock, regular, average samples and expect it to sound pro quality. Whereas Logic, they have the entire Apple organization behind them. You know what I mean? They have Apple budget to record musical samples, and that's not just for orchestral. It's drums, it's amp simulators as well. They have a decent algorithm on their amp simulators. It's all that is kind of like jazz instruments as well, jazz sections rather. Even ensembles like string quartets and stuff like that. The Apple budget that supports the production of that quality of stems, it's a win-win for Logic, honestly. BBC Orchestra is my main orchestral outlet. Well, orchestra wasn't necessarily my biggest problem. It wasn't my biggest problem. Drums really stood out for me as a lot worse. But orchestra, I think that if you don't have an orchestral suite tool that you can adjust which accentuation the players are playing, like for instance, if a violinist is playing staccato or spiccato, very similar accentuations on a violin, but they do make a difference in the mix. And a player would know this, which is why they would play, or rather a composer would know this, which is why they would designate whether it's spiccato or staccato. And those little details we don't have access to a lot of the time in our core. Like our core tools. We don't have access to that nuance that changes the very feel of your shit. But I think you have something that is workable. You're just gonna have to work a little harder, I think. BBC does spiccato. Okay, cool. That's great. I know BBC Orchestral Suite. I've used it once. Yeah, I think I've used it once before. And it's not bad. I'm just saying. You know what I mean? I'm just saying. You got to up your game with regards to not only sample selection, but sample treatment. You have to do both. It goes hand in hand. You say staccato, and I say spiccato. Let's call the whole thing off. No, I was all off key, and I hated it. Yeah, Top Rank Lil Bam, you're already part of the queue, my dude, so you're good. Full Red Music, appreciate you joining, and appreciate Basterix as well for joining. Thank you guys for joining the queue. Either way, yes, Thunder, you said thank you before, and you said thank you again now. I appreciate you for allowing us to listen to the song online, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. We appreciate the opportunity to listen to something a little bit different than what we're used to, which is usually electronic stuff. I like some orchestral switch-ups. It's very nice. It's a nice welcome change. So either way, thank you for trusting us with your track. At least for the time being, I'm excited to hear its upgraded version, and I'm excited to hear more from you, Thundy, either way, because it sounds like you've got compositional know-how and competence, and now we just need to get the mixing on that same scale. You're so welcome. I'll be back again soon. What's the queue looking like right now, by the way, just to get an idea? Well, next on the docket is Heinous Espadrilles, who will submit their song in the chat, and the queue in order to I am a mod. What are you talking about? Play with viewers. Oh, top rank Lil Bam. No. No. There are some functions that are reserved to mods. That is the queue. That's what it's looking like right now. So we got over 10 people in line. So, yeah. It's beginning to look a lot like Heinous up in this bitch. It is, though. Here, the proof, the evidence here. Also, y'all, if you want to take a look at the queue, it is right down here. Right here. Okay, I had no idea. No, it's all good. I just decide when next is next. That's how it works. It's, it would be irresponsible of me to let y'all skip the queue. Speaking of Ford, don't know. Ford, if you want to skip the queue, this is how you do it. If you wish, you can cheer 500 bits or donate $5, and that will get you ahead of the line, ahead of everyone else. Do I have a link to donate? You betcha. There you go. Okay, so we got Big Man on a Small Horse. Love that artist name. And we're going to listen to 2 minutes of this here. New Year's Eve. You perhaps produced this recently. Released January 8th, which was today. Oh yeah, uploaded 2 hours ago. I see that now. Cool. Let's listen to 2 minutes of this, and let's talk about it together thereafter. Okay, cool. That is cool. So good track. I mean, in general, the aesthetic, it seems you have a universe. I think you have a nice fade out. Thank you. It wasn't that bad. I do agree with you. You have the universe established, and I like that. That's a really hard part of telling a story. A story is kind of like establishing the aesthetic or the landscape, but I think you've done that quite successfully here. I think the problem is I don't know who the who the main character is in this story and what journey they are undertaking, if there is only one or if there is multiple. The journey itself is really what is not clear here. It's me! Yeah, I know it's you as the producer. I'm the main character. Main character syndrome in D&D. Forehead thinks we should hydrate. Everybody grab your water bottles and get some water in you. Also, Forehead, hold your link because we are getting to you, but you will have seen that I did change your position in the queue because you did skip the queue. Cheers to you for supporting the stream in the way you do. Appreciate that. So, I had some beer. Hope that's okay. It'll do for now. But drink some water after. I'm not playing on that heinous. Every drink you should accompany that with a drink of water. Your liver and your kidneys, you just can't fuck with them because when they're gone, they're gone. You can get a transplant, sure, but like, why? Just drink a glass of water after your drinks. You know what I mean? Come on. Okay, Mom. You're welcome, son. Okay, so my point with this is, we'll get base Terex, we'll get to your comment in a moment. My point with this is that I think you've established a nice arrangement here, and I think that the layer of leads that you have sort of superimposed on top of it, it doesn't quite mesh just right with the landscape. Let me go into a couple of the points that we want to talk about here. So first of all, let's just talk about something real quick. This intro and that are just far too contrasted. Like, what are we hovering at here? -20 and peaking at -15, and then we get to literally +0. I don't say -0 or +0. I don't say 0. I say +0 intentionally because it's probably hovering around -5 lufs. -6 or 7 would be my exact estimate on an integrated scale. I would say you're looking around -6 or 7 lufs, which is a loud track. Looking for that smack you in the face type of thing, but I hear you. There's smacking someone in the face, and then there is decking them with an 18-wheeler. You know, like, there's a middle ground here, I think. I think if you bump that up by 5 to 10 dB, no one's going to hate you, and it's still going to come out of nowhere. Why? Because texturally, it contrasts so different. From the Top Rope! Yeah, I'm okay with From the Top Rope. But there are very few songs that make this level of difference actually work. Very, very few. And I don't think that this is the exception to this rule, if I'm being honest with you. Okay, that's easy. So, around 30 seconds, I wrote, I think we need a new lead until now. Yeah, sure. Keep whatever helps you sleep at night. So yeah, this is after approximately 8 bars of your pattern 4 or 8. I forget how many. But at this point, I would say that we need something a little bit more than just what we already have. We're getting more of what we already have been given here. Listen. Like, just throwing a layer of something leady or something melodic can really just freshen up this entire section. And I think the Phrygian scale is your way of going about that, personally. Again, that's just my opinion. But I think you need a little bit of something like that in there, like a little insinuation of what is to come. Go Phrygian. Trust me. Okay. So correct me if I'm wrong here. Fridge Ian scale is cool for sure. Like a fridge. It's kind of like a fridge, except it's okay. We're gonna move right along before I get into that tangent. Correct me if I'm wrong here, Heinous. Are the vocals out of tune from the rest of the song? I think they are. Let's listen to the song and then let's let the vocals come in and let's hear them. Now, if you call this microtonal, I swear to God, I'll throw you right out the window, but it sounds flat by about 20 cents, 25 cents, maybe, the vocals. Of course you think it's microtonal. Okay, just open your window. I'll be right there. No, yeah, I think you do need to just pitch up the vocals so that they sit in the right pocket. I understand contrast. I understand microtonal contrast with the rest. I too listened to King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard. But it's the flat part that is bothering me. If it was sharp, I'm not sure I would say the same thing. I just hate that it's flat. Like the choice of it making it flat and not sharp is, I think, what bothers me the most personally. But real talk, I kind of like it being slightly off. I totally get you. I kind of like the idea of it too. Like and I'm not saying whatever I'm saying to be a prick too. I recognize you. I genuinely think off vocals are good as a tool, not as a state. So I guess that's what I'm saying here. There's a tension with it ever so slightly, but that's possibly a personal thing. No, I am with that tension. And I think that if that tension was tonally selective in its moments, I think it would be far more well achieved. But there's only so much a universal flatness throughout gets you in terms of tension before it's like, well, this just sounds off. A little off choice on choice moments, I'm actually with you 100%, DJ. It's like you're fucking with shit. So it's really good. But this is a little much, in my opinion. Salutes, Mike. ¿Qué tal, Mallorca? Prospero año. That's funny. Smack you in your face or in your face. You see, DJ Heinous says Padrilles. I do not mind a smack or two in the bed. Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah, every now and then. For those are welcome, and I look for them. Let the listener do what you do. When want to be smacked, reach for the volume knob. You usually do this with music that sounds nice. And remember, we live under normalization era too. I love Mallorca, como te quiero. Whenever he comes in, he like sort of drops this bomb about like mastering that is totally pertinent with the point that I'm trying to express. And yes, that's my point, is if you... Heinous, have such a low moment at the beginning here. We're going to talk about it, but we're going to move on after this. If you have such a low moment as this, and I turn up the volume, and then that next portion comes up, and my volume's at like 90, that shit is going to be annoyingly loud at that point, which is why I was making the argument of like, you don't want it that low. Because you want people to turn up your shit when it's already loud. And that, to Mallorca's point, beautiful. Beautiful. The intention is tension. You might have fucked those up in the wrong order for the word play to work, but it's okay. I get it. When I want to be smacked, I always reach for the knob. That's fair. On fire, man. On fire. I enjoy your shit. I enjoy your work. Okay. We're gonna move on. Pero Mallorca, muchísimas gracias. And muy bien, Mallorca, says Heinous Espadrilles. Espadrilles means shoes, right? Espadrillos, I think. I think they mean shoes. No, that's oh fuck. Sneakers, I think, is what they are. Anyways, at 1 minute, around where we're getting now, let's zoom in here for a second. Zapatos means shoes. Thank you. I was thinking of Zappos for some reason, and I was like not finding the atos. The zapatos. Espadrilles are a very specific type of sandal with a rope sole. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. We've clarified this. I feel like I'm having a deja vu of you explaining this. I feel like you've already done it. It's okay. I'm stupid. Okay, let's move on here. My point at 1 minute. Around this part, like I said at 30 seconds where we want like a melodic sort of implication, at this point we want something that is far more like a pad, but a high frequency pad. I'm going to use the guitar to illustrate, but I don't think the guitar is your choice, just for the full record. I'm going to use the guitar as kind of an indication. Okay, good. Just show you what I mean here. Hearing it comes in. It comes in. It's there. I hear it. But like, I don't know. I guess I need more of a pad high end. I was actually doing guitar plucks like as an example, and I'm hearing something that's in there actually. But yeah. I need more something that is hovering. Hovering. That's what I need. Mira tú, todos aprendemos algo. A todos los días. Like every single day I'm learning something new. And look at you. I know. Thank you. I had a friend who came back from holidays with a pair, and I had a DJ gig the next week, so I gave my DJ name as Heinous Espadrilles to piss him off. That's a great origin story, dude. That was over 20 years ago, so who's laughing now? Me, that's who. Fuck you, Steven. Poor Steven. Poor Steven only wanted to get you like a thoughtful gift, like, here, man. Tiene espadrilles para ti. And then Heinous Espadrilles 20 years later going, fuck you, Steven. Steven's there like, I just wanted to be a friend. Okay, the last note that I had here was around this part, if I'm not mistaken. Alex Pereira in the ring with Jamal Al-Hill. Where is the thing? Where is the story? You get that little vocal, which is a little bit loud in my opinion. That like that is good, and it's a little loud in my like in my ears personally. However, there's nothing else. I wrote literally just more lead, exclamation point. Literally. I mean, it's backwards, but that's all I wrote on that one particular part. I was like, we need more of the story. And this was my last note, so I guess that's why I said in general, like the journey that you're telling me here doesn't seem complete. It doesn't seem complete because we're missing accents that fill in for the lead elements. We're missing the lead elements at later parts in the song. I feel like the journey that is going through your that your main character is going through is not clear to me. It's not clearly defined. That's really what I'm hearing as a result of all of these issues, one after the other, with the specifics of like filling the space. I'm not always going to tell people fill the space, but this is probably a good time to do it because I'm missing a little bit of it, just a little bit. Here are your espadrilles. I know, right? Chama! Don't know what that is. Is the tempo right? Yes, the tempo is 140. That's definitely correct. I don't know what he means by that either. I guess it's right. Yeah, the tempo feels okay to me. The tempo feels right for this particular kind of aesthetic. The transition. Let's hear. Oh, let's hear. Yep. Perfectly cool. The genre is literally called 140th, so that's pretty much a given. I had no idea that that's what the genre was called, if I'm being honest with you. I don't care about genre personally. But yes, the if you're talking about the 1, 2, 3, 4, like that is right on the grid. It's perfectly fine, Mallorca. That's pretty much all I gotta say based on what we've heard. Genre, I hardly know her. That was bad. That was the worst one so far of today. I'm being honest with you. That was unimpressed. Unimpressed by that. Yes, it's the fast doublets at the start that confused me at first. The fast doublets? Which one's these? No, I don't think it's a problem necessarily. Oh, you mean the start of the transition? You mean this? Yeah, that's definitely over 135, guaranteed. I can guarantee you that that's over 135. So it's probably 140, especially if the genre is called 140. FL Studio has many flaws, but an inability to hold a solid BPM is not one of them. No, that's Logic's job. Like, I will say... Agreed. Let's a little clap for Heinous. I will say a lot. I will tout Logic as much as I possibly can, but there's one problem that keeps recurring is that sometimes there's just tempo issues, and I hear tempos are different because I'm annoying like that. My brain doesn't let me just like go, oh yeah, it sounds close enough. No, that's not how my brain works. I cannot stop until I figure out what the fuck happened there, and I do. And then it's better. Anyways, thank you very much, Heinous Espadrilles, for your solid commentary this entire stream. I hope you stick around and provide more because I need that in my life. Second of all, for allowing us to listen to the track online, to talk about it, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you, about the song. We appreciate the opportunity to do so, as always, as with everyone. Appreciate you skipping the queue as well. Forgive for the rest of you. I hope you can forgive that, but there are ways that you too can avoid waiting in line if you wished. And just like our next person that we're listening to, also skip the queue. No, I mean, yes, it is in time. I got confused by those double kicks at the first bar of the transition. Yeah. That's what I went back and listened to. But we've been new. I had a 606 drum machine as my first drum machine. I got it cheap, and I found out that that was because literally it couldn't hold a tempo. You're a drum machine. You have one job. The pleasure was all mine, and despite my glibness, I genuinely appreciate the feedback, and I can fish. Thank you very much for your follow. We appreciate you. I can tell that your glibness is only a layer of complexity on top of your genuine appreciation, and I appreciate you right back. And honestly, if you stop being glib, I might appreciate you less. But until then, thank you for trusting us with your track. We're going to move on, folks. We have a whole mess of people in this line. It's New Year's. It's the new year, and people are just jumping at the opportunity to have their music listened to, and then they're probably going to jump out of the stream because we haven't covered them fast enough, and then they're not back in time, and then I skip their turn, and then they're going to be mad. That's why you guys should stick around and listen to all the songs, because there's lessons in everyone's music. But yeah. Forward, I don't know, forward music. Let's go forward music. It's your term. It's your turn. Almost the same word. And I'm just waiting for you because you paid to skip the queue, which I appreciate you doing. So let's just get your queue, your track in the chat, please. By the way, Mike, do you know the difference between a drummer and a drum machine? No. No. One can keep a tempo. Is that would be the obvious joke. But according to Heinous Espadrilles, no, it can't. Here we got Ascolta Nuclear Melt. Oh, Italian. Another Italian. Jeez. You only have to tell the drum machine once. That's funny. That's funny. That's a good one. I've never heard that one in particular. But I like that. And I'm definitely going to be telling all of my drummer friends that. For sure. For sure. Might text my buddy. No, I'm not going to. For Ed Music. I think you're Italian. Credo che sei italiano. Se c'è questo ascolta Nuclear Meltdown no master di Fored su SoundCloud, credo che è italiano, no? Okay. Nuclear Meltdown no master. So that's good that we have no master. Now, Fored, what 2 minutes of your 6-minute song do you want us to listen to? Because we are giving you 2 minutes. I'm from the Italian part of Switzerland. Well, there you go. There you go. The Italian part of Switzerland, so north of Italy, right? Like a South Switzerland, if I'm not mistaken. Unless I don't know the geography of Europe that well, honestly. So yeah, but for Ed, which part of your song do you want us to listen to? Do you want us to do you want us to like just listen from the beginning and only just let the song start till the 2 minutes pass? Okay, perfect. We will absolutely do that at this very moment. Mallorca, so he's rich and fun to hang with. Yeah, he's the fun Swiss. He's the fun Swiss part. I love Swiss chocolate. I love Swiss cheese. I love Swiss commodities. We just had some cheese fondue, actually, and some chocolate fondue this earlier this week. And that was fun. It was great. Okay, Nuclear Meltdown. Let's skip the first 10 to 20 seconds. You got it. And let's start there and listen to 2 minutes from that point. Okay. So. Okay. Let's start by stating a couple of things that we like. First of all, I like the aesthetic. I've liked several of the aesthetics that I'm hearing this evening. It seems like people know the universe that they're building and the story that they're telling for the most part. Your instruments all sound pretty well mixed in general. I will say, with the exception of the leads that are a bit quiet. Now, this might be because you have not mastered yet that they are sounding quiet, and therefore you've mixed them back so that by the time when you master, they come out a little bit louder, but your drums are overwhelmingly the loudest element. This is correct. This is correct. But I think that even with that in mind, and even that taken into consideration, your leads might still be a little bit quiet. I might be wrong about this one. I'm fully saying I might be wrong. But keep an eye out for it. Like, keep an eye out when you are doing the mastering, because they might just need a little, you know. Contrarily, the bass might be too loud. I think your drums are right in the right place volume-wise. Maybe a little more juice on the snare. Maybe. Let's hear. Oh, your snare's fine. Honestly, your drums are right where they should be. But that main bass, dun 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 dun. It's already very front and center and is very like motivated by the kick and the snare in general. It is like a kind of syncopated with the kick and the snare. So it has the space, plenty of it, as a matter of fact. I don't necessarily think we need that much bass. I think we need to touch it up a little bit. My last note, because I don't have that many, honestly. You've produced something that is close to finished, mix-wise at least. Creatively speaking, I'm gonna take a page out of Thundy's book. Thundy was someone, if you were hanging out with us for a while here, Fored. Thundy was a few listens back. We were listening to someone who was more on the like orchestral and musical theory knowledge side. He stated a few times in a few different people's stream that it was a little bit stale melodically, and it was like kind of. It could have used a bit of a change up. And I'm going to go ahead and say that in this particular song, when we're staying on, I think that's E, if I'm not mistaken. If we're staying on that riff the entire time, I think we could do a little bit better than that, personally. I think that we can strive for something that doesn't necessarily change the entire feel of the song, but we can add in, like, here I have an idea. Trichords is really where I'm coming at this for, like as an added layer, an added method of complexity for your song. That like just something to add a little bit more tension, a little bit more contrasts, like those weird notes. I play the guitar, so that's where I'm coming from melodically speaking, but like you could make any instrument do that. Again, you don't have to change anything about the feel of your song. You could just add to it. You can just give another layer. There seems to be something that can be done about this song. And it feels like it's sort of just vibing in a spot, which that spot is cool. I'll give it to you for it. It's pretty dope. But what's to make me listen to like a minute of this and go, okay, cool, I get it, and then skip? subscribing for 8th month in a row. Thank you very much for supporting the stream in the way you do. We appreciate you very, very much. So, yeah, I guess that's really where I'm coming here. I'm hearing goodness, but I'm hearing the opportunity for betterness. Does that make any sense? I don't know. I don't make any fucking sense either way. But that's pretty much my last note on your song. Is almost complete. And that's a compliment, because if I don't have much to say about something, usually it's like, okay, you're pretty good. But there is a layer here that is missing, and I think you could easily come up with something real quick, honestly. But yeah, thank you either way, Fored. I would listen. You know what? Let's just, because you skipped the cue, let's give you a little bonus listen here.
This is an emergency broadcast. A massive.
Cool. That's the second half of the song, folks. So I'm looking forward to hearing this one released with a little bit more thought and attention put into the journey, to put into the tension and the release of your current already existing structure. I like the way it is. I think you can add some juice to it. But yeah, either way, Fored, thank you very much for trusting us. Well, not yet. Sorry, that's not how I do things in that order. Thank you for allowing us to listen to the song online, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. Mille grazie per dare le permissioni per ascoltare la canzone sull'internet. We are appreciative of the opportunity and want to reciprocate in kind your support of the stream, not only by being here and listening to us and contributing to the stream, but also by skipping it, of course, and providing the literal ability for me to keep the stream afloat, like physically. The internet don't pay for itself. Either way, Fored, thank you for trusting us with your track. Grazie per avere fatto confidenza con la tua canzone. We're moving on here, folks. Fored, we appreciate you. We thank you. Let us move forward or backward. I don't know, whichever one. Oscar August. Now, I will say something about Oscar August. I don't know if they're still around, but they got skipped twice. So thank you very much, Oscar August. We appreciate your patience. You are still with us too. Champion and Trooper for sticking around. And as it stands, you can go ahead and submit your track in the queue, or not in the queue, but in the fucking chat. Let's just do that. Let's just say it that way. Any day. It's funny. You get skipped twice, and then and then I'm like rushing you. Would that be funny? Yeah. Let's go. Got it here. Okay, we're pulling it up. Discord chat queue. Nah, G. This chat queue. General. It's right in this. It's always been in this stream. It's always going to be in this stream. The queue is right here. Have you already joined it? I believe. No, it's command join. General. Command join is the way you join. Anonymous tipped $10. Well, I thank Anonymous for the support. Don't know who that was necessarily, but we appreciate you, and we thank you for supporting the stream in the ways that you do. I hope that wasn't for a skip, but yeah. Oh, that was me again. Wanted to say thank you again. Mille grazie for it. Thank you very much. We appreciate your support of the stream. Triple at this point support of the stream. You are keeping us alive, my dude. So we appreciate you doing so. All thanks to you. All thanks to the Italian part of Switzerland in this current time of day. No, just to you, Fored. Okay, we've got Oscar August here, LOV version 1, and it's a K-pop pitch I don't know what K-pop pitch is, but let's give it a try. Yes, pitch to SM. Again, I work with K-pop artists. Korean pop idea. Yeah, no, I know what K-pop is. I don't know what K-pop pitch. Oh, I see. Got it. You're literally trying to pitch the song to a K-pop. Got it. All right, let's listen to the track, or 2 minutes of it at least, and let's hear what we think about it, and let's talk about it after. Here we go. Oscar August, LOV, version 1.
What to say, make my day. Every time I see your pretty face, out of space, 'cause you are more than perfect. No, I ain't good enough to deserve all your love. That's the only thing I want. Baby, I can't live without your love. Guess it's L-O-V. Baby, I can't live without your touch. Spell it L-O-V. I need it now, 'cause I can't wait you. Hit me with your arrow of love. Baby, I can't live without your love. Guess it's L-O-V. You got me like, ooh, ooh, ooh. Guess it's L-O-V. You got me like, ooh, ooh, ooh. Guess it's L-O-V. Oh, you so yummy, yum, like a sweet bubble gum. Make me wanna buy a ton of flowers for your living room. Oh, you so yummy, yum, like a sweet bubble gum. Yeah, I think you should know that I fell for you. No, I ain't good enough to deserve all your love. That's the only thing I want. Baby, I can't live without your love. Guess it's L-O-V. Baby, I can't live without your touch. Spell it L-O-V. I need it now, 'cause I can't wait you. Hit me with your arrow of love. Baby, I can't live without your love. Guess it's L-O-V. You got me like.
All right, we're gonna stop it there because I could literally just listen to this song, like legitimately. It's a good song, dude. Yeah, so I know a little bit of K-pop, very little, but the K-pop that I do know, I know very well, like Luna and ITZY and a little bit of Blackpink and some Red Velvet, very little Red Velvet, and I'm thinking of another one. I forget someone. I forget the artist name. Twice. That's the other one that I know a little bit. So you've done some solid work here, as this embodies a very Luna aesthetic. I miss Luna. They were really, really good at composing music and composing vocal melodies. It was like a good musical K-pop group. Was RIP. Okay, let's talk a little bit about this. I have very little to say from second 0 to like the first drop. I don't even know if I have any notes. As a matter of fact, let's just go back and listen to that together. If anybody could find something in the chat, by all means say. Okay, except this time actually do it. Thank you so much for not putting a producer tag, by the way. I appreciate that.
What to say, make my day.
Yeah, so the second half of the intro, I'm probably thinking we're gonna need something like ooh, ooh, like just as a like an insert kind of thing. Let me see how it sounds actually. 2, 3. All right, let's see if we can throw something in here.
what to say.
Yeah, something that is not at the same pitch necessarily as the main verse. Ooh, 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 ooh. Something like that. You know what I mean? Like some form of melody that is there. So yeah, that is pretty much the only thing I think.
Make my day every time I see you. Pretty face.
Snare, actually, okay, fine. I'm hearing some new things. Your snare's a little underwhelming in this particular section. I would juice your snare up a little bit.
Out of space, 'cause you're more than perfect.
I agree with myself.
That's right. No, I ain't good enough to deserve all your love.
Flawless.
That's the only thing I want. Baby,
So for the first chorus, personally, one of my notes that I did write down is that I think that you can do with an actual tiny silence, not just the actual transition with the drums and stuff, but something that is like complete silence for a moment. I think that that'll give you actually a really nice effect when the first chorus comes in. Because I don't mind it so much building in the second chorus, but this one here, we have already that hollow feel established a little bit. It would be nice to cut away from volume and then just cut back into it. What I say could transition better into the breathy vox. Yes, exactly what I'm saying. Let's hear.
Baby, I can't live without you.
I think something that is there can definitely be cut away in terms of like the build and not necessarily the vocals, so that we get a little silence, and then we come into the drums. Down, 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 down. You know, like that. That's that sort of tension, that little 2 quarter notes of silence in the instrumental, so that when the vocals come in, they just come in. That would be my opinion. About the drop,
Love gets its salary.
those kicks are too soft. That's an easy fix. Turn them up. That's all we need.
Baby, I can't live without your touch. Spell it out on me. I need it now.
So you're going into like a B chorus at this part, and I want to point out that nothing in the background and the aesthetic really changes, except for your vocals. Nothing else changes,
'Cause I can't wait.
except everything in the drums.
You hit me with your arrow of love. Baby, I can't live.
We still have that. Yeah, I know, Tips. I know. I heard it after, and I was like, oh well, fuck. It's also the bass. The bass does come into hover instead of just accenting. It comes into sort of stay, and the drums get more energetic. Yes, I feel like with the textures, like the actual synth textures, we might need a pad or something to fill in those gaps on the high, mid, and high like sections. I think personally, yeah, I wanted to give it a smoother feel with an 808 in the B chorus. That's cool. I think the kicks should be louder. That's all I think. But high strings might be a good might actually be a good idea. Thank you, Mouth, for listening to my brain. Appreciate it. But yeah, this high strings is good. Like high synth, maybe like just hovering high frequencies. Words. What are those, Tips? I have no idea what you're talking about. That, and that. I said so yummy yum. Second half.
Oh, you so yummy yum, like a sweet bubble gum. Make me wanna buy a ton of flowers for your living room.
I hear this encapsulate like a reperformed by like a female rapper. I hear a female vocal. Oh, you're so yummy yum. You know, like I hear that happening here, and it's great. And don't get me wrong, I like it. The second half, however.
Oh, you so yummy yum, like a sweet bubble gum. Yeah, I think you should know that I fell for you.
Again, musically speaking, it's getting a little hollow. I think you could use a riser, just a pitched riser. Just a very simple couple of Idiot 965. Thank you so much for following. Appreciate that. I'm into Aussie music these days, so welcome. But yeah, exactly like a pitched riser, just in the second half of that in like that section, because there's no pitch other than that musical pitch, and I don't think that there needs to be. But yeah, no. An Aussie Idiot. So there's a procedure. You see this long list of people below me that have joined a queue and that are waiting in their turn in line. Get in line. Also, SoundCloud only, not no YouTube. Thank you for your patience. So a little riser, yeah, just a little something that throws that section through a little bit of a different loop. Let's go to the second chorus.
Baby, I can't live without your touch. Spell it out for me.
Okay, now I'm going to do a thing here, Oscar, where I'm going to go between the first chorus and the second chorus. So let's start with the second.
Baby, I can't live without your love. Guess it's on me.
Okay, now first one.
Baby, I can't live without your love. Guess it's on me. Can't live without your love. Guess it's on me.
Yeah, you added vocal harmonies. Yes, that is new. But this is your last chorus of the song. Your chorus should be coming out guns a-blazing from the start of your last chorus. So my recommendation to you is to have full send, exactly, Tips, exactly. My recommendation to you would be to use the drums that you had in the B section of your first chorus, these ones, I think.
Baby, I can't live without.
Up front.
I can't live without your love. Guess it's on me.
And also vocal ad-libs. Rip, where'd they go? Ooh, ooh. Like those things need to be hovering in the background and changing the feel of this chorus. They need to be giving a lot more energy than that. But yeah. That's your last chorus. You gotta, exactly what Tip said. Full send. Go big or go home. Especially for your last chorus. If I flash between your two choruses and they are sonically almost identical, we done goofed, son. We done goofed. Go back. No, yeah, but that is pretty much the only thing that you need to do is like really just juice it. I should probably make 3 choruses and then do a dance section and a bridge. I don't know about that, dude. I like the length of this song. I think that it is perfectly entertaining at the length that it is. I think that you just need to really amp up the build, the scale, the additive quality of your song. I think that in and of itself is a pattern that I'm recognizing in multiple sections. It goes from good and then it goes continuing on to good instead of going from good to great on every section. You start good, you go great. You come back down a little bit, but you start good, then you go great. Then you come back down, and the pattern should be looking something like this. Look, this is the bass line here. We start low, we go high, we come back down, we go high, we come back down, we go high, and then we stay high until the end. But the point is that if you were to graph it, it's always constantly rising. Something new in each section, something more energetic in each section, or something more interesting in each section. It's gotta be something more every step of the way. I've said it many, many times over this year that I've been doing this stream. If your track is not building over time in momentum, energy, or interest, your song is losing momentum. Sorry, what is it? If your song is not increasing in interest, complexity, or energy over time, your song is losing momentum. If it stays the same, you're losing momentum, is basically the point here. So you really got to just every step of the way be adding something that makes the song worth continuing to listen to. We're talking about K-pop here. This is like the pop scene right now. This is where all the rules of popular music not only apply, they are fucking king, they are emperor, they are God. And you need to adhere to those rules strictly. Otherwise, artists will just choose the people who do, because it's hyper pop. I should go big. Well, no. The order of your bigs should be big, like that. Not big. That's if I can illustrate it in a very visual kind of way. You start big, but then you go big. Yeah? And that's a pattern. Again, start big, go big. Start smaller big, and then go bigger big. And then you start biggest big, and then bigger big. Bigger biggest big. Go big. Should I then put more energetic drum patterns straight into the chorus too, and all the high keys and stuff? Yeah, that would be my recommendation. You start big. You start real big, and then you find something else to add that is brand new, such as vocal ad-libs, such as another layer that you have not introduced yet, or that you have only alluded to in other sections. Like, fill that shit, or a lead solo. Yes, all of the above. All of the above. Like, again, you start with an energetic drum pattern here.
Can't live without your love, guess it's lonely. Baby, I can't live without your touch, spell it out for me. I need it now, 'cause I can't wait you. Hit me with your arrow of love. Baby,
All of that. All of it. Big drums, big synths, big vocals, big. You get my point, I think, at this point. You have to start big and finish bigger. But that's pretty much all I got to say about your track, Oscar. It's got serious banger potential. This feels like a halfway between Come Closer by Neo and K-pop. Like, this feels like a blend of those things, and I like those things, and I like the way that they blend in the way that you blended them. This has potential. This could be a K-pop banger if you find the right group. Personally, I like this song better for a female voice, but obviously if you're doing it for a boy band, then you're doing it for a boy band, and that's that on that. But it sounds great, dude. Now we just need to make it sound like fucking awesome. You know what I mean? Fill it. Fill it up. For sure, that's a really catchy kick pattern, and if you fill that end, it should put the cherry on top with a few other tweaks he mentioned. Yeah, those kicks, you need to juice those kicks up, bro. Like, it needs serious kickage. You need to kick me in the balls a little bit, just a little bit more, actually, not all the way. You hear it now for a girl, right? Right? I hear the voices of Luna on all over this. Like, that's my own go-to. You go make it thumpy. Very good. Make it thumpy. Make it thunder. Thunder. It's a little too cute for boy band, I think. Agreed. Actually, I agreed. I agreed 100%. Track is cool. Consider making mono intros so they open at hooks. Seems a trend in the style. That's actually a really good idea, Mallorca. Make the intro mono and then it opens up big for quiet sections in general, closing up the left-right image and then exploding it outwards. That's a big way. That's a good way to go big and then come back down. It's a useful tool, mono. Either way, Oscar August, thank you for allowing us to listen to the track online, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. We enjoy K-pop. We are a household that stands K-pop. We can certainly hang, and I like good K-pop. So this is on the spectrum for what could be actually really nice K-pop. There's a song with a similar thing that does that, and I know it's a radio hit for sure. For sure, it's a useful tool, and it's used throughout musical popular musical culture. It's a great song. It's a great track. Why don't kiss? It's a great technique for a great track. Neo or something. That's a good one. Closer by Neo. I was just thinking of that with this song specifically. I love that one. Thank you so much. I've written it down, and there's a deadline 18th of January. Oh, you got plenty of time, dude. 10 days to finish this one up, bitch. That thing's already almost closed. So let's go. You're close to the end here. There's no reason to be worried. So I got time to make it big. Yes, exactly. Thank you so much. Thank you, Oscar August, for trusting us with your track. I agree with you, Mallorca. Good instrumental work. It's your turn, Hex Bowie. Ooh, Hex Bowie, it's been a while that Hex Bowie submitted. Is Hex Bowie still among us? Is Hex Bowie still in the building? Hex is a great spell, guys. Hex is I'm saying it again, like, first level, underrated. 1d6 necrotic on all your attacks. Location, knowledge. Is that? Oh no, that's Hunter's Mark, I'm thinking. Oh no, it's the disadvantage on ability checks, using a chosen ability. Great spell. Great spell. You put strength almost all the time, or dexterity all the time. And then suddenly you're grappling them like bitches. Hex, man. All right. I'm opening up your track, by the way, Hex. I'm not just rambling. Come on. And we got it here. All right, cool. So, Lady Heroine, hello. Ooh, that's a decent. It's a decent band name. Lady Heroine is interesting because it's a play on. Anyways, I'm not gonna get into it. The song "Hello," post-alternative genre, and you got a whole album artwork and everything here. That's pretty cool. Seems like the song's already released, so I'll give you feedback on 2 minutes of this. I guess take it for future songs, I suppose. But here we go. Lady Heroine, Hello. Let's listen to it together and let's comment and say what we think about it. That's more than 2 minutes already. I'm gonna listen to the bridge later when while we're talking about it, but I do have my notes. So first of all, let's say this: cool riff. Got some cool riffs. Oscar August likes the panning. I do agree with that. The panning is some pretty solid work. Specifically, the stereo image in general. I don't have much to say about it. Let's talk about this mix. So first thing here, Hex Bowie. Who mixed this? Was it yourself? Was it yourself, Hex Bowie? Were you the one who mixed and maybe mastered this? It looks like it's mastered by the visuals of the like the waveform. But yeah, who's in charge of the mixing? To whom do I address my mixing concerns about this? Which are several, and I got them written down. And I'm ready. I'm just waiting for you. On the SoundCloud, the version is a bit shit. Okay. I don't agree that it's shit. Well, okay, let's get into this. On YouTube and Spotify, it's much better. I don't see how that's possible since YouTube and Spotify account for far more compression than SoundCloud ever has. I don't see how that's even remotely possible. If anything, if you're saying the opposite, I'd be like, yeah, I know. But SoundCloud is far better sound quality. So if you're saying to me that it sounds, oh, the version that is uploaded, I see. Well, why didn't you upload? Why isn't it just one version altogether, like the same version on all platforms like everyone else does? Also, why are you using fucking Spotify if you're a musician in 2025? I'm going to get mad at everyone who tells me that their music is on Spotify, even though mine is. I don't upload any new music to Spotify, specifically because why? Why? Who are you helping? Not yourself. Get off Spotify. Boycott Spotify. I'm done with Spotify. Okay. Let's talk about this. Hex, Bowie. If the person who mixed this is a guitarist, that would not surprise me at all. My music is on Spotify because it's on everything at this point, because distro, well, that's exactly the reason my old music is on Spotify. Otherwise, I would find a new distributor for my new music, because I would specifically opt out of Spotify. They deserve no new music by their business model. Anyways, Hex Bowie, it sounds like a guitarist mixed this song. Okay, I don't know about the better versions on YouTube or on Spotify. I don't know about that. But it sounds like on this version, a guitarist mixed it. Why? A, the vocals aren't loud enough. And B, the guitars are way too loud. And I usually am weary to say this with regards to rock music, because guitars do have to be audible. But not only are they audible, they are stepping all over the drums, the vocals, even the bass at some point or another. I lost it because I was like, wait, where did it go? Specifically for the chorus, I think. Yeah, so you have this octaver on your guitar that is adding some serious juice to the riff, and I'm a fan. I'm a fan of that texture. I'm a fan of that sound in general. But when it's at the expense of the other instruments, that is a mixing error. So I'm thinking we're making a little bit of a mistake there. Also, I'm going to say this. Your drums and your guitars and your bass are all super juicy, super compressed, super loud, and your vocals are the only thing that sound like an indie rock band. So it sounds like there's one thing that, one of these things is not like the other. It sounds like that's occurring in this song. I think we could do a little bit better than that in terms of mixing. I think you could match the quality and the texture of your vocals to that of the rest of your instruments. I think that is totally possible and totally doable in a song like this. But the first thing you got to do, you got to turn down a couple of things. First, your guitars. You need to sidechain your guitars to the vocals, so that whenever there's vocals, the guitars high mid frequencies around 2K and low mid frequencies around 500 both dip. So use a multi-band compressor, use a dynamic EQ, do what you got to. Even just a regular compressor might help, but you need to basically allow your vocals to cut through those guitars far more. They're being stepped on. The second thing that you're going to have to turn down is your fucking cymbals, dude. Your cymbals are shredding my ears. They sound not sidechain compressed at all, which is, again, an error. They should be going and they are just going tay, yeah, cymbals. Too much, too loud, and I can tell that this is a mistake that a mixing engineer that is more focused on the sound of the guitars than the drums would make, because you just turn up the cymbals until you hear them. Thank you very much, I'm done today. No, incorrect. If you want your guitars and you want your drums to sound good, you're gonna need to sidechain the cymbals of your drum kit so that you have all things. You have all things intact. Drums, guitars, bass, everything sounds tight. The way you do that is by sidechaining your cymbals. 2 + 2. I'm going to say in general, you might consider adding like a secondary riff onto the main riff, because the main riff is really cool, but you repeat it a lot. You repeat your main riffs a lot. And the chorus is not so much a problem for this, but it's more for the rest here. Okay, so you have a riff. That's a pretty good riff. Juicy, tasty. Cool. Where's your lead riff? That, an overlay, an octave overlay, or it could be shredding if you really wanted it to find a cool like. Some, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not telling you how to do your job. I'm just telling you do your job better. Like, no, compositionally speaking, seriously, the riff. It's a good riff, but it's two things. 3 times, and then that is optimistic. That is enough. That's the way I'll say it. I have a song that sounds kind of like this, and the riff is. And that, for me, is a more complete riff for several reasons. First of all, it's not just one thing repeated over and over. It does change. The second bar and the fourth bar is different. Yeah, you're right. You play on the A instead of the G for the hammer-on and the pull-off. It is very slightly different. And again, this does not solve the problem that there are frequencies missing in something that is supposed to be big and juicy and is supposed to make me go like, yeah! Because this riff is good, it starts good, and if that was the only thing that you were offering, once, it would be fine. But you repeat it a couple times here. Thinking of. I know I'm thinking of a section. I'm not stupid. Also, hollowing out before a section that hollows out is bold on the second verse. Personally, I think that's bold. Either way, I think the riff is just not enough. I think it's just very, very simply, power chords are great. I too enjoy AC/DC, but they also add riffs in their song that are on top of the riffs. Something. I don't know, man. Something, dude. I don't know. I'm not gonna tell you again what to write because, like, write your own songs. But, like, come on. Down. It's cool. I'm not saying that what is there is not cool. That is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is what else you got? Because I've heard this in tons of different songs. So yeah, I don't know. By the way, Majorca, we're going to get to your first comment on Spotify rant in a bit, but tell me the song you ended the gigs with, jumping to the audience and getting hurt sometimes, and after that, friend appeared from the ground fully bear drunk. Yeah, I mean, that is that kind of zone, you know what I mean? Like, that is, it is a good closer song. We all agree on this. I'm just thinking more like how to make it a great closer song. Like, there should be a second riff involved that is making something that is cool, but not, but I want to say uninteresting. Cool, but moderately interesting into cool and like face meltingly interesting. Like, just because it's good enough doesn't mean that is the best it can be, is my whole point with this. It's like, you clearly have talent for composition. Let's upgrade that talent to a next fucking level. Anyways, that's just my thing. The other thing here is the arrangement mirroring. I'm not a huge fan of. So the second pre-chorus, let me hear.
I bought some radio to find out what the fuck is going on. I bought some alcohol and called to a friend. We drank a bottle, then we went.
Okay, so your first verse and your second verse are of equal length. I think you should split your second verse in half, arrangement wise. I think you should cut it in half and get to your pre-chorus quicker. Your pre-chorus full length, there's an argument for it there. But your second verse is not offering me much new. Cut it in half. It doesn't need to exist in its full capacity. We're building momentum over time. So chop. Hey Log, appreciate you. Also, what's up, Etro V? I haven't seen you in a while. Yeah, your second verse is a bit draggy, in my opinion. So you would probably benefit from cutting it in half. And the second pre-chorus.
To drink another one. Down in the club, I saw your face, it was the end. Say, baby, see it, I see that you got a gun. You wanna kill me, and that's why I'll come around.
Yeah, no, the second pre-chorus I'm actually really cool with. I think that it transitions nicely. Like the triplet transition. Yeah, I think I'm okay with that. The second chorus, though, let me just go back and forth between the two choruses here, and we'll do my A/B test. What's up, Etro? Can I subscribe via Prime? Yeah, you absolutely can. I don't have a command function for Prime, though. You're gonna have to basically do it through Twitch, because I don't have a command set up for that. I don't even know how to set that up, if I'm being honest with you. Let's listen to A/B chorus 1 and chorus 2 and then chorus 1.
You never felt love.
Are you seeing a problem here, Hex? I think I've said it already today. It is a copy-paste of your first chorus, and that is unacceptable because it's got to expand from the top of the chorus, from the start. It's like when we start a chorus, our last chorus, mind you, and it is identical from the first, my mind goes like, okay, I'm good, I heard it already. There's a solo, bitch, where? Do you mean that small riff between the awkwardly timed transition between your first and your second repeat? Is that the solo that you're referring to? Because too late. Too late. It is a lick. First of all, general tips. Yes, it is a lick, not a solo. You want a solo, you go solo. That's not a solo. That's unison with your heart, with your vocal melody. That's not a solo, dude. You add a layer. You could have just sang a second vocal take and it would have accomplished the same fucking goal. Because on top of that, your guitar tone is not standing out. The rest of your guitars are stepping all over your vocals, but this one's not standing out in any particular way. No. Weezer style solo. Sure. But they don't play at the same time as the vocals. You know, on a solo, no. If you need a solo for your vocals, for your first chorus, if you need a solo, you do something like this. That's a solo. Do better solos. If you're going to put a solo in, first of all, put it at the beginning of your last chorus. That's not a solo, second of all. And third of all, you don't have a bridge. I hope you know you don't have a bridge in your song. You have intro, verse, chorus, verse 2, chorus 2. You have pre-choruses, to be fair. And then you have bridge, chorus 2, weird riff, weird lick even, and then chorus 3, which just has as a difference the solo playing over it. I think you could do better than that compositionally. So, to recap, mix like not a guitarist. The cymbals themselves need to be compressed parallelly. So yes, also K. Bruce, yes, you absolutely parallelly compress your cymbals for drums because that is a way of having them come out of the mix without being offensive to the ears. The vocals are getting stepped all over by both your guitar and by just the guitar in this particular case. No, sorry, by both your guitar and your octave effect. That's what I wanted to say. You need a second riff for your main riff. You need something that adds a level of interest that is not currently occurring. And whatever that solo was, do better than that. And also, your arrangement is a mirror of itself. And I need that to change as well. I need it to be a little bit quicker paced. Cutting the second verse would be in half would be a really good way of doing that. And also maybe a bridge. I don't know, instead of having two choruses that are repeating, maybe have one chorus that's just literally vocals and guitar. If you have to do it, you can at least repeat your chorus in an original way. You go like hello. Hello. That kind of thing. Do that kind of feel like you give an actual like soul to your song by breaking it down and then breaking it back up even harder. Bringing it back up even harder is like, should have been my nickname in high school, but it's kind of your best friend for rock music. You bring it down only to like smash it back into our faces. So yeah, I don't know. Also, Etro, don't think that I didn't see you skipping the queue. You got to join the queue first though, dude. I'll just say that. Just get into the queue first. But yeah, if you could join the queue, I'll skip it after. For what I heard, I would not mind going to a gig of yours, Hex Bowie. No, and this is what I will say, and this will be the last thing I say about this track. Mallorca. I feel like this band, Lady Heroin, I feel like they're better live than they are in studio. And again, maybe this version is not as good of a version because the YouTube version or the Spotify version is a different mix or whatever the fuck. I don't know why you would do that, but whatever. I don't care. All I know is I hear a band that can properly rock. I hear that. I am hearing all of the evidence for that statement right in front of me. But I'm hearing them holding themselves back. And that's really why I'm getting passionate here at this point, is because, like, why would you put a stick into your own wheels? Why wouldn't you unleash the beast on every fucking song? Because every song kind of counts really, like, a lot these days. Every song that you release is either going to pollute the musical atmosphere or is going to add something great to the musical world. So yeah, I think you could unleash this beast, Hex, and I think you could do better than this. This is good. You have the tools to do greatness. That's how I see it. I don't even know if you're still with us, Hex, here. You kind of went silent on that. But either way, we appreciate you. No, the Hex actually dipped full out. Okay, folks, if you're here to, like, get nothing but applause, get out of the queue. Command leave right now. Like, look, there is a queue here. There is a queue right now. Wait for it. It's going to load. It takes a second to load just because my computer is not the fastest. There's a queue of 13 people here right now, okay? You see that? 13 people that are waiting. If any of these people that are here right now are not prepared to hear genuine feedback or are telling me, oh, well, I did this instead of what you're saying. If you're not here for feedback, leave the queue right now. There is a command for it. Command leave. Waste everyone else's time less. Because this person, Hex, whatever the fuck, I'm starting to dislike this spell now. Look what Hex, whatever his face is, Hex Bowie, has done to me. Is starting to make me dislike a universally loved spell. If you can't stand the heat, stay out of the fucking kitchen, dude. If you're gonna make adequate rock, just stop making music. Truly. If you're gonna do it for yourself, okay, that's fine, but then why is it online? Why is it on YouTube? Why is it on fucking puto Spotify, of all places? To pollute not only the music scene, but to pollute the pool of artists who are actually trying to make a goddamn living from this career. Why would you support this when you hear potential for growth? Anyways, whatever. I've said what I've said. I love when they fight the feedback. No, I know, dude. I know. The guy had a decent rock song, but didn't want to take feedback on anything. Even that's okay, but don't come to a feedback channel and reject all feedback. It happens. Tips, you've seen this happen multiple times now. What are you doing here? What are you doing? Did you expect for your music to, at some point, to not be heard by someone who knows what the fuck they're talking about and call you out on your bullshit? Did you expect that at any point not to happen? Like, people are so fucking delusional. It's hilarious to me. Like, I'm giving genuinely, like, okay, this song is good. Here's what it needs to be great. No, I changed something in the second chorus. No, you fucking didn't, A, and B, even if you did, it's not enough. It's hilarious to me. It's hilarious to me because at some point or another, every amateur artist is going to meet a professional artist and is going to be told what they need to hear. And that is, in my opinion, a crossroads. They can either get stuck in their ways and get stuck up in their own decisions and their own incorrect assumptions, or they can learn from these opportunities where someone who is much more qualified than them gives them feedback in order to improve. Not even to just diss them. I'm thinking of doing a roast day. Don't get me wrong. I'm thinking of, on the stream, implementing 1 day a week where you come into this stream and I'm vicious and mean. I'm curious how that would go. I'm also probably, if I'm going to do that, I'm also going to do the opposite, which is just like this is what I love about the song. You know, like I'm going to offset it. Everything's got to be balanced. But like, this is not that. This is not that. This is, okay, you came in here to improve your song. Here's the advice. You don't want it. Cool. You just wasted like 20 minutes of my time and everyone else's time who's watching. Jesus Christ. I'm not going to thank Hexfucker for trusting us with their track because they didn't. They did not. So we're moving on. We're just moving next. Etro, also, thank you for the donos. I appreciate that. And on top of it, you're not even in the queue. You're just supporting the stream. So thank you. I appreciate that very, very much. Is Top Rank Lil Bam still with us? How much I got fuck tons of... hit me up. I got fuck tons of roastable shit. At some point, everyone should get past the mindset where everything they do is right and they fight feedback. I agree. It's common, but you have to get past it. Yeah, dude. Like, don't get me wrong. There was a moment... Oh, thank you to whomever tipped as well. Appreciate you. Appreciate you being supportive of the stream. Oh wait, tipped as anonymous. Oh yeah, okay. I'm seeing your name. I'm seeing your name here. I'm seeing your name on it. That's cool. Jonah, I saw your name on the notification. So, would you like to skip the queue, sir? That is fully within your right, as you as you have paid to do so, basically. That is literally what the donation, $5 donation is there for. You are 11th right now. Would you like to be next? As it seems that Top Rank Lil Bam is not here right now. I will check them in the chat, but no, they are not. They are not here. So would you like to be next? I bet you fucking would. So you are next. Before we jump to the next one, Jonah, just because you jumped in at a funny time, I did go on a Spotify rant, a quick Spotify rant at some point, and I promised Mallorca that I would be talking about their comment, which Mallorca said, "Oh, nice, spotty rant. Let's say the following. Sean Connery movie, as British war general, he is losing the war rapidly. An assistant comes in the room and offers a cup of tea. How would a tea make this shit better?" And the reply is, "I can't see how it can make it worse." That's how I see streaming. Okay. That is not an incorrect statement as it is. I can't say that is incorrect, Mallorca. Streaming cannot make the situation worse than it already is, because streaming made it as bad as it is. This is the argument here, is if music is accessible for everyone at all times, no matter what, then it is literally valued less. It holds less value because it is fully accessible. You print more money in your economic system, you print more, and either your value of your money goes down, or your economy's the value of your dollar is so expensive or so huge that it doesn't really affect it in the first place. But that is not the case for music right now. It is not the case. It is a lost war from piracy. Yes, we lost against piracy. That is correct. We learned so poorly from piracy. But the problem is we keep fucking losing. We don't stop. Like, look, say what you will about Netflix, say what you will about Disney Plus, say what you will about all of the video streaming services. They're a bit dickish in there. You can't share subscriptions between households. But guess what? They're able to finance the art that they are putting forth. Why? Exclusivity. You don't see all the movies on all of the platforms. You see The Office is on Netflix in Canada. It's not on Crave. It's not or HBO. It's not on Amazon Prime. Like, they are at least allowed to foster an environment where their art is the exclusive art on their platform. That is still exists in terms of videos. We only pay a sub since it's more convenient rather than like purchase it, I guess is what you mean, like purchase the actual art. Well, yes, and to be honest, I'm okay with the convenience. I don't see myself without the convenience. However, if I am subscribed to Apple Music because it does pay at least like a cent per stream. But if I were subscribed, emulate it, pirate it, yes, it is only slightly more convenient than pirating music. I agree with you. But the security of our music deserves higher respect. And until we keep undervaluing it ourselves as musicians and not sponsor platforms and not deplatform things like Spotify that continue to undervalue our shit, I think we are shooting ourselves in the foot for not trying, Majorca. See, I think that pirating, honestly, I get it. It's like you go online, you Google a song title, you download an MP3, and suddenly you have that piece of music and you get to enjoy it. And to be honest, the only reason that it's not as convenient for movies and television shows is because the literal size of the files take longer to download. Okay, let's make all music just completely impossibly big file-wise. I don't fucking know. That's an easy thing that I just thought of. It's stupid, but it's also kind of one of the main things. You are taking physically more hard disk space, taking physically more time, metaphysically, more time to download these files. Okay, that's one of the many problems of the music industry, but this is my point. We should start applying solutions and stop just saying, well, it's the best we've got so far. No, it fucking isn't. No, it fucking isn't. That is a lack of creativity that I don't accept. It is a short-sighted lack of creativity that is causing the entire music industry to continue to crumble rather than learning from the tactics of the video companies and at least trying. And general tips, they're best for killing cable companies. Good. You know what cable companies are responsible for? Modern news topics, modern news platforms, and modern media, and modern news modern interpretation of what news is. Cable companies need to die pretty fucking fast. Why? Because the sensationalism of news is not how we should acquire information. Cable companies should be underground. Just saying. Only release tunes as zip bombs. Agreed, Basterix. Agreed. I think that's a great idea. Each fucking MP3 track that you release is 2 gigs. Watch how fast people stop downloading music when an album is 16 gigs of size. How many albums can you fit on your 1 terabyte? Someone do the math. I think it's like 100 albums. If there's 16 gig albums, really? You really think people are going to pirate? No, I don't think so. So, it's a stupid example. It's an easy solution to a complex problem, and it's not the final solution. Obviously, I know that. But if you're telling me it's the best we've got, I'll call bullshit. Hands down. There are better solutions. We just don't want to apply them. Just because we already have. We have some form of creativity. We have a whole force of people that are creative enough to figure out how not to pirate shit. YouTube, as a fucking industry, exists on copyright infringement at this point. You can't tell me that this is impossible. It's not an impossible topic. Yeah, because someone would compress and re-release. They can certainly try. But again, I think that is a very, very simple... how are they going to compress a 16 gigabyte file and not lose quality? And then, unfortunately, the topic stands, nobody gives a fuck about sound, and nobody gives a fuck about sound quality. And I would tend to agree with that, except at some point or another, when you compress a 2 gigabyte song file into, 100 megabytes? You're losing a lot of data in that compression. A lot of data. So anyways, I don't know. I don't know how to remove the MP3 format from the equation. I don't know how to do that. Make them illegal? I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know how to do it. All I know is that if you're telling me that there's no solutions, I don't buy it. I don't buy it. I think there's no creativity when it comes to people and music. Not necessarily the making of music, but the process of releasing it. Is it okay if I say anything in advance about my song, or would you rather just hear it because that's what usually happens? Off topic, I know. Jonah, you can say whatever you'd like about your songs in advance. I don't mind a preface. I don't mind a preface at all. One really in-demand musician needs to limit their streaming and a bunch need to follow. Yes! Absolutely, that is part of the problem. Over-releasing, saturation of the market, people accepting mediocre rock quality like Hex Bowie. That's not acceptable. Don't support those artists. Some local artists are absolute trash and need to be treated as such. Stop going to their shows. Local music can be bullshit. Fuck local music sometimes. Like, only the first millions get to stream the album, everyone else has to buy it. Oh, I don't know about that. That's a great idea, but I don't know how we would go about doing it. Sure, we could come for something better, but meanwhile, consider Spotify as what it really is, a way to build an audience and then monetize the audience outside of it however you feel. Until that perfect way to not conflict free or cheap listener experience, artist, good payment. Yeah, come up with good payment. Indulge my English, no problem, no problem. I understand, I respect the effort. A very simple solution to the Spotify problem: Spotify should pay more per stream considering how much they fucking make. And they can't. That's the problem. They cannot, because they cannot justify it, which is a business model that should not exist. Just cancel Spotify. Fucking boycott the shit out of that place. Honestly, there are so much better platforms that have much better budgets behind them, that are far better thought out in terms of streaming. The only difference with Spotify is that the platform and the algorithms and AI is going to get good enough so that all companies are going to keep up with their algorithms. That's not even a problem. They were just there first, and their platform is well designed. We all agree on that, but that's the only thing that's separating them from the rest. And sooner or later, that margin is going to get thinner and thinner and thinner, and then that's that on that for Spotify. And then everybody's going to have to compete. Digital is a hard beast to tame. There might be a solution for the moment, but it would be forever changing with the tech. Agreed, General Tips. But tech changes. What's the word? Is it Moore's Law that the number of transistors double every year? Technology changes, but the mind does not. The mind does not. And the way that people go about being sneaky fucks has not changed since Al Capone and his bullshit. People are sneaky. They just apply the pattern in different ways using different creative tools. And I beg to differ that there are not creative people that can counter those sneaky fucks that would ruin everything, including Spotify. Sure, so the pre-master is good, the master isn't great, I'm not a mastering engineer. Okay, good to know. Just wait till AI gets good enough, we won't be worth shit. I disagree with you, Basterix. There's always going to need to be a prompt. There's always going to need to be someone behind AI that is inputting the information and that is inputting the source material for AI to sample. There's always going to have to be new art. I think AI is going to actually improve our art, if I'm being honest with you, and I'm excited to see how it does, so that bad artists stop doing bad ideas and realize that either they cannot perform or they should not. Sound quality wise, but I have to send it to a mastering engineer. Good to know, Jonah BK. We'll pull up your link now. I'm done my rant. There, we'll do that. But I have to send it to a mastering engineer. Not me. Oh, bad. Yeah, well, honestly, Jonah, if you're looking for a decent mastering engineer, Mallorca is a very proficient mastering engineer, and you guys may consider getting in touch off stream. Yes, because good mastering is something that makes a music song better in general. Just a much better piece of art. You loved my rants, Jonah? Well, thank you very much. I loved it too. Spotify doesn't have enough money from ad revenue on top of sub income to pay artists properly, then it's simply bad business. That is a correct statement, General Tips. It is a bad business model, and they should stop doing business with their fucking bullshit. I've paid one already. They've done work with Revealed. Revelade. I don't know how to pronounce that or what that is. We will if he likes what I do. Hardwell's label if you're into EDM. Get a local one or Superstar International. My advice on mastering. Yeah, agreed. EDM revealed. Okay, revealed. Got it. I don't know what revealed is. Can you send your link at this time in the chat, please, Jonah? Local wants to become an international ME and mastering engineer and give it all with your work. I mean, yeah, if a local is good enough, local's great. If it's good enough. If not, go international. Look, I'm going to be the first one to tell you, I have played dozens, almost hundreds of local shows. I would say hundreds at this point of local shows. I've played. Saying, that's a different instrument. I've played a lot of them. And I'll be honest when I say to you that in about 80% of them, we outclassed the musicians we were playing with, and we only continued to do so because there was literally no one else who was willing to play. And the odd occasion where the 20% where we were playing with bands that were actually solid happened a few times. I could count them a couple dozen shows out of the hundreds that I've played. It's rare. And that shouldn't be the case. That just shouldn't be the case. How competitive music is, there should not be, talent should not be scarce. Talent should be fucking the only thing that is like out there. But everybody with a guitar and a sound card and a Focusrite can make music now. And that's, in my opinion, a problem. It's a problem. Unfortunately. It's a solution because it enables those with talent to not have an excuse, but it also enables those without talent to use all the excuses that they know, which is a problem. Okay, I'm ready for feedback. Won't argue or troll, I promise. No, you can troll all you want. It's fine if you're being funny. Heinous Espadrilles existed today on this stream, and I'm all the more loving of him for it. I'm all for paying $10 a month for Spotify if that means that the benefits of the musician that don't belong to the first 10%. Voila. That is the reality of things. I know I'm a problem. Sorry. No, if you are paying for Spotify and you are supporting local artists at the same time. For instance, I know someone personally, one of my very close friends who's responsible for something like 30% of the music I listen to because he's constantly suggesting to me just amazing music. Every time he comes over to my place and we hang out, we're listening to like 3 or 4 new artists that I haven't heard of that are blowing my mind good. Okay? He's subscribed to Spotify. You know what else he does? He orders vinyls from the artists directly. That's fine. That's fine to me. If you support the artist, hey, I like your work, I'm going to buy your album. But I'm also going to subscribe to you on Spotify so that my music is super accessible and I'm able to enjoy the shit. That's fine. But like, by the amount of people that use these platforms, there's no excuse that artists are not making more money other than corporate greed. There's no other excuse, simply put. I mean, I'm a problem, just a dude with a guitar and an audio interface. That's problem. I'm pretty much guilty. Yeah, but dude, if you're improving your art over time, if you're getting better and you are living by a certain standard of excellence, you're not part of the problem. You're part of the solution. You're part of the community that actually improves their shit. That's not part of the problem. Well, I bought digital albums, my favorite local artists, so I guess I'm safe. Whatever medium you decide to buy, vinyl was an example, okay? If you're buying music directly from artists and then also subscribing to Spotify, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. You're doing great. You deserve the Spotify subscription because you're contributing your money directly to the artist. And if Spotify itself was contributing enough sufficient revenue to the artist, I'd say you don't even have to buy the artist's music to support them. You don't have to. They're doing their part. You're good. They're not. They're not. And if you know that and you continue to subscribe to Spotify and you don't support the artists in any way, I'm sorry, no. I'm sorry, no. You're not a music fan. I mean, your local mastering engineer wants to master the Rolling Stones too. If it has a minimum of credibility, rates are likely to be fair. If it lives on local artists, it's because many artists come back to him. My case, not because I have Grammy quality nor rates, and a few I sent to Sterling came back. I'm having a hard time understanding your point here, but like, if you're good and you're local, great for you. I guess was my point from before. It's not because you're local that I have a problem with it. It's if you're local and you're bad and you say support local art, fuck you. But that's not you, Majorca. I've heard your work. It's not you. Everyone has to stop getting self-conscious about themselves. I'll tell you when there's a problem. Trust me, I'll tell you. Okay? Okay, we're going to get to Jonah's track here because we've been ranting for a little while now. Also, telling people about a fellow musician is great because some of those people will become fans. Statistically speaking, that is a great way to encourage art, is to spread the love. Someone saying, I like Jonah and his interest is good underground music. That's free word of mouth promotion for the artist. That is fantastic. That is fantastic. But yeah. We're going to listen to this. We're going to listen to 2 minutes of this, Jonah. Let's listen to Uh-Oh by Jonah K. And let's talk about it thereafter. Here we go. The future bass track by Jonah K. Uh-Oh. Okay. So similar to a lot of artists today, I can hear that an aesthetic has been chosen, and I like that aesthetic. I think the zone, the region of your adventure is well picked and well made. Now, the execution through that story we're going to talk about it. Samples saying falling bobs and falling snow, I think, but I'm not sure. Cool. Great. I will say one thing. I don't know who this person is. Thick Freakness. It's probably another streamer. Overall, solid track, no notes. You should probably stop listening to this streamer. This is some flattery bullshit that is just factually incorrect. So I'm just like, beware. Whatever streamers you want to listen to is your prerogative, is your choice. but like putting 6 comments in your song, really nice sound selection and mix. This feels almost cinematic. Like, okay, thank you for the observations, but this doesn't help you. This does not help you make this better. So let's do that. First of all, your intro drags. Your intro is a little bit long. It doesn't really do anything. It doesn't move in any particular direction except onward, which it's not enough for me. You don't have a second melody or a second turnaround event that happens here. I said here. Is it playing? What's happening? Can you guys hear this? I'm not hearing this. Oh, you know why? Because I'm stupid and I faded out on the music. What the fuck? Well, shit. Let's try that again. Swear to God, I'm a sound engineer in real life, I promise. I actually am. Everything is very... I just watched a show yesterday called Nobody Wants This. It's on Netflix. And I had the same comment for that show as I do for this song. Everything is very neat. Everything is very in its proper place. Everything is where it should be by definition of a music song. And there's not enough chaos. There's not enough something throwing me off, something that is going to take me into left field a little bit. Everything is very expectable. May I say it that way? I don't hate that as a notion, that I know what's coming. But when it occurs over and over as a theme that progresses throughout this song, we gotta give it a little more interest, a little bit more different. Kind of like Owl City or something too much. Yeah, in a certain way, Owl City does have the aesthetic, but it drags. And there's a good example that's kind of weird. Too much, not enough. It takes pride in that. I don't know what that means. It takes pride in too much not being enough, or not enough being too much. I don't know. There's a good example of what's happening here, though. I will say this. Your song opens up where Thick Freakness says very moody. Wow, thank you. What a keen observation. So I'm not a huge fan of the way that those 3 kicks kind of happened. I feel like there's a better execution for that as well. Although I'll be honest with you, I don't have something to suggest to you. So sorry about that. But this part here. It's weird. Your song opens up at this point very clearly. Things open up, things get higher pitched, things get hi-fi rather than lo-fi. It's nice. It's again expectable, but that's not the kind of expectable that I have a problem with. That is fine. But it's weird. From the aesthetic of this section here, does anyone else feel like I lost something between those 2 sections? Even though this section opens up greatly, it feels like there's a layer that has been pulled out from the previous section that should have probably been kept in there. It might be just like an ambient layer that's in there. But like, it feels like something should be there, right? Loses the low end. Is it the low end? General tips with the banger, with the fucking from the free throw. Like, Yeah. That's what it is. You had some huge resonating basses that were going on, even though you had no real like sub bass, like bass playing. You had these huge resonating bassy notes and drums and stuff like that that were playing, and then suddenly they're not anymore, and we are like left hovering in the air, but with no balls to keep us grounded. Hold up 1 second here. I think that we can resolve this just by putting a base layer over this. Hold up. Wait a minute. Let me try. Let me try to do it. Yeah, I think that's what it is, General Tips. I think that's exactly what it is. We need a far boomier bass. Like, even if I'll nudge my bass even louder and see if it helps. Nailed it. Nailed it, General Tips. General Tips from the three-pointer. Nicely done. So that's what it is. We need more bass. And I'm glad, because I was going to go on a whole, oh shit, should we try the textures? Should we try the melodies? Should we try the this? Should we try that? No, dude. Just turn up the low end on that section, and I think your song will open up far more. I think, Jonah. I think it's an easy fix, which is good news. Good news. Okay. This silence that is about to happen, this silence here, eight beats? Really? No. I think 4 is too much. Okay? Just to give you an idea here, Jonah. I think 4 is way more than enough. Where's my hit on 5? Exactly, like... Right there. It's calling to me. That 5, there should already have been something happening there. Like... Sorry, I don't have my drums, so you're just gonna have to do with my ghetto ass setup right here. Like that. Something like that. I don't fucking know. I'm doing what I can here. I don't have a full setup anymore in my room. But like literally something 4 riser or drum roll to a 5 hit. Yes. Whatever it has to be. Jonah, you gotta get on that shit, my dude. It's gotta happen. It's just gotta happen. This is way too much of a silence. And then, you know what's crazy is that like this section sounds identical to this, right? Sounds a lot like this. And you add those little plucky stuff things in there, which is cute. It's cute. I would have started with that though. It's slight EQ difference. That is a stretch, General Tips. You are stretching. You are reaching. You are reaching for the stars. I think you should start in this this intro with the plucky. Sounds like it on my end. I mean, you might be true. You might be right. I just like. It's very insignificant. If there is one, I don't hear it very much. But either way, it doesn't matter. That's not what I'm here to contest. What I'm here to contest is this. Those should start at this section, at the beginning of this section. Give us something new from the beginning. You've already given us all of this in the first part. You've already given us all of this in the first part of this song. And in a far too long intro, if I may add. I think it drags way too long. And now you're giving us more of it here. No. Take those plucks, bring them back, cut this section in half, and do everyone a favor. Because honestly, I don't think that we have this kind of time. I don't think that we have this kind of time that you think we have in this song. So I think you should condense these long, drawn-out sections that are a little indulgent, in my personal, humble opinion. Not so humble. Yeah, and let's just get into your last section here. Not okay. Not okay. That second, like the copy-paste era, this was my last note. The copy-paste era is over. 2008 is no longer, okay? Skrillex, past, gone, no longer a thing. So I joke, but at the same time, make your music more creative than just copy-pasting two sections and throwing on one thing or two things that are different. You have a whole spectrum of audio here at your disposal for this song, and you start in a really cool aesthetic place, but then you end at that same place. Again, if your song is not building over time in an interest, energy, or complexity respect, then you are losing momentum over time. If it is not growing in momentum over time, it is losing momentum over time. I've said this already today, but it bears repeating. I think we need the stereo to play a little bit more. Ooh, I actually like that a lot, Etro V. I think your stereo is quite broad. It's very spread out on the left and right, but it's very simple. It is very established as what it is. Mostly in the intro, even if that's EDM. Well, I don't think this is very, very EDM necessarily. I think it's very spacey, actually. Kind of shoegazer-ish. Also, I would make an envelope on the bass or an LFO in order to make it move and make it more organic. Whoa, 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 whoa. Great idea. Great idea. All great ideas, Etro V. All great ideas. Make it move in a more organic way. I think I'd like to have less kick or a shorter one. Yeah, we don't need, especially for the drops specifically, we don't need big booming kicks. We need big punch, quick cutaway. Honestly, for these kind of choruses. We don't need we need we don't need the that's clouding your mix for nothing, because you already have the air in all of the rest of your instruments. You don't need your drums to do the same thing. You don't need that. So fix it. Great ideas, Etro V. I love your ideas. Those are great, great ideas. Skrillex is actually crazy at adding the smallest variations. Was watching a breakdown of his songs and it was impressive. Yeah, I know. I used to really dig Skrillex. Honestly, I like Skrillex a lot. If I'm being honest, his music is quite good. But yeah, the smallest variations, the ones that no one notices, are musically, as a producer, I'm like willing to tip my hat to them. But could we make something that like actually makes a difference in the overall feel of your song? Although technically, if you like your, if I was, I don't know. I've heard so many of his choruses copy pasted from one section to the other, and there are a bunch of examples of Skrillex like that. But he is a creative producer, to say the least, for sure. Either way, let's just say thank you, Jonah, for allowing us to listen to the song online, to provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. Thank you also for skipping the cues. There are a couple of skips that we've gotten today, guys. You've really supported the stream in the ways that you do that I am very, very appreciative of, that allows the stream to just continue, honestly, just to keep it afloat, really. But yeah, it's, again, the building blocks are there, the bones are there. Now we need to cut away some of the fat of this individual like piece and like juice up the meat of it. Know what I mean? There are a lot of ways that both the chat and myself have suggested, and I think you do need to cut down some sections and juice up some others. That's really what it is. Like, just trim down the non-essential repeats, enhance the things that are making this song original, and you'll have probably something really, really interesting. Honestly, it's a very interesting aesthetic. As I said, makes me think a little bit of Sigur Rós, a Icelandic artist, very, very spacey band. So yeah. Either way, as Etrovi says, keep it up. Love the new album. Oh nope, didn't. That's something completely different. Keep it up, and yes, Alessio, we are on to your turn very, very soon. The average listener would be lucky to catch it. Agreed. Love the new album, even if that's much simpler. I've not heard his new album. I didn't know there was a new album of Skrillex, but I'm gonna listen to it probably because I've always been a fan. Thank you for listening. No problem. I need to cut away a lot of fat in a lot of different aspects of my life. I know what you mean. Currently on board that train of trimming the fat in a more literal way, in a more physically literal way. Either way, Jonah, thank you for trusting us with your track. We appreciate you, and we appreciate you supporting the stream. We are moving on. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I know what you're saying, dude. I cracked into the weights yesterday. I got myself real sore today. Couldn't do my arms again today, and tomorrow is getting back into it. And yeah, man, gotta work hard to keep yourself in good physical shape. Otherwise, you look like me. So Alessio, let's get your link. Etrovi reminding us to hydrate. Everybody, pick up your water. Take a sip. I literally just said, oh, my arms are killing me. And what does General Tips do? Makes me hurt my arms more. Okay. I see how it is. Alessio, give me your song, dude. Put it in the chat. No pain, no gain. I'm already in pain. I'm already gaining. You don't have to make me more pain. Jesus Christ. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ah! Ow. I did it, okay? And yes, I will do it if other people ask. But I put a cooldown on that point reward for a reason. So, just saying. Ascolta Sax on Fire Trap Beat A minor, 130 beat per minuto di Ali su SoundCloud. Ascoltiamo insieme Ali la canzone Sax on Fire, un beat trap. A minore. No, that's not it. Ma com'è possibile? Ma che è possibile? Che com'è possibile che posso parlare in italiano? Era la mia prima lingua. Era la prima lingua che ma non mi sono insegnato, ma era la mia prima lingua. Adesso no, però. Sei un grande. Grazie mille. Okay. So we have Ali, Alay, Kenesach. Sax on Fire, this trap beat in A minor at 130 BPM. So let's listen to 2 minutes of this and then let's talk about it together. Shall we? Okay, hold up a second. Everybody correct me if I'm wrong. Alessio, you just said no samples. What do you mean by that? What do you mean, no samples? Do you mean that you designed everything on a synth? Like everything is designed, I created all the melodies? Okay. I see what you mean, but you are clearly using samplers to reproduce your sounds. You did use samples, you just didn't you didn't use splices or chops. No loops, I think is what you're trying to say. All MIDI. Okay. I'm just going to tell you something for your own good here. First of all, the term you're looking for is no loops. That is the term you're looking for because it is all samples. MIDI is all samples. I'm going to tell you something you need to hear, Alessio. No loops is not the flex you think it is when MIDI sounds like this. I'm just going to say it. The MIDI saxophone, it doesn't do it for me. And since you called it Sax on Fire, I was expecting fucking Careless Whisper level sax. Okay, don't get me wrong, if you would have called it just trap beat A minor, I would have had less expectations for it. I would genuinely would have been like, okay, well, I'm not a fan of the sax, but I mean it offers a certain aesthetic. But you dead ass called this Sax on Fire and then proceeded to give me the lamest sax sound you could have. And no solo, no crazy melody, no nothing like that. Dog. Get some loops. The MIDI programmation is sometimes not worth saying I didn't use any loops. Sometimes, and especially if you're calling your song Sax on Fire. Find a fire sax! Or find a saxophonist. Find something that makes your song title that you chose this. Make that valid. Make your song title valid, please. Please. Because it was my first comment. The sax sample or sax MIDI, whatever it is, it sounds like below mid. Come on. You could have called this song anything. Okay. I was also disappointed that there was no sax solo, general tips. Steven from Ohio thinks that's rough, but also true. We love you, Alessio. Keep it up. It's because of love that I say these things, because if I didn't give a fuck, I wouldn't say anything, and that is the lack of love. Apathy is the opposite of love, not hate. And sax is one of the most hard instruments to sample and to program. It needs a lot of expression. I totally agree with you. It's so hard. It's so hard to make a saxophone sound good when it is digitally reproduced. It is a reason that I actually kind of avoid composing with saxophones unless they're just part of a larger ensemble. Otherwise, I'm hiring a saxophonist. I know several. And I would have them come into this room, put a microphone in front of them, go, this is the song, this is the melody I had in mind, cook. Because sax is really hard to make sound right. And when you find someone who could do it, you can't turn back. It's just not the same thing. Cowbell would have saved that. I saw your comment while the song was playing there, Cool Cat. Cowbell would have benefited the song. I kind of agree with you on that. It kind of would have actually, hold up. I have something, I think, somewhere. Do I have it? I heard it. Oh, it's so far. I can't get it. I had a saxophone I have a saxophone in my closet, but it's jammed behind a tower of drums. But I would have probably tried it. Casio sax, yeah, K Bruce, very Casio sax. I changed the title in Sax on Water. Sax on ice, dude. Like, let's not lie here. Programming a lead instrument is 10% writing notes, 90% dealing with articulations. That statement is correct. That statement is so undervalued, K Bruce. People do not realize how hard it is to articulate a digital instrument properly. It is an underrated and difficult skill. And it is hard enough to do it in orchestral or instruments or like accompaniment instruments, but on a lead instrument, 10% is like, or 90% is like the minimum you have to apply, honestly. Cowbell could save America too, but only if we all play one at the same time. Yeah, you know what else could save America? If you don't invade my fucking country. I've been saying that all night tonight. Proxima Music, neat. Expression, neat. Oh, that's why MPE is kind of neat. Expression is so important. What's MPE? I don't understand what you mean by MPE, Proxima. I missed that comment before. What do you mean by this? I would like to know. I also want to say, I will specifically say this, Alessio. I hate producer tags. This is my favorite producer tag of all time so far. Everybody, we're going to enjoy a producer tag together for the first time live on stream. Amazing! 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 I hate producer tags, but that's the point of the producer tag. It is like, you like this beat? Buy it! Just buy it! Yeah. Dude, I hate producer tags. So in general, that's like not okay for me. But this one made me laugh, and then I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. Expression control. Yeah. Expression control in the MIDI 2.0 standard lets you control parameters like both strings. MIDI poly expression. Yes. Oh, absolutely. I didn't know what it was called, but I use it literally every time I'm programming the articulation of any one of my string notes, whether I'm choosing the expression, the sustained expression, legato, whatever it may be. Yeah. That is everything. That makes digital instruments possibly sound almost like real ones. We're close, but we're getting closer by the day. You can barely get away with programming a bass without spending too much time in articulations or even drums, but a lead instrument, huge amounts of work if not right away. Impossible to make sound real though. Like, you know the best attempt, especially for brass instruments, y'all. Brass instruments are really hard to get to sound right. The best attempt that I've done is this trumpet right here in a D&D song that I composed. Thank you. That's pretty good. It is honestly, like, that is, I'm very, very happy with that trumpet line in that it sounds like possibly played by an orchestral ensemble. Possibly played. Still not like a trumpetist would be able to distinguish whether or not that's real or not. Like, whether that's real or not. Like, I know that. But I'm not a trumpetist, so I don't give a fuck. I think it sounds good enough. But I would still, if I was like releasing something to the public that is like my own, I would still hire a real musician, even though I'm able to make trumpet sound like that. I would still hire a trumpetist. Pokemon defeated Gym Battle Music. Awesome comparison, Proxima. Thank you so much. And that's cool because that's my fighter tune. So that's the song for my like fighter, ranger, rogue kind of character in my campaign. So that's cool. And the really hard part is getting a VST with the right articulations for your composition, and it has to sit well with the rest of the instruments, the room. It's hell. It is. It is. I totally agree with you. Logic Pro is like probably one of the only reasons that I'm able to provide such detailed and ample articulation to my music, because it really does help, and it really does lay out there each effect quite clearly and identifies it quite precisely. Probably easier to just learn how to play the instrument. Not far though. Not far at all. General tips. Sometimes I just wish I would learn brass instruments rather. Okay, let's finish talking about Alessio's track here. Let's concretely speaking here when we get into the track. That piano, too loud. So way, way too loud. It's like 5 dB too loud. But that's fun. That's an easy fix. The piano SI also had, the thing is at 127. So yeah, so we're going to talk a little bit more about articulation here, Alessio, is because every note that you've played is full velocity. It's literally just down, down, bang, down, down, bam, 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 bang. It's like use a little more of the tools you have at your disposal. Maybe not just one note necessarily, but also maybe do a chord. Maybe like an alternation between like, you know, like it's you know. Like add a little bit of fucking English into it. Add a little bit of more velocity. K. Bruce recommends that you play the piano part. It's not hard and it'll give much better results. What he's basically implying is that when you play it as a human, you will never reproduce the same note in the same capacity twice, and that in and of itself will humanize it a little bit more. Totally a viable option, K. Bruce. That's the way that I would do it for a simple riff like this. I would absolutely play it so as to get a first pattern at least, and then I would even go so far as to rehumanize that, even add more like love and attention into that. So that's got to be fixed. Also, the chord progression, the melody never changing, always remaining the same throughout the entire song. General Tips said it when we stopped listening to the song around 2 minutes. Changes by 2 minutes in, but before that we are getting very repetitive patterns. I think too little too late. I think that by the 1 minute, if you're not already changing something about your vibe or your feel, you're fucking up. So you need to switch that up a little bit as well. That's important in my opinion, because it'll make your song feel like it's moving a little bit faster along. And again, I know that we're taking into consideration that you're gonna have probably vocals over this. Most likely, I hope, because otherwise we're missing a lot of lead elements. So yeah, I think we could use a little bit more movement, a little bit more quickness of action, if you will. Also, the pianist would try to stab you in the eye by the 12th measure. So true, so true. Make some inversions, arpeggios, things. Well, yeah, that is what I've already mentioned, K. Bruce. It is totally important to keep your piano or to keep your backing instruments fresh. Like, keep it moving. Keep it moving. So the only good part is the tag? No, dude. No, if you want me to speak about your good parts, I think your beat is pretty solid. I think your drums sound exactly where they should be. Your bass is quite well mixed as well. So your baseline starting point for all of these things is good. But it's as if you kind of thought of one riff and then copy pasted it, and then you're by 2 minutes in, you're like, oh, I should probably think of another riff, and then you put another one, and then that's kind of where you stopped the thought process. You need to be more creative in your melodies. You need to be more creative in your automations, in your articulations, in your MIDI design, in your sampling, all of those things. You started at a good starting point, and then you kind of just stopped. So no, I don't think the only good thing is a producer tag. I love the producer tag, which is something I never thought I'd say on this stream, but that's not the only good thing. Factually, no. It's a starting idea. You really need to develop this. Good stock of a plant just needs some flowers. Both great ways of saying that, guys. That's exactly what I was trying to express at this point. Either way, Alessio, per favore, si lo chiami sax on fire, metti un sassofono che è fuoco. Metti il fuoco nel sedere, Cristo. Like, if you're gonna call it that, you don't have to call it that. But the sax is, I don't know, dude. The sax kind of sat in the freezer for an hour too long. Per favore. Like, please. Seriously, we need something that is a little bit more thought through. The ideas, the bass lines, it's all there, but this sounds like a brainstorm. This sounds like a jam. This sounds like something like we are thinking of ideas, we're throwing them out on tape, on hard disk, whatever, on magnetic disk. We're throwing them on our DAW, and then we're just stopping there. With a decent drum beat, mind you, but it's just not enough. It's just not enough. We just need more. It's like fuoco medium. Like, medio fuoco, sì. Either way, Alessio, you know that this is all good news for you. This is all good news. And if it wasn't, let me clarify. When you have nowhere to go but up, you know the direction you're headed. You have only one direction you could possibly go, and every direction you go from there is correct. So, this is good news. Like, you have something that is good, well, something that will be good, and something that has the baseline to be quite good. Like K-Brew says, you have points to improve, make improvements, and come back. And I'd be happy to have you back, honestly, even with the same song. I just need you to have a better saxophone. Okay, that's like non-negotiable. I need you to fix the piano as well. Perhaps get to the point quicker with your melodies and with your in general with your build of the song. Get to the point a little bit quicker, and that's it. That's pretty much all you need to do. Those are the points to improve. Really focus on the articulations. Yeah, K-Bruce knows. Articulating those drums, K-Bruce. You and I have talked about that many, many times. It is not an easy feat, but it is a feat that is very worthy and very worth it for your music. Either way, Alessio, thank you for allowing us to listen to the song online. Provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. We appreciate the opportunity to hear something that is not yet... Corpus Prime, thank you for subscribing. We appreciate you supporting the stream in the way you do through Prime Gaming. Like I said, we appreciate hearing something that is not a finished product yet, so we can examine the ways in which it is not yet that finished product. And once we have seen that, once again, there's no way to go but up. Once you realize what you have to do, all you need to do is do it. That's the beautiful thing. So thank you for trusting us with your track. And we are anxious to see you come back with some better stuff, honestly. Bye, Mike. Good night, y'all. Etro, have a lovely evening. Buonasera. We'll see you very, very soon. Hopefully. Hope to see you very soon. And thanks, as always, for supporting the stream in the way that you do. We're moving on down the line, folks, here. I don't believe Lotus... Lotus has not been active in the chat for a while. So although they are in the chat in theory, I do not see them here. I see their name, but I don't know. Ooh, it looks like they might not be here. Actually, we might be going through. The great skip. Corpus Prime, is it possible to share a sound with you for feedback? Sure, Corpus. You there's a line, so you can command join in the chat, and you could just a sound, only a sound, K Bruce. You beat me to it. There's a line. So like a command join will get you in the queue, and then when it's your turn, we'll listen up to 3 minutes of your song because you subscribed. We'll listen up to 3 minutes rather than just 2. Lotus, this is your last warning. Nope, Corpus Prime, you misunderstood. Hold on a second. These are the instructions. Yes, Corpus Prime, very good. Cool. All right, Lotus isn't there. Sorry, Lotus, you got to be here to be here. I just checked. It's not just a sound. Well, that's good news because we're doing yours next either way, K Bruce. So, Corpus Prime, it was a joke. You have nothing to worry about. Don't worry about it. You can join the queue though. Please do. So yeah, actually, please. So I know this is still a mess, but I don't know what to do. Okay. We will listen to this song. Hornero Took My Kids Hostage mix version 2001. Oh man, I've been there. I feel that so deeply. Version 20. Yep. Okay. So, as you see now, you see a queue below you, so we're probably going to be skipping a lot of these people who were not able to stick around with us. Can I submit a smell for review? Yeah, sure. Join the queue. I'll let you know what I think. That's the story of all my songs. Stephen from Ohio. Dude, boy, do I feel you as well. Okay. Let's go, folks. Let's listen to Hornero Took My Kids Hostage mix version 20. I love that title.
El hornero se ríe en mi cara.
Okay. I remember this song. Really cool riff. Very distant, very, very cool. Yeah, so I remember this song. I remember your drums sounding so much worse than they do now, man. This sounds juicy, those drums. Like the drums specifically, the kick and the snare are sounding great. So like this, specifically the snare. It's in the right level, and it is also in the right like tone. Everything sounds like decently compressed. The snare sounds crisp. I find that the kick could be a little bit loud, and that might just be because we're not hearing it mastered yet. It might be at the appropriate level, but it just sounds a little bit domineering compared to the rest. The bass, let's go by what you said here a little bit here. I just saved a new version just in case I go back, but I never do. I get it. I did a few crazy things, layered a fatter kick with the easy drummer kick and a fatter snare from the Odal horn, free snare with the easy drummer one. Yeah, those sound already much better, although I would maybe ease off of one of the layers of the kick, honestly, because it's sounding like way too much. But the bass, it's all over the place. Yeah, so the bass is both nice and fat and like omnipresent, which is what we like in a bass, and also kind of sloppy and loose and kind of not really doing it for me in a way, if that makes any sense. But it does make sense because you yourself says it's all over the place. Then I made the mistake to try to tighten up the guitar parts with old strings so it does not sound so cool, but I'll get to that eventually. I want to have a good low end at least. Okay, well, it's funny because I did say that the guitars are getting lost a little bit, and I wasn't sure why because they were plenty loud, but that'll do it. Recording guitars with old strings, anybody who records music with like guitars know that you should probably change your strings before going into studio, because then you won't have to turn your guitars up as loud. They will be plenty dynamic. You will be scooping high end away from your guitars, and that'll be fine. It'll sound great, as a matter of fact. But adding in a high end and trying to not make them sound muddy when it's old strings is a very difficult thing to do. That, I think, is also true of the bass. It sounds like the bass is either old strings or it's going through some form of amp that is not suited to this song specifically. It sounds, again, both domineering and muddy and loose. Kind of, what's the word? Spongy is the word. Is the word I'm thinking of, at least. I don't know if it's the best word. The bass is programmed, so it's not the strings. Okay, cool. As long as that's fine. Then it's going through the not correct amp simulator or tone for this song, is my, I think, professional opinion. What can we do to that? I believe that compression is a part of it. Compressing with the kick so that it's allowing space for the kick, although there's plenty of space for the kick, so I don't think you need any of that. Side chain compressing some of the frequencies, not necessarily side chaining them to the kick, but maybe to the guitars. The low mids specifically. Whenever there's low mids in the guitars, maybe we have the low mids of the bass kind of taking a little bit of dip, or the high mids even, maybe the 5 to 800 range specifically. Or you can just find like a good dynamic EQ. You did sidechain the bass to the kick on the 100 hertz. Okay, cool, good. That's good. That's a way of avoiding stepping on the other, which is why I think we're hearing so much of the kick. I think you could dial back that effect a tiny little bit, because I think it might even be taking away from the attack of the bass, which in this song is going to be a little bit more important. So maybe whatever you're doing, let's say you're taking away 10 dB, maybe only take away 5 dB from that specific thing, from the kick, from the side chaining the bass to the kick. But what I will say, you might need a multi-band compressor for your bass specifically, so as to contain the frequencies like within themselves in a way. The The idea here is to refine the sound of your bass even after you get it. Like, start from the beginning, really, would be my suggestion. Start by finding a bass tone that uncompressed sounds good in your song. Start there. Once you've found a bass tone that like sits well with your guitars and with your drums and with your vocals, because I feel like the bass is also stepping on the vocals a little bit somehow. I don't know how, but it's happening. Once you've found a good tone that sits well with no compression and no sidechain and no nothing, then you add your sidechain on so that your kick can pop through a little bit, but you dial it back a little bit. Once you've done that, then you multi-band compress it so that the frequencies that are being a little bit more stubborn, you cut them a little bit. You dynamically control them a little bit. Then, once you've compressed, once you've multi-band EQ'd or dynamically EQ'd, then you put it through a limiter. Odd, right? A limiter? That is pretty much the heart and soul of anything that needs to be right here at all times. It's a limiter. It's like there's a reason that I put limiters on all of my vocals. It's because when you're doing pop vocals, that's kind of the sound you want. How much of a limiter? Yes. Yes is my answer to that question. How much of a limiter? How much you got? How much limiter do you have? I really push it all the time with the limiter. No, okay, so to give you an idea, I'm gonna open up a track here. Yeah, I know that was a funny way of saying it, but I'm gonna open up. I haven't opened up Logic in like weeks, but I'm gonna find a cover project, and I'm gonna show you the difference here. Here it is, and it's perfect. It's right available to me, and I know that it's pretty quick as a project goes. It's not a very like heavy project. All of my plugins are what are they called? Poulain guitar amps, so they're pretty easy to run. Okay, this is Foo Fighters, so it might get. I don't think it'll get copyright flagged in the way that I'm commenting on it and stuff. But okay, so this here, this bass. Let's go to this section here. So, before we like get into really this song here, this bass, without any mastering effect, without any of its master effects, and with my master effects on, mind you. Here, okay, let's just listen to the bass. Sounds like my performance was just okay. Okay, but in the mix, that doesn't matter because nobody gives a fuck about the bassist anyways. So, when I apply, first of all, a couple of things onto this chain here, that's like 100% DI, but it's not actually. It's actually not, believe it or not. Look at this. I have it running in this balance here. I have it running mostly into a flip-top head and into an 8x10 amp. If I would have gone mostly direct, this is what it would sound like. See how that makes a big difference? No one gives a shit about the bass. That's why you can get away with not articulating the programmed bass. Agreed. I've never articulated a programmed bass. But then again, I don't program much bass these days. I actually play more bass these days. So yeah. So this is an amp sound for sure. It's running through an 8x10, and with a couple of effects here. I can't zoom in on this on my screen here, but if you see around this area of my screen, I got a compressor that is, I believe, my sidechain. If I'm It's not my sidechain. I think this one. Is this one my sidechain? Nope, I'm not sidechaining this bass. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? There's no sidechain on this bass, and yet the kick comes through. Tonal design. Where is the About tab? In the stream, first of all, Ronald Thanks for joining the stream today. But it's below the video usually. It's the info section of the stream. Thank you for asking, Elroy. Thank you. Appreciate that. I just saw I saw the way you wrote your name now. It makes a lot more sense. Thank you, Elroy. Okay, so on this bass channel, I have just the amp and a little tiny little dip at 75 hertz. Okay, that's a little tiny little notch just to allow the kick's resonant frequency to come through a little more. That's the guitar itself, the bass guitar itself. Then on the bass bus, I have a compressor, something like an 1176, that is slamming it. Si tu devais un sidechain, tu le ferais plutôt sur le kick ou le... Si tu devais un sidechain, tu le ferais plutôt sur le kick ou le son. Je te dirais plutôt sur le son, plutôt sur l'instrument qu'on parle. So I'm slamming the bass first here. And this is not correct, by the way. I could very well leave this compressor off and I would still have a good time. Why? Because A, I am doing a whole lot of EQing to this, right? I am also doing a whole lot of multi-band sidechain compression. Actually, no, on this one, it's really, it's funny how little I'm actually doing to this. I'm only sidechain compressing below 85 hertz. I'm only compressing below 85 hertz. And my last compressor, yeah, this is the limiter that I'm using, that I'm actually using on this here. So let's turn that on. So that sounds nice and juicy. My chain looks a lot like that. Yeah, ton français est super, mais je suis né au Québec, fait que il faut bien que je parle en français. Hein? En plus, ma copine est française, donc ça m'aide beaucoup. My chain looks a lot like that, except slamming limiter. Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, I made a limiter out of my compressor, but usually I will deadass just have a limiter here. Like I'll just use a straight up limiter, and it's more than enough. But, I mean, the results speak for themselves. Listen in the mix. At a constant level, and that level is -10, and then I bring that back up to 0, basically using the auto gain. I thought auto gain was the enemy. Honestly, for bass, it's kind of your friend. It really just allows things to be brought up to an even level, specifically for bass. It's kind of the best thing for bass. It's the one thing that you want to be constantly at 0 dB or a very below it, like -1, then -14, but whatever. My point is with this, it's supposed to be consistent. It's supposed to be. I'm not going to save this because I did a lot of work on this project, but here we are. Now that's a perfect controlled mix. Well, thank you, Corpus. I appreciate that. But yeah, let's listen to the bass in this one here. So it's loud on the 5-string part. Yeah, so this is what's happening, is when you have a lot of like non-sustained notes and quick playable notes, your compressor is slamming it way down, but then when there are sustained notes, it's letting up because the dynamic part of the part that's played, even if it's a digital bass, the dynamic part that is played is technically louder than the other, the sustained string part. Like if you look at it on a dynamic level, the wave, it goes like this, comes down, and then it sustains, and then it comes down, right? The attack decay, sustain, and release. That's what it looks like. But the attack still remains to be the loudest part, which is why your compressor is slamming it down and then only letting it back up when there are sustained parts. So this is what you fight against for bass all the time. That's why a limiter really helps, because those attack parts are going to be at equal loudness of your sustained parts. And so all you need to do is just bring it all up, and then everything will be at equal loudness. But you really need to contain the bass under some heavy compression, especially for heavy music like this. It's actually really important that you do so. Yeah, it's louder on the lower register, and as soon as it goes up, disappears. It's not so much that it goes up when it disappears, it's the dynamics that increase that's when it disappears. So you're gonna need to do that. So I'm gonna say something to you, K. Bruce, not related to the bass any longer. Your voice is cool. You're welcome. Your voice is cool, but your passes here that make me think of like Jumbo and a bunch of Mexican bands that I love. Where's the harmonies? Where's the harmonies? Where's the... 1, 2, check. Check. Like where? Adonde, cabrón? Like you have to throw some in there. Those vocal lines are begging for harmonies. It's great. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. You're writing melodies that are coherent with the melodic nature of your song. That's a fantastic thing. And the fact that there's space for your harmonies in a metal song, bonito, like it's amazing. I love that. Harmonies, I barely got to record a double. Yeah, well, that's also, you know what I mean? Like record some doubles. That's just the way the music industry works. Doubles and harmonies. You just got to throw those shit everywhere. But it's like I need to get other things first. Like my brain doesn't allow me to go forward. Why not? Just record it. Just mix it. Just throw it in there. Stop telling... Your brain is sometimes your own worst enemy. Not yours specifically, K. Bruce, but like the brain is sometimes the human's own worst enemy. Like, just because your bass doesn't sound good doesn't mean you can't add harmonies into your song. Come back to the bass. Worst case, take your mind off of the bass. My brain wants the low end controlled and the guitar crisp. That's not... Nothing's... Un prévient pas l'autre. Like, one does not prevent the other. Like, you have no, that makes no sense. That makes no sense. I'm sorry. And I know you know that. How do I leave the queue? I have to go, sadly. That is sad to hear. It's Haylog, but it's command leave to leave the queue. Hopefully you can come back next time. We appreciate you having come this time in the first place, either way. Appreciate your patience, even though unfortunately we couldn't get around to you. Thank you for letting us know, and we'll see you next time. We hope. Haylog. What did I write here? What the fuck? Less kick, cymbals. Oh, cymbals lack. Right. Take care of yourself, Haylog. Cymbals lack a little bit. So we talked about this in another person's song, but the idea of sidechaining your cymbals is probably going to be a good thing for you as well. Sidechaining your cymbals to themselves, mostly. Because, yeah, that's how cymbals are done in heavy music. You are basically going, the cymbal sound, if you were to mute everything else and you were to just solo the cymbals, they would literally go... And the ride is a little bit different because it's got to go like pew, 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 like pew, like it's the delay of the decay of the cymbals have to come back up counterintuitively to what you would think a cymbal sound should look like on like a wave scale. But yeah, that's gonna do you some good. The ride that you have in here is not my favorite sound. I'll be honest with you. Like if I'm listening to it on its own. I think it might just be too loud, honestly, the cymbals. I think it might literally just be a little bit too loud. Not the cymbals, but the ride itself. You have your EQs done pretty well. But is it me, or is all of the high end of your songs sound kind of like compressed and like fragmenty, kind of like artifacty? Is there something you used for compression here that like fucked up the high end of your track? Because in general, I hear that your high end is very muddy and it sounds like artifacty. It sounds like there's artifacts in there. Something to look out for. But I think that that's pretty much all I have to say about your song. Your drums have improved dramatically, and I think it's so like, your drums are now reflecting the awesomeness of your guitar parts. Now your guitar parts need to reflect the awesomeness of your guitar parts, and the bass does too. Your vocals are being a little bit stepped on, but I feel like when you correct the kick, when you correct the ride, when you correct the guitars and control the guitar volume a little bit better, the bass too, I feel like your vocals will just naturally stand out from the mix at that point. So I don't think you have much to do with the vocals. I think you have to do a lot more with the rest of it. And then, yeah, that's it. That's what I think you need to do. So yeah, I think so. I think I might have went too crazy with the saturation about the high ends. To the cymbals, I didn't do much, just high passed. Okay. Minus 2 saturations on the high end. Be careful with that because the saturation does kind of take a little bit of the edge off. But if you put too much of it, it makes your sound a little bit dead and kind of like lifeless. You still want some high end. You just don't want it to be overt. You just don't want it to be annoying and painful. So yeah, little saturation on the high end is a good thing. Too much results in like something that sounds fragmenty and artifacty, which is not what you want. What are you guys saying here? Do you use software to detect overlay frequency masking, or do you do it by ear? Overlay frequency masking? No, I don't. I do that by ear completely. I don't have any detection software. If I hear something that's phasing, if I hear something that is not, okay, my ear is the thing that catches it, and then I find out what that is by like examining the relation between one instrument and the other, muting and soloing tracks together until I find the problem. Muting helps a lot because like I'll basically mute one thing and another, and as soon as that problem in my ear disappears, I'm like, oh, found it. So then we zoom in and we do the opposite. We solo everything, only that problematic thing, and then we solo until we find the thing that it interacts with poorly. So that's a very long and roundabout way of going about it, but it actually makes you better at your job as a mixing engineer because you end up recognizing things that are more problematic by ear. That's important for me because I'm a live sound engineer as well, not just for music, but for corporate. And so when my ears tell me there's something wrong there's a resonant frequency, there's something that's masking, there's something that's phasing, my ears are tuned to hear that now. And that's useful for me. That's very important for me as an engineer. That's just the way I do it. Either way, K. Bruce, thank you for allowing us to listen to the song, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. I missed you. I missed you, bud. You were here often, and then we took a little break, and that's cool. And now you're back, and I'm happy to hear it. I'm happy that you're back. But please come back because I missed you. I honestly missed this texture of music, this sort of weird, metal. I love that shit, man. It's so original. Either way, thank you for trusting us with your track. Cool Cat Dude 69, best name. Corpus Prime, why did you randomly send me your sound and then completely ignore my responses? Lol, leave the review for Mike. I ain't streaming, bro. Corpus, I don't know what that's about. But if you're sending your song to private people, why am I here? Why are you on the queue? Exactly. I don't know what you're up to exactly, but that sort of roundabout stuff, I don't love it. Comment faire? Ben, ce que Cool Cat m'a dit, c'est que tu lui as messagé en privé ta chanson, puis qu'après ça, lui, il t'a dit quelque chose que tu as complètement ignoré. Et là, après ça, il me dit dans le chat, laisse-moi, Mike, faire le review. Moi, je comprends pas ce qui se passe en arrière de la scène. Là. I don't understand what's going on behind the scenes here. En arrière-plan, je comprends pas ce qui se passe. So, like, I don't know what that is, but if you're doing stuff to people, that's not cool. That's not cool. CLDR, I don't believe is even in... it's not even in the queue. Non, je sais comment t'envoyer le son. Je ne sais comment t'envoyer le son, mais c'est direct ici dans le chat, dude, mais c'est à ton tour. C'est quand ton tour y arrive. C'est ici. C'est direct ici. Direct dans le chat. Mais t'as pas besoin de faire ça tout de suite. T'as aucunement besoin de faire ça tout de suite. C'est juste à ton tour. C'est la seule chose qu'il faut que tu fasses. Tu poses ta chanson à ton tour. Yeah, that's not a command. I forgot the part that's important. Proxima! Here she is. Is Proxima just literally messaged me like moments ago saying, woo! How does one know the length of the queue? One has several ways to know the length of the queue. First of all, there is the queue command that is accessible to all viewers. So you can see now in the comments as well as down here, the queue is 7 people long, though I imagine a lot of people have dipped since I began that queue. Yes, you see? Ed Skellington, you have access to it. And also what's cool is that sec. Cool, no problem, Proxima. I also have included it, oops, not here, but here. I now have it here. I have a queue. I have a visual queue. It's a thing now. I managed to do it. But yeah, that's the thing. So, there's the answer. We're pulling up the track here, Proxima. Don't you worry about a thing. Ooh, coffee. It's only 8 p.m. Why wouldn't I drink espresso? Caramel. I love Nespresso, honestly. It's that one treat we get ourselves once a year, Nespresso. It's just so that we can have coffee and espresso, like flavored espresso, at our fingertips. And it's great. It's great. Although this year the quality kind of went down a little bit, in my opinion. I don't know if anyone else drinks coffee as obsessively as I do. Here we go. We got Echo, a work in progress, by Proxima. Hello. We will listen to pretty much the entirety of this song, maybe plus or minus 30 seconds, maybe minus 30 seconds. And then we will talk about it and see what we think. So let us begin together. Echo, by Proxima. was going to fade out of that, but I was too busy telling Enigma how to do things around here. Bad. Spritz. I love that shit. That was so evocative of an image in my head of Austin Powers when Dr. Evil sprays Mini-Me with his spray bottle for like humping things. It was very, very funny. And that I thank you for that image. Okay. Let's talk a little bit about the beginning here. Because I first of all, I want to say that the aesthetic is on point. The very real universe that you put me into here is very nice. I have no comments on that. So I just want to start by saying that I thought that this was an intentional like offset of timing, like just as an intro trick. But then I found throughout the song that there were various moments where you were like, yeah, fuck your 4/4. And I was like, okay. But what also ended up happening was that I ended up kind of like losing the beat and losing the turnaround, and like the lack of knowing what was going to happen next at some point got to a point where I was like, oh, well, fuck, we'll just see what happens. And it was still in the 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. It's cute every now and then. It's nice. It breaks up the song a little bit. It creates a nice contrast. Things are a little bit more fresh when you do it here and there. When it is a recurring theme that is over and over happening where you're like just not able to count to 4, it's distracting. And I wrote here, timing? ? What the fuck? And it's because I thought genuinely I was the one that was forgetting how to count. But no, I think we do need to fix a couple of those moments where you step out of the norm. I think it's okay to step out of the norm. Again, it's refreshing sometimes. But too much stepping out of the norm, it makes me less. It makes me identify with your beat less. It makes me like connect to your beat less. It keeps me less grounded than I need to be in order to really fully remain committed to loving your song. So use it as a tool, fine. Use it as a rule, nej. I think is the Swedish word for no. Okay. Talking about something specific here. Your hats. They're so loud. They're so shreddy. As a matter of fact, I wrote that these hats were aggressive in particular, and they are very high-end and very aggressive. But there's a lot of elements of your high-end range that are very aggressive and very shreddy throughout the song. I don't remember if it was with you that I had this issue last time as well, because I know that you sometimes have these like jumps out of your song that are just like, ah! You know, like, ah! Like these things that are really, really loud and aggressive. But this in particular is like kind of a throughout issue. You're mixing on headphones? You mixing on speakers? What are you mixing on? And why does your high end exist with such ferocity is my question. Like, why does it, okay, it happens a lot, but this is also not fully mixed down yet. Okay, that's fair. So that would be my mix note, I guess. Beware of your high end. Beware. Because if your primary mix sounds like this, there's two things that could be happening. One, either your headphones, which are Sony MDR78506s, have a duct dynamic response in the 3.6 and 7K. So that's very good that you know that, because you should mix accordingly, meaning you should be looking at 3.6 overall and just giving it a little bit of a dip. 7K as well. 7K is very, very harsh. Specifically, 7K and 3.6 are like extremely harsh frequencies on the ears. Once you start to get into the 4 or 5K, it starts to be a little more buttery high end. But anything between 3 and 4K is extremely aggressive on the ears. I typically release after mixing down high end in the master phase. Okay. The other thing that I'm afraid, Proxima, of happening here, especially for your ears specifically, is if you produce over hours and hours and hours and hours of time, eventually your ears will grow tired of the high frequencies and you will stop to hear them as much. You will hear them less over time. So my fear is that what's happening is that you're taking into consideration some of those mixed things while you're actually producing, but then over time as you're mixing, oh, the high end's a little low. Mixing, oh, the high end's still getting low. Fuck. Mixing, high end. Fuck! Okay, well, I'm gonna call it there, and then you listen back and the high end's shredding you in your ears, and then you say, well, fuck it, I'll just fix it near the final mix. Yes, it's not impossible to fix it that way, but a better way to A, mix better, and B, preserve your hearing, take some context breaks, take some ear breaks, step away from the speakers. I know me saying this after standing in front of my speakers for 5.5 hours listening to all of your music is very hypocritical in nature. I understand that, but tomorrow I ain't listening to shit. So that's my point here, is like sort of the compensation of you have to be careful with your ears, because they're the only transducers between what you can think of and what you are producing artistically. It might not be the case for you, but it sounds like it is. Just saying. I typically release after mixing down high end in the master. Oh, no, we already covered that. Okay. High frequency, hats, timing, arrangement. Okay, so the words that I wrote were arrangement, a beautiful mess. It is a disaster. But it is the disaster that I'm kind of here for. Why? Because of such repetitive nature of what's going on in your entire song, where it's 4 to the floor throughout, where it's things that are very, very few alterations in terms of like the timing of the notes or the pitch of the song. Those kind of things that are staying and pedaling throughout the entire song also leave space for a chaotic arrangement such as this. And I'm okay with that. And if it was only the arrangement that was chaotic, we wouldn't even be talking about this. But if you're going to do the chaotic arrangement and you're going to do the chaotic timing switches there, we're getting into too much territory, girl. We're getting into the territory of too much, comma, girl, is the sentence. I'm not saying like you're entering too much physical territory. I'm saying that the territory that is titled too much is being entered by you. That came out in so many wrong ways. But you get my point. It's too much! The last note that I have for you, because again, I'm overall pretty satisfied with the sort of aesthetic and the story that's being told to me. You're a great storyteller. You're a great auditory storyteller. And I've proved this last time by telling you the story that I was visualizing in my brain by your weird progressive song that you played for us last time, or one of the last times. But the last thing that I would have to say about this song is that pretty much apart from the moments where there's only 1 or 2 things happening, the moments where there are a lot of things happening, I think it was this section. Okay, besides the terrible voguing that I'm unable to do, a lot of the things are stepping on each other. And it's funny because they're not exactly taking each other's space necessarily, because you have very like selective splices there that are interchanging the attention, the center of attention. And that is pretty well done. But I feel the sonic differences between all of these splices are just Wow. So it's like taking mushrooms. There's so much going on that sometimes it can be overwhelming. And God forbid I took mushrooms and listened to one of your music songs. No offense, of course, it's not an insult. It would just be too much for my anxious ass brain to handle without bad tripping and spiraling into a pit of decay and dismay. So yeah, that is, I guess, a warning of sorts, is that it's not cramped, but it ain't far. Yeah, control your chaos, girl. Control your chaos, because again, chaos timing wise, chaos arrangement wise, chaos sonically speaking, with all of your cramped, with all of your busy sections. Pick your moments of chaos. Lean into that form of chaos in that moment. And then kind of like bow out gracefully and then come back into another moment of chaos. Again, I don't want to take away from your chaotic nature. I love chaos. But chaos without order has no context. And there was someone else on this stream today that submitted a song that was very noisy throughout, vocals, auto-tune, he pulled out all of the stops. He was not a one-trick pony, he was an every trick pony. But it was everything, everywhere, all at once. All the time. And yeah, that is a texture, that is a wall of sound approach. But a wall of sound, again, is only valuable as a wall of sound when you have silence to go with it, when you have negative space to accompany it. And again, that is not what I'm saying about your song. Your song doesn't necessarily need negative space, but the chaos needs to juxtapose the order. And yes, 4/4 is the order in your song. It is part of the order that exists in your song. But I think you need to also wish-wash a little more between the order and the chaos. And once you've struck that balance, I think you're going to be onto something with this kind of stuff. It's going to be very textural. It's going to be very appropriate for movie soundtracks as well, if I'm being honest with you. It's going to be very appropriate for like video game soundtracks as well. It's very soundtracky, your music, in that it's aesthetic, but also familiar enough so that it doesn't detract from anything that is being added, but that it's being added to. Anything to which it's being added, technically, would be the grammar on that. So I'm happy with that. That's a good thing. But in order for it to really ram home the concept of chaos, introduce some order. Just a little bit. Just enough to give us the contrast, and then take it away. That's pretty much all I got for you, though, Proxima. You did a great job. Honestly, the aesthetics, the dynamics are juice. Like, the punchiness of your drums. I was worried that it was, like, the tack kick at the beginning there, this thing right here. I was afraid that, like, that, when I hear that at the beginning of a song, I'm almost afraid that the rest is going to be, like, too loud or not loud enough compared to something so dynamic and so, like, needly. Needle. Like, that's, like, my fear, but then the rest of it was super punchy and dynamic and juicy, and I had no issues with that part at all. So, thank you for allowing us to listen to the song, to allow us to provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. Always fun to listen to your stuff. It's an electronic like reset in terms of what I'm used to hearing. I'm hearing always something new and something novel from you, Proxima, and that's always welcome. A welcome change. So welcome! And thank you for trusting us with your track. We're moving on here, folks. We're moving on along. Of course, Proxima, you are more than welcome to stick around as we move by the probably dozen people that were that were unable to have the patience to wait around. So let's just see who is here. Deox1111. I'm going to give about 30 more seconds. I'm going to tag you one more time. One more time. Ooh, gross. Let's tag you once more. Hey, that's a good idea. Thank you, Melody. Everyone, grab your bottles, drink. calm down. There, 2 swigs. That's a good idea. Melody is the one who bought me this, by the way. That's a gift from Melody directly. So thanks, special shout outs to Melody for buying me that bottle. It has honestly been useful since I've had it. Okay, we're moving on. I've seen Bastarix DJ in and around the chat, in and out of the chat, if you will. And I'm wondering if they're still here. I don't believe they're still here. I don't believe so. Oh shit, I got a couple of mods in here. Oh, there she is. Happy New Queer. Gabs, thank you for joining us and saying happy new queer to you too. Happy gay as well. It was a good gay that you did. That, for those wondering, that is Gab's annual yearbook, and that was entertaining. That was fun. So thank you for popping by, Gabs. Appreciate you stopping by. No, I slammed my pussy on the table for lack of better words. Thank you. I mean, for lack of better words, are there really no better words to say that? No, there's not. Honestly, that is the best way to say that. We're moving on down the line here, folks. Those who are not with us are gone. Fish! I don't think that they're in the chat either. Either way, Gabs, thanks for stopping by. Always nice to see you there. Even though this isn't really your kind of like stream that you would hang out on a normal basis, because we talk music. And although Gabs, believe it or not, we talked about K-pop today, Gabs, and there was someone who had submitted a song earlier today that is destined for a K-pop boy band, and first of all I said I think it would sound better on a K-pop girl band, was my first instinct. And I talked all about Luna, and I talked all about ITZY, and I talked all about the things that you, Gabs, this person, my moderator, one of my mods, introduced me to in the first place. So credit where credit is due. This person inspired my taste in K-pop. So thank you. You actually have contributed to this stream in multiple ways, not only helping me get it set up at first, but also helping form my musical opinion. Wow. What an honor. Sounds like you may have convinced him. I mean, maybe. Fish ain't here. We're moving on. Oh, well, shit. Look who we got here. General motherfucking Tips. Either way, thanks, Gab. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate you. Well, looky here. We got 2 options, boss. Well, I'm going to get my D20. All right, what are the 2 options? While I pick the die that I'm going to use. Here, what do we have here? What do we have here? What do we have? Which one do we use? Oh, I like this one. A song that's in restructure and won't sound anything like it does, or the one from last time, Finished. Ooh! I'm curious about both. That won't sound anything like it does. That's funny, though. Well, in those 2 options, I wish my dice cam was working, but we're going to roll for it. We're going to use this lovely little Chessex purple and turquoise number. Look how pretty that one is. And it glows in the dark, too. If I were to, like, cup it, I don't know if it shows. No, it doesn't show yet. It's not enough light. But that's what we're going to use. What we're going to do is we're going to go from 1 to 10. We're going to listen to the song that's in restructure and won't sound anything like it does. And from 11 to 20 on this D20, we're going to listen to the one from last time that we finished. It's a 12. So let's listen to the one from last time that we finished. Let's close it up. Let's just close it up and see if we have anything more that we need to say about it. Finishing what we started. Let's go. Let's fucking go. LFG. LFG in the chat. I don't know, I'm so bad at that part of the stream. All right, we got the link. And we're pulling it up. I'm a little out of focus here. There we go. I look much worse when I'm in focus. Here we are. General tips. We're going to listen to this entire fucking thing. It is a dubstep banger, Wub Drums Glitch Remix, 130 BPM. I love those statistics. Oh, by the way, Ed Skellington, I saw your question about before. I'm in Discord, but I'm unable to chat in there. Is that by design? Probably is by design. But it's not that I intentionally blocked you, Ed. It's that I need to just give you permission. So what's your Discord name? And I will specifically allow you some access to the the Discord server. But I just need your Discord name. Low Key Lime, probably. Let me see here. Well, I don't see it right now, but rest assured, all of the new ads to the Discord server today, I will refresh the server today, and I'll add all of those people who are new to the stream. Minus probably. Okay, minus probably. Okay, thank you for the clarification. Who would have thought I was just slamming a limiter away of getting the low end I was expecting? Thank you, Mike. Yes! Yes, K. Bruce. Fantastic. I'm super glad that worked out. I added your guitar in too. Oh shit, General Tips. Well, I'm very curious as to what this sounds like now. Thanks, it was a few days ago. No worries, Alex Skellington. We're gonna get into that. AT Aliens remix by Tips with my guitar, apparently. We'll see how that sounds. Probably bad. No. It's gonna sound great. Let's listen to it together and let's talk about it after. Let's go.
What is a cult? What is mind control? What is brainwashing? Oh, my boss brainwashes me. Oh, advertising brainwashes me. The government brainwashes me. How would you know if you were under mind control? You were under mind control. Unidentified objects. Mind control. How would you unidentified objects would you know if you were under mind? The destructive side, narcissistic, psychopathological, elitist, never admits they do anything wrong. To become trans now. Secretive, deceptive, and they want loyalty and they want right. Okay. The sound design on this particular version is mental. It makes me think of
so much actually. I gotta listen to that again, guys. Like that was I have one note. I have one note. Like one.
What is a cult? What is mind control? What is brainwashing? Oh, my boss brainwashes me. Oh, advertising brainwashes me. Oh, the government brainwashes me.
Yeah. So that up until that point, I was like, okay, sure, it's good. It's like interesting, I guess, and the voice is kind of like dragging that feel a little bit in that intro. But that's it. The rest, it keeps me super engaged and super entertained the entire time. Like, let's listen again. Let's keep listening.
How would you know if you were under mind control? You were under mind control.
It makes me grit my teeth in the best way possible. Does that make sense? Does that make any sense? Enigma, how much bass do you want? General tips, yes. Yeah, exactly. I didn't think this much bass was possible so cleanly. And the thing is that it's not like, it is distorting, but it is distorting in the correct way, despite having so much fatness. That's so fat, I love it. If it gets any fatter, it will contract diabetes type 1. Gee, that's a good way of saying it. I wub the grit. It's really well done, dude. You've executed this phenomenally. Phenomenally. The juice on this is so real.
Unidentified objects.
Mind control. How would you
So nice with that little hovering in the background that I think it's a voice or that might be the guitar. It's just really just everything is in its right place on this one, man. Everything is exactly where it needs to be. That bass sounds so awesome even through the stream. Wow, veiled insult, K Bruce, Jesus Christ. Thanks, I guess. I work really hard to make your music sound great even through the stream, but okay, fine. Okay, no, like, I'm just kidding. But yes, it does. It sounds awesome. You should hear how it sounds through these fucking speakers. Through these 6.5 inches with front ports that are just blasting me. As a matter of fact, I want to actually listen to them using my other speakers because I don't often get the chance to do that. Let me. Okay, so yeah, my other speakers are having a real hard time like keeping up with all of that low end, but I'm so glad that I have my. Let me just hear what it sounds. Let me just hear what it sounds like at the back of my room because there's so much bass. I have so much right here. I want to hear at the back of my room right now. Oh shit! That's a lot of bass. That's a lot of bass. And it's tight and it's clean and like I'm not losing any nuance from the kick despite it having so much juicy ass low end. Dude, I don't know how you pulled this mix off. Like it seems physically, sonically impossible to do this much. And even though I know that that's not at all true, I've heard songs like this, like glitch hop kind of weird stuff all the time. But like the way that it is executed and combined with its loudness, dude, it's like exhaustingly good. Exhausting in the way that, like, if I think about what I would have to do to achieve a similar result, I'm exhausted. I'm out of breath. Sorry, it's Switch's fault, and if anything, and SoundCloud, yeah, I understand. I know, K-Bruce. I was just messing with you. SoundCloud obliterates the little high end I have in my mixes. I don't know that that's true, though, K-Bruce. SoundCloud is very docile to the sound files you upload to it, so I don't think so. I'm going to hack a mainframe listening to this song tonight. It's funny. It's exactly the image I get, is like something like very serious and very dark and very demure.
The destructive side, narcissistic, psychopathological, elitist, never admits they do anything. To become...
My whole desk just vibrated. I have like stands that keep my speakers elevated so that there's a minimal amount of transference, even though that there is some. But my whole desk said, fuck that, you're vibrating. And it did. For that section. That was crazy. The one thing I will say is that, and I thought it was a bad thing, but then I heard that fucking wub 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 happen to me. Yes, general tips, absolutely. But like this one particular hit,
never admits they do anything.
Square wave, it was a little underwhelming to me in terms of the bass response. And I was like, oh, that's too bad. When the beat comes back in, it should probably hit me a little harder than that. And then the next part happened to me, and I was like, oh, never mind.
To become tranced out. Secretive, deceptive, and they want loyalty, and they want... Right.
Great mix, dude. Great mix. I got very little to say except for the intro kind of drags, but honestly, it's worth it. It's worth it. For a 2-minute and 12-second song, that was an adventure. That was a fucking adventure. So it was really, really cool. I don't recognize my guitar in it, which is probably a good thing because you want it to be like super distorted and distant. But like, I'm assuming it's that hovering effect that's happening here, right?
How would
It's the beginning as a riser in the first drum break.
you were under mind control?
Oh, of course, of course. I now remember. I thought I played a melody or something like that. Of course, of course. Yeah, that's fucking awesome, dude. It works so fucking well.
Under mind control.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. I'm really happy with the way this sounds, man. I'm really happy with this. I'm like, yeah, fuck it. You know what I mean? Like, what else am I going to say about this? It sounds tight and juicy and atmospheric, but also heavy. It's airy and the heaviest thing I've ever heard at the same time. How is that possible? I don't know, dude. You did a great job here, honestly. Thanks for allowing us to listen to it, obviously. I'm happy to have been a part of this creative process at least a little bit because the result is phenomenal. Like, I'm really happy with this. And if you don't win this, if you didn't win this competition, they're incorrect. They're wrong. Either way, thank you for trusting us with this awesome track, dude. This is a goddamn banger if I've ever heard one myself. So yeah, well done. Well done, truly. Like, I had no notes. Like, what do you want me to say? Like, okay, the intro drags a little bit. That's fine. You know, it's part of the aesthetic of the song that afterwards it doesn't let us go. So great job with that, dude. Honestly, I'm very happy with this. That's all I gotta say. Well done. Truly. Yeah. I think we're gonna move on, General. I don't have. I know that I didn't offer much insight or critique into this one, but that's what happens when you produce songs like to this like level of excellence and this standard. I kind of feel bad for not having picked the first song now, honestly, but that's okay because there's always next week. You did already. This is the product of my last feedback. Right. Well, this is what I mean. It's like, just for this particular week, I just kind of feel bad for not actually offering any feedback or the minimalist feedback I've ever really offered. But yeah, there's always next week for the next song. So either way, I would be happy with that too, honestly, if I was you. But thank you for trusting us with your track. We're going to keep on moving here. Tips, stick around because we're almost done the queue. We got a couple more people. Corpus Prime, c'est à ton tour de poster ta chanson dans le chat. Just like saying it in French because apparently it's Corpus's native tongue. Nan Benjo, you know what, Nan Benjo? For you, sure. Join the queue and I'll close it after that. We'll call it there because I think that around 6 hours of streaming is a lot, especially when I'm burning my ears on this. So go ahead and do this here if you want instructions. But in order to join the queue, you just have to command join. It's as simple as that. After all of that shit that he gave me, is he really not here right now, Corpus? What's his fuck? He's not here! Puta madre. Like, after all of that posting and like, when is it my turn and sending it to someone else and how do I do this and how do I do that, the moment comes for his turn and the fucker's not here. Let's just wait approximately 30 more seconds so that we can make sure that we did our due diligence in waiting for the person. But Jesus Christ. And he didn't even get here that long ago. Like, I don't believe so. I don't believe he did. I don't know. Whatever. I get that it's tough to wait hours and hours for a music review, but I don't know. If I needed this help, I would have. Maybe not, actually. I don't fucking know, man. Does it look like I know what I'm doing? Because I don't. Not when it can actually help fix your song. Well, if that's what you require, that's exactly kind of my point here. All right, well, sorry, Corpus. We are moving on because, Christ, I've been doing this for 6 hours now. Ed Skellington. Just give me the track. You reviewed the first song I made about a year ago, and I always try and attend your streams. Thanks, Mike. Something a little different than my lo-fi stuff this time. My first mix and master ever of a rock song for a friend. So, looking for mixing tips, please. Well, come to the right place, my dude. We are pulling up your track as we speak. Always a pleasure, by the way, to assist you on your first ever song, which is kind of mental to me. That a year ago was your first song ever, and now you're mixing a rock song for your friend, which is great. That's fantastic. And it's also kind of mental to me that I started the stream like a year and a bit ago. Like October of 2023, I think, was when I became an affiliate for the first time. And I was doing it when, I think, what was it? August, I think I started streaming, like in general. Mental, dude. The progress thus far, I'm just blown away by the support of people. Truly. And so thank you, Ed Skellington. And thank everyone who has participated in this stream in the remotest of ways. We appreciate you. Except those who reject the feedback. Honestly, you can go fuck yourself. Wait, do you do any genres? Yeah, we do. Okay, so Angel Master 1.5.wave by Loki Lime, aka Ed Skellington. You are looking for some mixing tips, so we're going to give you some mixing advice. And we're gonna listen to 2 minutes of this though, dude. We're gonna listen to it. It's a 5-minute, almost a 6-minute song. So, do you have a 2 minutes in particular that you want me to listen to that reflects your mix more completely than just the first 2 minutes? Would you like me to skip the intro? Would you like me to listen to like a particular section of this? The world is your oyster as long as the oyster lasts 2 minutes long. Nah, beginning is fine. Cool. Well, here we go. Angel, the Master 1.5, dot wave, by Low-Key Lime. Let's listen together and let's talk about what we think.
You are an angel, my darling, but I find it appalling that I just keep on calling, but you must have lost your phone. You are an angel and stalling won't keep me from falling in love with you, baby. So just please, please text me back. You are my angel, it's true, but I can't put that on you. You'd be so fine as my baby, yeah. You are an angel, my darling, but now you are snarling. But the snow keeps on falling, and we'll be late to the show. Tickets VIP, I want everyone to see you there with me, so they won't call me crazy when I mention my girlfriend. You are an angel, beautiful seraph of mine. Soon you'll come back from heaven, then we can go out sometime. Yeah! Woo! Oh yeah! Come on! I've got a plan to become your man. You'll see, babe. Don't find a way, dear. I will be waiting right here when you come to your senses and drop your defenses. Oh yeah, you are an angel, my darling, still as sweet as a starling.
Okay. This is a busy ass fucking song. And you say it's a goofy ass song. I concur. I can certainly concur. Let me just finish writing this note here. Okay, cool. So I almost want to say everything is loud, but I think the bass is just a bit loud and everything else just needs to be put in its own sound space. So here's the problem with that general tips. I think that everything is mix-wise fine. And I think that the bass, let me hear the bass again. Oh yeah, right, I muted the thing because I'm smart.
Show tickets VIP. I want everyone to see you there with me.
They're not. It's not so much that it's loud, Ed Skellington. It's that it's dominating a lot between 400 and 1,000 hertz. If you scoop those frequencies and you keep this at this loudness, I think you'll be fine. Honestly, I think the loudness itself is, and this is why I was like, not sure. But the middle frequencies of the bass are certainly too loud. I will give you that general tips. It feels too loud, even though I think it's right in its rightful place. It stands out, which is nice. It's a good tip. So you could go about this two ways, Ed Skellington. If you want the mids to be the most present thing about this bass, I don't recommend this. But if you want the mids to be the most present thing about this bass, you can just turn it down, as general tip says. But in my opinion, I think finding in its own frequency pocket, everything like being put in its own frequency pocket, this approach would not benefit that particular approach, because everything in its own frequency pocket means that you're taking away all of the frequencies that each instrument does not need. So In other words, first of all, scoop the mids of the bass. Second of all, take away some of the high end of the guitars, because it doesn't need to be all 8K. You could very well low pass it at like 6K for guitars like this, and I don't think it would make much of a difference in the mix. There are 10 vocal parts, so this was hard. Yes, so I hear that. So let me talk now about the song. Because obviously, I don't know, did you write this? Did you record this? Is this you as a person? You said it was a friend's song. It's like someone sent you the stems and said, hey, can you mix and master this, basically? Is that what I'm understanding from this? My friend wrote it, okay? And did you record it? Or did he record did they record all of these are all DI guitars and bass. And drums are definitely MIDI composed as well. And I programmed the drums. Okay, the drums sound pretty juicy. I will give you that. The drums are really standing out nicely in the mix. They are I was listening specifically. For the side chain compression on the cymbals, as well as the transients of the drums, and everything was in its rightful place drum wise. Now, my point when I'm asking who recorded this, like, was this your friend wrote it and then just sent you some of the direct tracks, basically, recorded it on your, like, okay, here's my problem with this song, okay? Everything, everywhere, all at once, all the time, all of the allness of the allitude. It is so crowded as a composition that mixing this, it's not the real challenge here. You've done a decent job at mixing this to a section, to an extent rather, that everything is pretty much as audible as it's gonna be. The problem here is that there's so many things happening. There are like 76 guitar parts. Also, the 3/4 drums, awkward. It's like don, 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 kata, don, 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 kata. The drums should probably be more bum, dun, 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 cat, dun, 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 cat, dun, 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 like that. That should be the feel instead of dun, 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 kata, bum, ba, ba, kappa, ba. More swing, yeah. Like, well, I don't know more swing, because more swing technically you're talking about. You're talking about like altering the feel. But what I'm talking about is the syncopation. Instead of it being like, hold on. I got a thing here. Because right now what you're playing, and I'm gonna try and like turn this up so that it's audible in the microphone. No. That's the swing, that's the drum pattern right now. Whereas the drum pattern should be like that. That's 6/8 versus 4/4. You're a sample that? Yeah, have fun, dude. It's all yours. That is the difference between 3/4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1. I don't know the conductor's baton, but like that feel is close, but that's not helping. And that's the easy thing to fix, if I'm being honest with you, because all you got to do is just like rewrite a few drum parts. The thing that's difficult is that there are Ray, thank you very much, appreciate that. There are so many guitars happening at the same time as there are so many vocals happening. very, very, thank you guys, Karma Ray and Nan Benjo, appreciate that. There are so many guitars happening at the same time that there are so many vocals happening, at the same time that the bass is super active, at the same time that this drums are playing an awkward beat. There's so much going on at the same time that when I think of what General Tip said about everything finding its frequency pocket, I'm like, well, yes, but also no. This is a compositional error, in my opinion. This is not leaving enough space between the compositional side of these instruments rather than the mixing side of these instruments. Like, mix-wise, was I able to pull it off? If I say yes, there's gonna be a but attached to it. Yes, but you can literally be the engineer for fucking Simple Plan. And as much as it could be pulled off, if there's something that you have to make a choice with as a mixing engineer, you choose 2 guitars, max 3 guitars, maximum, and that's when there's no vocals. You choose a rhythm guitar part and a lead guitar part. End of story. Right now, there's rhythm, there's lead 2, there's rhythm 3, there's the chorus 4. There's so many things going on, and at this point, I'm like, the mixing engineer at some point is responsible, should be the buck stops here. The mixing engineer should say, listen, there is only so much I can do for this mix to allow it to sound good. But the best thing that you can do is mute some of the stems. I know, I see you were sent stems, obviously, that's what you said. The guy recorded in his basement with a laptop. Sure, great. There are 2 main and 2 rhythm. There should be 1 rhythm and 1 main, and they should be doubled. There should not be 4 different guitar tracks that are playing at the same time. It's too much. It's too much guitar. Like you have just too much. and I guess that's where my mixing engineer sort of ends and my producer begins, where I would start telling your friend, hey dude, pick some guitars. Pick the ones you want in your track, because no matter how juicy I make those guitars sound, it ain't gonna matter. There's just too much going on at the same time. Vocally speaking, let's examine it real quick.
Everyone to see you there with me, so they won't call me crazy when I mention my girlfriend. You are an angel, beautiful seraph of mine. You'll come back from heaven.
Honestly, all of the vocal layers don't really bother me as much as the guitar layers do. If I'm being fully honest with you, the guitar layers are really distracting from the vocal layers, if anything. The vocal layers are basically just doing harmonies, which is fine. And they're doing like overlapping, like end of one take, beginning of another. That's fine. I will say though, Ed, be careful when you're mixing. Again, you are the person who is in charge of the mute button. Be careful how many harmonies appear when. Because harmonies are supposed to be enhancers for the song. They are not supposed to be a full-time texture. They were, oh, you were hit with a commercial, but you appreciate it all. Either way, tell me when you're back. Ad song. We're not going to do a review of your song while you get an ad, so we play the ad song while you have the ad, and then when you're back, we continue the review. Okay. So you, as the mixing engineer, have a very useful tool called the mute button. And obviously I've spoken to its importance with regards to the guitar. But with regards to the harmonies too, you're going to want to choose the moments that you want harmonies on the vocals and the moments where they come off the vocals. And I'll tell you one thing. During choruses, sure, more harmonies, no problem. During verses, octaves, maybe, selectively. Be careful, but not harmonies and octaves at all times. Again, it's not that the mix itself doesn't sound good, because again, you've made it fit, for the most part, into what it can be. Okay, that's a statement that I think is a fair thing to say. You've made the tracks that you do have, that you were given, fit in a way that they're all there and they all are mixed adequately. The fact now is there is too much in your mix for that to matter. So as the mixing engineer, the mute button for harmonies and for guitar layers, we got to rework that because it is taking away from your great mix. What I'm sure would be a great mix is just taking away from your efforts, basically. So you can be putting in so much effort to making it sound good, and I can tell that you have put in some effort to making this sound good, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because there's just so much shit. There's just so much shit, dude. Strip away, and your mix will come to life. I promise you. When there's no vocals, then 2 or 3 guitar parts, harmonies, cool. But there's vocals everywhere, so should be more selective. What else do I got here? Guitars take a lot of space. Yeah, another thing you might consider putting on when there is more space for it. Putting on some delay throw-ons on your vocals, on your guitars, at the end of phrases, at the end of verses, at the end of choruses, having a little bit of delay to tail off to transition into the next section. Not too much, just dose it accordingly. But those effects, those things will give your mix a little more spice, a little bit more personality. And there's not many of them that I can hear, that I can perceive necessarily. And that's not necessarily by any fault of your own, but I recommend probably using a little bit more of the spatial effects to enhance what is already there. I can tell you're using reverb effectively because it is there, but it is more providing just a reinforcement for what is already there rather than becoming its own entity. So that's well done. Now do the same thing with delays. Insert them strategically throughout your song, and I think that you should have a better time. Do I have anything else? Nope, that's about it. Thank you very much, Ed Skellington, for allowing us to listen to the song online, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. We can appreciate someone doing their very best to accommodate an artist that does not know what the fuck belongs in their song and what doesn't. More importantly, what doesn't. And I can feel you very, very profoundly on that. I've mixed many songs from artists where you got to pick if you want your bass to stand out, or if you want your kicks to stand out, or if you want them both to work together, then they have to work together. They have to literally be a unit. And it's not easy as the mixing engineer to emphasize that to artists because artists all the time think that they are the end all, end all in music production and songwriting. They are incorrect. And this is evidence of that. Either way, Ed Skellington, thank you for trusting us with your track. Hopefully, we'll hear a better version of that sometime soon. And hopefully we'll be able to offer far more pertinent feedback that you are in control of. Hopefully. Either way, thank you, Ed. We appreciate your presence. We appreciate your patience as well, being with us for a while waiting. And yeah, we just appreciate you altogether. Enigma, hey yo, give me a beat. Give me a beat, Enigma. Throw me some beat in the chat, please and thank you. No, Enigma, no. Let me once again reiterate the thing that I reiterated 3 times today. SoundCloud only. So I'm going to put you next in line. I'm going to add you back to the queue. When you're ready with your SoundCloud link, come back. But I will add you back to the queue. So it's going to skip you, and then I'm going to add you right back, which I'm going to do right now. We're going to add you back to the queue. It's at least under YouTube Music. They do have a copyright detector. Yeah, that's the problem, actually. Because when I re-upload to YouTube later, tips, it doesn't matter if I have the artist's permission or not. They flag it. I counter the flag. I contest the flag and say, no, I was given permission to play this. And they block it fucking anyways. The most frustrating process on YouTube. Like, hey, the artist literally gave me explicit permission to use this song. Oh, I don't care. Oh, good to know. Thank you very much, YouTube. I'm never using your track on the stream. I'm never using your program on the stream. So no. Enigma, get me a SoundCloud link, please. It is a free shit. It takes 5 minutes to set up. It should be easier than that. In the meantime, Non-Benjo. YouTube is bad about copyright shit. Tell me the fuck about it. It's crazy. It's kind of actually a bit insulting to artists who are like taking this music shit seriously and do everything by the book and still get flagged, and then when they contest the flag they get denied it. It is a bit insulting to musicians who take themselves seriously, if I'm being honest with you. All right, Non-Benjo. I started making music like 2.5 years ago, doing it seriously for something over a year. Okay, good to know. Whoops, sorry, my OBS just kind of flipped out here. I'm still a newbie, so any feedback is welcome. This track I worked on for more than 12 hours. Huh. Oh, if only it only took 12 hours to make a song. It's longer than 2 minutes. Listen to the last 2 minutes probably. Or I don't know, it's up to you. Hey man, we'll listen to the last 2 minutes. We'll skip approximately this intro here. Let me put it up on the screen here. There we go. Cute little bunny. It's always cute. So we'll skip the first minute or so, and we will talk about it immediately after we listen to it together. Let's go.
I don't have the time to waste. Walk through a certain distant place. We stood here for what we faced. It's not really high what we chase. I don't have the time to waste. Walk through a certain distant place. We stood here for what we faced. It's not really high what we chased. I don't have the time to waste. Walk through a certain distant place. We stood here for what we faced. It's not really high what we chase. I don't have the time to waste. Walk through a certain distant place. We stood here for what we faced. It's not really high what we chase.
Okay. So, I like the instrumental a lot more than I like the vocals. I gotta disagree with General Tips. I'm not a huge fan of the vocals. I got a couple of problems with the vocals. First of all, the mix, they're too loud in the mix. So we gotta turn them down. That's the first thing. Second thing you gotta do, you gotta record it properly with a proper microphone and not like an iPhone or whatever microphone you use for this, or in an isolated room or like a closet or something. We have too much reverb from the room in the microphone coming in. That's why I think it might be an iPhone or like one of those iPhone headsets that you're recording the recording on like the one of those headsets things. It doesn't matter. The recording quality is not great. The tone of the voice, the tone of the voice is appropriate for the song. I do agree with you, but the recording quality as well as the timing of your voice, your off time in the song itself when you have the 1, 2, 3, 4, but you're going off the grid and not in a nice way. Here we go. Right there, the first note. You start early. Listen again. The starts before the beat starts. That's a mistake.
I don't have the time to waste. Walk to a certain distant place. We stood here for what we faced. It's not really high what we chase.
Not a fan of the timing, dude. So I think that you're probably better off re-recording the vocals in a more dead room, maybe in a closet. Maybe that's all you need to do. Just jump into a closet, record your vocals, but make sure that your timing is impeccable, because that's kind of mistake right there. No place in that in the music industry. None whatsoever. So we got to fix that. The dead space that you leave. The beat makes me want to start dancing in my room. Yeah, so the beat is my favorite part of the song by far. Except in parts like this.
Out the hole.
Too much dead air. That's way too much time with silence. There should be a quarter of that actually silenced. That synth should come in, and there should be other things interacting with it. It should be a dance. It should be a journey. It should be something that is interacting with something else, talking to one another, calling, response. This is too much dead air. I don't even want to listen to the intro, but I'm gonna. Nah, dude. Not enough. That's just not enough. You need more than just a synth and a bass. And if you're going to have just a synth and a bass, then those parts better be entertaining as hell instead of just playing two notes. That is compositionally not the best that you can do, I think. Let's see. Dead space, vocal recording is bad, the timing and is loud. The other thing is because your vocals are very loud and your mastering is not the best, when we do have that beat come in,
I don't have the time to waste. Walk to a certain distant place.
that compression that is happening on the rest of your track, as soon as the vocals come in, your music, the instrumental gets quieter. And that is unfortunate because, like, that's my favorite thing about your song. And then the vocals are too loud and then the rest becomes even quieter. It's just, yeah, the vocals are sitting on everything and, like, squashing everything else. And it's unfortunate. Yeah, dude, it's gotta be reworked. It's got to be reworked. The vocals are really taking a lot away from your song, but the song itself, this dead air and these breaks here, it's got to be more than a bass and a shaker, man. You got to have a melodic of entertainment of some kind. You got to have a storytelling. At all moments, there should be a lead element that is telling something of a story. At all moments. Breaks from those lead elements are important. So I'll give you that breaks are important. But we have so much break and very little lead element, except when we do have lead element, it is just super loud and domineering and ill-timed. It's a rework, unfortunately. The idea is solid. Get comfortable with the lyrics like it's a song you're singing on the radio. Yeah, or sing in your own native language. I don't see a problem with that, honestly. Sing in your own native language if it's too difficult to sing in English. I like songs in other languages. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just your timing should be impeccable. Excuse me. Your timing should be impeccable. There should always be something engaging with the audience at all times. and lead elements are kind of your best tool for that. So synths, guitars, whatever it may be, more vocals, although I don't recommend more vocals because there's already plenty. It's both hollow and overly full at this in different moments of the song. So it's like too hollow in these moments. Let's hear this section.
Balls, I'm giving you a head start, we're racing throughout the halls. Nothing in my stomach makes me happy anymore. That's the funny part, I don't care anymore. Forgot.
I mean, I would sing in your language, dude. I usually have every other song I make in my language. Okay, well, unless you're prepared to make it radio ready, I would continue doing it in your language. I'm trying not to be mean about this because it sounds like there's effort here and it sounds like you are, in fact, a new producer, but it's got to be just quite a bit better than what it is here, unfortunately. It just has to be. There's no space for, there's no space for this kind of stuff apart from if you're doing it just for yourself and for fun, really. But you said yourself, if you weren't taking it seriously, if you said you would, if you didn't say you were doing it seriously for something over a year, I would be like, okay, cool, dude. Well, have fun, do your thing and keep it off the streaming platforms. But this needs work. This needs work. And I think, again, it's when you have emptiness, you should be filling it with something. If you need to take a break from filling something with something, filling your sections of songs with something, then emptiness is a useful tool, especially if there's something going on the entire time. But this is too much emptiness and then never really recovers from that, because when you do introduce elements, they are imperfect. But that's not to say that there's no hope. It's just it's going to take a lot of practice, dude. Your vocals do need a little bit of work. I will say that. That is probably the biggest thing that I will say about your song, actually, is you're going to need to figure out how to make your vocals a hell of a lot better. But thank you either way, Nan Benjo, for allowing us to listen to the song online, to provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. Not every song is going to be perfect. And most of the songs that you start by producing will be far from perfect. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong whatsoever with that. But make sure to learn from this process. Make sure to be like, okay, how do I make these vocals sound better? Start by recording in your closet. Start by practicing your flow. Start by working with a metronome. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, or rather 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, and then that just practice that rhythm over and over until you are perfectly on the grid. Then you get to decide when you go off the grid, but it'll be your decision. It will not be just impulse. So I recommend that heavily. Either way, thank you for trusting us with your track, Nan Benjo. Appreciate the opportunity to do so regardless. Enigma, is your track on SoundCloud and ready for our ears? Excellent. Throw it in the chat, would you? Thank you so much, and I appreciate you going through the little efforts that was required for this stream. It is not without appreciation that I ask these things. Okay, so Enigma, the song Radiant, with some cool word effects as well. I like that. We're going to listen to 2 minutes of this song, and we're going to talk about what we think about it thereafter. Join me, wouldn't you? Please and thank you. Let's go. Enigma and the song Radiant. Okay. So, I have been saying this a couple of times today, where I feel like the artists that submit their songs really know the aesthetic, the universe, the environment, the landscape that they're painting with sound. It sounds like you know what universe you want this journey to live in. I just don't hear much of a journey going on in that landscape. I've said this a couple of times today. It's a recurring theme, and that tends to happen on this stream, where I'm like saying one thing to one person and I realize that like a lot of people are submitting songs that share that similarity. There is a melody, there is a beat, there is a bass, there is accompaniment. There are all of the building blocks in place for what should be a song. But you don't really change your melody up that much. You do one here. You do another one here. You go back to the first one here. Then you take a break. You don't really, because the melody is still going here. And I'll be willing to bet you can't just copy paste something everywhere and all over the place and call it a done song. You can't just do that. Like, how did I know? Because I know how it sounds when it's going to happen. It's just kind of the case. And I'd be willing to bet that you take a little break right around here. And I bet you go back to it right around here. Yeah. So that's a mistake. That is something that we think we can get away with until someone who knows what they're talking about listens to it. Good stream, Mike. Thanks for the feedback. See you next time. Thank you, K Bruce. See you next time. I can't wait to see you again. Honestly, I missed you for a long time, dude. Good to see you again. Good to see your name and hear your music. Take care, man. And good job with the drums. Again, honestly, great improvement. Okay, so what do we do about this? Because that's not okay. So there's a couple of things we could do about this. You can create a new melody altogether. You can really like just make something new and add it in there somewhere. You can take notes out of that melody and just make a new thing, but out of something that you already have. Because the 16th notes of the like that doesn't need to be all the time. It doesn't need to happen. You could very well have something a little bit more syncopated, have something a little bit less uniform 16th notes the entire time. You could play with the timing of it. You could also change the key. A key modulation is a great trick. You could also change the chord progression because you go always with the What about all of the other chords that exist? Like, that's an option. My drumstick fell. That's an option. You can always do that. Change up the chord progression a little bit, make it sound a little bit more like a different journey over the course of some parts of your song. Okay, my drumstick just wants to fall today, so that's cool. Drumstick's gonna fall. Stay. Okay, so yeah, that is another thing you can do. You could change the beat. You could double time it. You could, instead of going like, you could go like you could very well do that. These are all ideas. These are all tools in your belt as a producer that you choose not to use when you have the option to use it. And that's my, like, why? No, I don't like that. Don't do that. So that's a big thing. I wonder if you intended for this song to have vocals on it, but I don't think you did, is my problem. I don't think that vocals are intended to be a part of this song, because the song, while somewhat hollow in terms of melody, is still very full in terms of mix. So it doesn't sound like there's going to be vocals on this track, even though that I think vocals would fit really well on this song, specifically because there's not much going on melodically speaking. So maybe put some vocals on is another idea. Just throwing things out there. There's one thing I will say. The mix that you do have here is pretty good. You have a pretty good mix. Okay. The mix is nice and like dense in the low end, pretty like crispy in the high end. Everything is very dynamic and percussive. I'm okay with that. The one thing I will say about your mix that needs improvement, specifically with your big sub frequencies here, right here. That low note, the C, the note that you're playing as your like the bass is not audible. It is feelable. I'm feeling the sub frequencies at the back of my room. That's why at some point I was like this, because I wanted to feel the sub frequencies. But that note, C specifically, is being lost in my dead zone, in my sweet spot, right in front of my speakers. So we need more low mids for your sub bass. What you're gonna want to do probably, and this is a very easy fix, you take the bass notes that you have, like your low sub notes, you octave them up by 1. You put some distortion on that, some distortion that will remove some of the high frequencies from it, and you compress that to hell, and you layer that on top of your sub that you have here. That will fill in some of the gaps for that bass frequency that we need. We need that. We're not getting it, and we need it. So I think you're going to need to fill in those frequencies. But mixing-wise, apart from that, I think that's pretty much it, dude. Honestly, again, mix-wise, I have very little problems with this. Compositionally, arrangement-wise, melodically speaking, the fact that I'm able to predict exactly when in your song which melody is going to appear, having never heard it before, es no bueno. no es muy bueno. You should be creating more of a soundscape, more of a journey for your listeners. Sure. Exactly. You need more journey. Sleepless nights. Someday love will find you. More journey. That's really what I meant. No. Either way, Enigma, I appreciate you coming on this stream for the first time, allowing us to listen to the song, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. It's appreciated to listen to a song that is like well executed in terms of technical execution, but in terms of creative execution, hearing that room for improvement, it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. It means that you have like an opportunity here, which is excellent. One shot, one opportunity to seize everything you ever wanted. One moment. Would you capture it or just let it slip? Yo. Okay, I'm done now. Enigma, thank you very much for trusting us with your track. We're going to move on to the last one of the night here, folks. We're closing the queue either way. Karma Ray, I don't know if you're still with us or not, my dude. But it says so. It says that you are in the chat, in the chat persons, in the chat users in chat. That's what it's called on Twitch. It says that you're here. Now, is that true or not? I'm not sure. Oh, he is. There we go. Cool. I'm on the vocals for this song on a temporary beat, and it was my first time actually mixing my vocals. Just want to know if there's anything I should add to the list of changes. Cool. Are we going to hear a producer tag in this? I cringe producer tags. But that's okay. What does it matter? If it's a stand-in instrumental and you're waiting for someone to actually produce a beat for you, then we'll use our imagination and pretend that there isn't one. But it doesn't matter. Here we have it. Eternal Sleep by Azteca Nomad. It's a pretty good artist name, I will say. Azteca Nomad. It's a good metal band name, honestly. Yeah, pretty good metal band name. All right, here we go. Eternal Sleep by Azteca Nomad. You have recorded vocals on this, and we're going to talk to you about your vocals as well as the vocal mix. So here we go. Okay. It's cool. Like it gave me like Nirvana vibes too with the guitars and stuff at the beginning. I was like, oh, okay, cool. I can get down with that. The biggest, most overwhelming problem here, Karma Ray, is that your vocals are nowhere near as loud as they need to be. They're way too quiet. I was barely able to make out the meaning of your words. I was certainly not able to tell if they were mixed properly, because they weren't. Volume-wise, just factually speaking, they were way too low. And now I'm going to imagine, using my imagination, that if they were mixed at the proper level, they might have needed a little bit better EQing, meaning that you probably would have had to cut a little bit of the low end from your lower vocals and add a little bit of high end on your high octaves, just based on what I'm hearing through that vocal. Let me just hear again.
Better, thought that I mattered. This is not better. Now I'm all better. With you it's a pattern. You're feeling scattered. I wanted more and I felt myself shatter. My heart it burns.
Yeah, I'm thinking that you're probably going to need to take away a little bit of the, like, again, this is speculation and I cannot possibly know until I hear it mixed at a reasonable level, which is not at this point. But I think that your low end on your lower vocals is going to be a little bit too vibraty, and you're going to need to add some high end to those vocals, and vice versa with your high vocals. You're probably going to need to take away a little bit of high end and add some low end, like mid, not even low end, but more mid vocals to your high octaves specifically. Speaking of the octaves, I would choose my moments when using them. Right now they're on throughout low and high octaves. I would select my moments when having those high octaves on your vocals specifically to emphasize moments. Like, use the octave to tell the audience when it's important that the vocals be like Hey, listen to me, listen to me, listen to me. Think of it that way, as a audience capture tool. The rap, is it this section here?
Thought that I mattered, this is not better. Now I'm all better, with you it's a pattern. You're feeling scattered, I wanted more and I felt myself shatter.
I'm not a huge fan of the timing. I think you could tighten up the screws a little bit. They're not terrible, mind you. But I think you got a better take in you than that, honestly. A better couple of takes in you than that. It is just a little bit sloppy. So I think that either you're going to edit your vocals to be a little bit more on the click, or just re-record your vocals with far more emphasis on the click. As a matter of fact, use a metronome regardless of if you have a beat or not. Just use a metronome. The best tool you can have for a beat like this is not a metronome that goes 1, 2, 3, 4. The best beat would have something like 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. You have that 8th beat division. So because you specifically, you're going like bam ba bam ba bam bam ba bam ba bam bam ba bam ba ba. So that when you have this bam ba bam ba bam bam ba bam ba bam bam ba bam 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 bam. When you have that second note that's not just the 1, 2, 3, 4. When you have the, you got an ad, folks. You know what we do with ads? We screw him. Oh, fuck. The guitar got caught. It's a good key, A flat or G sharp. It's a really good key that you have this, that you have in this song. I like that key very much, A flat. It's a good one. Okay, so what I was saying was, specifically when you're recording your voice, you have that metronome. Usually that's all you get. But because your vocals are not just doing the 1, da ba ba da ba ba na na. You're not just on the 1, you're also on the and. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2. So I recommend that you put your metronome to something like this. Specifically for the rap section, bam ba dam ba dam ba ba dam ba dam ba ba bam ba dam ba da dam ba. Those subdivisions of the metronome will allow you to be far more accurate in your raps. And if you really need it, you could even go 16th notes. Well, what's wrong with my 16th notes? What is wrong with me? Jesus. There. I can do it with 2 hands, but not with 1, apparently. Not when there's no bounce. Usually when there's bounce on the drums, I'm more able to. But my point is this, is if you're going bam ba bam ba na bam ba bam ba na 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 na, there are notes that are not even falling on only the 8ths. There are notes that are falling on the 16ths. So it depends, man. It depends what you're recording and what kind of vocals you're laying down. But sometimes in order to be on the grid, you need to hear the grid. And there's no shame in it. There's no shame in it. I use the metronome all the time in different capacities. Sometimes all I need is a 4/4 beat. Sometimes I don't even need a metronome depending on what I'm singing. If it's super airy and super like out there, I don't need a metronome. But if I'm singing something that's very technically proficient, that requires me to be technically proficient, I need a more detailed metronome. So quarter notes, 8th notes, 16th notes, hell, sometimes I even have the swing in between them just to make sure that I'm not singing on the swing. It's you do what you can to nail the take. And whatever you need in order to nail the take, use it. It's a free tool. Metronomes are in every DAW that ever existed since the beginning, since the dawn of time. Bad jokes aside, I think you could tighten those screws up just a little bit. And my last note for your vocals is your vocals are probably going to need a limiter at the end of your vocal chain. Limiters are very useful because they basically give your voice the commercial sound, the radio-ready vocal sound. When you put limiters on your voice, you get what you hear on the radio. And that's, I think, what you need for songs like this is radio vocals, not necessarily indie rock vocals. Although it depends. It depends if the new instrumental is going to be much more indie rock than this. But in my opinion, if it sounds anything like this, you're probably going to want to have fat, juicy, compressed vocals, and that will require you to put a limiter on the vocals. It's been said. That's the last thing that I have to say about your vocals, dude. You got a little bit of work to do. Nothing crazy, but you still have a little bit of work to do. Either way, thank you very much for Karma Ray for allowing us to listen to the song, provide comments, criticism, feedback, analysis, what have you. We appreciate you being here with us. We appreciate the opportunity to listen to all of this music, and you being the last person in this queue. We are calling it a day as well at the same time. But either way, thank you, Karma Ray, for trusting us with your track. And now, the queue is empty. We appreciate everyone who has participated in the stream in any capacity. Thanks to all the people who skipped, donated, who subscribed, keeping the lights on, really, literally, and figuratively. And thank you to everyone else whom was a part of this stream. And Enigma thinks we should hydrate one last time. Grab your bottles. Good call, Enigma. I forget to drink water way too often, so appreciate you guys looking out for me on that as well. Guys, we're going to call it for the evening, and we're going to reconvene next week, one way or the other. I believe that it should be on Tuesday as per usual. But who knows? Maybe the internet might cut out for another 8 hours, and I might be stuck using my fucking phone just to Google basic shit. But we'll see. If all goes well, we'll see you on Tuesday. But until then, toodaloo, motherfuckers. Take care.
Well, it caught me by surprise when I looked into the eyes of a girl so beautiful and so delightful. With luscious hair and crimson skin, her passion knows no bounds. You'll fall in love with this courtesan tonight. She's your ruby, a singer by the sea, fulfilling all your fantasies. You're the ruby. If you follow down her horns, they'll always lead to more. Ruby, ruby, ruby. Ruby. Rosa, you are